Thank you. Okay, welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 3 Education for the Inquiry into Budget Estimates 26-27. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or watching us online. My name is Abigail Boyd and I'm Chair of this committee. I welcome Minister Whan and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of skills, TAFE and tertiary education. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants and encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So I now welcome our witnesses. Thank you very much for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence, although, Minister, of course, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already been sworn as an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And I'll begin on my left.
Thank you. Rebecca McPhee, Deputy Secretary, Investment New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Amanda Lawrence, Executive Director, Training Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Jeremy Carruthers, Acting Deputy Secretary of Education and Skills Reform at the New South Wales Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning to the committee. Murat Dizdar, Secretary, New South Wales Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning. Chloe Reid, Managing Director of TAFE New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Julie Tickle, Chief People Officer, TAFE New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning. Mark Hawkins, Chief Learning and Teaching Officer for TAFE New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Susanna LeBron, Chief Operating Officer, TAFE New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Karen Meredith Satiris, Executive Director, Course Development and Quality, TAFE New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Fiona Rankin, Chief Information Officer at TAFE New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 p.m. With a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. And in the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions there will be questions to the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. We'll begin with questions from the crossbench in the absence of my colleague who is attending later. That will be me. Good morning, Minister. Can I ask you first, just perhaps this is a sort of an easy one. I understand that there's a data center academy that's been established with Microsoft. Can you tell us how many students have enrolled in that, how many have completed it since the first cohort in February 2025?
Yes, thanks. And it's an important academy. Can I start off first by saying, obviously, thanks for having me here. Can I acknowledge the traditional custodians as well, and also acknowledge that we're having this hearing today in Skills Week and the morning after the New South Wales Skills Awards. So there's been some really great stories in the space in the last week, and New South Wales Training Awards last night. Yes, the Data Centre Academy is a really exciting initiative. I went to their first graduation, and out of that class, almost the entire class had a job offer before they finished the course, which was a terrific outcome for them. And it is part of our Centre of Excellence Digital, which has a number of courses, including AI courses, of which we've had over 400,000 enrolments already and completions of those courses online. They're free courses. I'll ask Chloe, the Managing Director, to outline the numbers we've had since that first graduation that I went through at the Data Centre Academy, if she has that on hand.
I don't believe... Sorry, I'm not sure if this... I'm not able to locate those numbers right at the moment, but as the Minister said, we've had several cohorts through the Data Centre Academy and important training delivered by that, with a real focus on the students who go through that academy securing jobs afterwards.
So it is a really important area because of the growth, obviously. So the Data Centre Academy is about the people who basically put together the computers and processing equipment inside there. Obviously, data centres also then have a huge demand for electro technology graduates. In fact, I had the ETU in yesterday, and they were telling me that a single data centre can have 2,000 electricians and electro-related workers working on the site. So it's just an incredible demand during construction. Yeah.
Can I ask, are the Academy's courses nationally recognised training under the AQF, or are they non-accredited short courses? They're not a certificate 3.
No, I don't believe.
So they're not.
Yeah.
I believe they're a course that we've developed. One of the things about the flexibility we have with the Centres of Excellence is that we can self-accredit courses with those, which has been a really important way of responding quickly to industry demand. But Ms. Reid can elaborate on that.
They've been in the bucket of industry recognised rather than nationally recognised. So obviously the national system has those kind of more traditional courses in it. But my understanding is someone who goes through that Data Centre Academy could work in a range of data centres, so they're not sort of tied into one particular employer.
So if a graduate's not hired by Microsoft or one of its contractors, what portable credential do they take to another employer or into further study?
Well, I should say that we have, it's not, Microsoft is our partner in that, but we actually have a lot of companies who employ the graduates, and it's not just Microsoft.
Yeah.
It's just they're our partner with the course material. But we'll ask on that credentialing. I'll ask for some more
so they are a
information on that.
micro skill and micro credential, as the Minister and Ms. Reid alluded to, and they are transferable because they have been developed in consultation with industry, so they're not specific to Microsoft.
Okay, and so do any of those hours spent doing that micro course translate into some sort of certificate 3 or 4 or attract any credit transfer of any kind?
They may count towards both. I'd have to go and have a look at that in terms of which particular elements would map to some of the more kind of nationally recognised courses or to credit transfer. We could have a look at that for you.
What is Microsoft's financial contribution to that course then?
My understanding is they contributed equipment for the Data Centre Academy rather than sort of input to the training, but I can clarify that for you.
Yeah, and also what our public contribution has been into it, so sort of what the split is between us and Microsoft would be useful.
Yeah, okay.
Just in terms of the Centre of Excellence for Digital, which we've expanded recently with federal government assistance, I said over 400,000 before. They've actually had over 530,000 enrolments since November 2022 with a 61% completion rate, and we do deliver that with a range of partners, which has been very successful.
Who owns the intellectual property in the co-designed curriculum from the Data Centre Academy?
I believe that's us.
Okay, so someone else could teach it without Microsoft's consent?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Does Microsoft have any right of approval over the course content, the teaching staff, the student selection, or the admission criteria?
Not the... I think the content we would have developed in consultation with industry, so we make sure it's the right thing for people who want to work in data centres more broadly. So they will have had input into the right content for someone who works in a data centre. I don't believe that they have any input into the staff piece. The selection criteria for the students I need to take away, because we have had a really key focus in that academy on people who are looking to change their career. So at the first graduation that I went to, there was a woman there who'd been working in accounting and had realised that it wasn't the career that she wanted to continue in. She was excited to discover that there was a way that she could really move to quite a different field through the Data Centre Academy. So there may be some agreed kind of parameters around the program that we could have a look into and give you information on.
Yeah. Also, whether there's any Microsoft-specific product platform or proprietary practice being taught, or does TAFE New South Wales maintain vendor neutrality?
I don't believe there's anything specific to them, but again, I can confirm that for you.
Are any classes delivered by Microsoft personnel?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Is there a fee for students?
So the micro skills and micro credentials we have had, particularly through the IAT or the Centre of Excellence, they have been fee-free in the past.
Okay, so these are fee-free?
I'd have to come back into specific of those particular ones. Yeah.
Okay. Critical environment work involves high voltage switching, generators and HVAC plant. What licensed electrical, refrigeration or plumbing work, if any, can a graduate of a 16-week statement course lawfully perform?
They're not electrotechnology graduates. They're electrotech. So electricians need to do the electrical work. These are much more on the
configuration
of the
yeah. So if you think about a data centre and the kind of layers of it, the physical environment, things like HVAC, providing heating or cooling, largely cooling, and then you've got things like the power to the building and the setup of the kind of backbone of the data centre in terms of cabling, and then you've got, once all that's done, you've got an environment where you've got essentially racks of computers that need to be plugged in to talk to each other, configured to talk to each other across a network, and this course would sit in that space rather than in the kind of whole construction of a data centre space.
Is the work being taught work that's hands-on in the actual rooms with the...
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of both.
Yeah.
They have data center
simulated
computers.
Yeah.
What are they called? Processors and things there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they do things like they have to work out the right cabling diagrams. So, for example, cabling has a limit to the length that you can go before you need some other device in there. So they do that sort of design work as well as the hands-on of how do you actually configure those computers inside a data center to talk to each other well and reliably.
But they're quite high-risk environments, and when it comes to the electrics and everything else, I've been into these data center rooms, and you're told that you have to stand in a particular space because if you touch something, you might actually, nothing's going to explode, but you know what I mean.
No.
There might be, you might wreck something, or you might get there's a lot of high voltage going around. So what levels of assurance do we have that graduates of this course understand that risk and aren't getting involved in that sort of traditional electrical work?
I think the risk inside, so you would have been in a data center where there's probably those kind of caged off things with walkways. I think the risk inside there is that you might fiddle with the routing. Essentially, you might stop the computers talking to each other, you might turn something off. I don't believe the risk inside that area would be in the kind of high voltage electrical space. We would be doing health and safety risk assessments on the course delivery and the types of environments that students would be in, and would include content.
Perhaps we could
as
come back to you with some
appropriate.
more detail on
Yeah.
WHS components of it.
That would be really useful.
Yeah, what I would say to give assurance to the committee is that absolutely we would follow all, regulatory and licensing frameworks in regards to that work, and in particular any courses we are doing, albeit a full qualification or a micro-credential or micro-skill, it would only equip that particular student and that learning outcome to do work within those regulatory frameworks and requirements. So to your point, in a micro-skill or micro-credential, if it involves any sort of aspect of what I think you're alluding to with the high voltage type work, they are not authorised to do that, and that would also be communicated through the learning that takes place within that micro skill or micro credential, so it's quite clear. So for example, also with the electrical trades training space, we have the facility through that training and managing the risk to ensure that the apprentices, when they're learning, are working on low voltage as well. So just because to understand that it is a learning environment and they are apprentices, so we're really cognizant of those risks. But coming back once again, the qualification can only be used and be accredited for a particular scope of task or work.
Okay, thank you. Final question on this, I think. Have the electrical and plumbing trade unions or the Teachers Federation been consulted on that course design and its interaction with apprenticeship pathways?
I might take that away and find out. It's before my time that we started that program. We work closely with both of those unions on the relevant course delivery and considerations. Certainly the Electrical Trades Union and the Teachers Federation would never raise the course with me, but as I said, I wasn't there at the time of the design of the course, so we might see if we can find anything on that for you.
Okay.
Unless
Thank you. Just while I'm waiting for Ms. Mihalich to arrive, at which point I can hand over to her. I understand there's been some bad traffic this morning. Can I ask, Minister, on what date did Steve Brady cease duty as Managing Director of TAFE?
I'll have to go back and find that date.
We think it's 20th of January 2025.
I'm advised 20th of January 2025.
January 2025. Okay, and was he dismissed or did he resign?
He's... I think I might have answered questions on this last year. It was a termination under Section 41, I'm advised.
What does that mean?
I'll ask
Ms. Tickle.
Ms. Tickle to answer that
Yeah,
specifically.
so under Section 41 of the GSC Act, a PSSE can be terminated without cause, and that was the applicable section that Mr. Brady left TAFE.
Okay. Minister, did you remove him or direct or request that he go?
I did remove him, yes.
Thank you. Was any termination payment, settlement or separation benefit paid?
Yes, there was, in accordance with the legislation. I think I answered some questions on this last year as well. So, yeah, so in accordance with the requirements, yes, there was.
So under Section 41, there's 38 weeks payment paid, as well as any outstanding or accrued leave, extended leave or annual leave that the PSSE is paid on termination.
Okay, and was a deed of release or any confidentiality provision entered into?
No, not.
No? Was any investigation into his conduct commenced?
No. We'd gone through a process with TAFE of having the vet review. We had been working towards the new model for TAFE and bringing TAFE out of the contestable market back into government, being the heart of the system, and it was my view that it was the right time to move forward with a change, and we appointed Ms. Reid to the position, and I'm very pleased that I did, because she's been excellent.
What happens when someone in a position like Mr. Brady's has complaints made against them, and then they are terminated? Are those complaints ever followed up on?
I wouldn't want to. I'm going to ask Ms. Tickle to answer that, but I wouldn't want to imply that there was any complaints made about Mr. Brady that influenced my decision on this. This was about the operation of
Understand.
it. Yeah.
So maybe as a separate point, so acknowledging that you're saying that there's nothing to do with that. I understand that complaints were made against Mr. Brady. The question remains, like, what happens to complaints like that?
I will ask Ms. Tickle to answer that question.
So I can't comment on any comments made against Mr. Brady. I can provide a general answer for you, which depends on the circumstances. So we have a complaints policy, a staff complaints policy. So if an employee makes a complaint about an existing employee, it goes through the complaints policy. Similarly, if a member of the public makes a complaint, it goes through the student and public complaints policy. So there are two policies. In addition to that, we obviously have a hotline where people can report any wrongdoing or misconduct. So that's generally what happens when complaints are made.
Okay, but if someone then leaves, anyone, if they leave, do the complaints end, or is there some way of following them up? They just end?
It really depends on the nature of the complaints, at what point they were made, what the nature of them are, if they were regarding work practices or workplace things that we need to look into it. So it really depends on the circumstances.
Okay, but in a role, let's say not Mr. Brady, but in a role of that level, if there were complaints made against that person, and can they just avoid having to deal with the complaints by resigning, technically?
Investigations continue. So under the
Okay.
PID Act, we are obligated to continue investigations. So if a person resigns from an employer, obviously their requirements change, but investigations will continue, depending, again, as I said, on the circumstances of the complaint.
Okay, so what policy governs a complaint by a senior executive about the conduct of the managing director? Who receives it? Who has authority over that?
Again, it depends on the nature of the complaint. So as I said, there's a complaint policy. So if a staff member makes a complaint, it goes through the complaint policy. If it's a member of the public, it goes through that complaint policy. If it's classified or meets the legislation under the PID Act, it's considered a PID, and we move through the process differently. So Again, it depends. No matter who it is, whether it's a senior official or whether it's somebody working in a classroom or supporting students, it's the same process.
But is there a different process when it's the managing director that the complaint is against?
No, we would treat everyone the same. If a complaint's made, we would look into it exactly the same way that we would for any other employee.
So under TAFE New South Wales's public interest disclosure policy, who is the nominated disclosure coordinator?
I'll just check your wording. So we have a number of nominated disclosure officers. I think there's over 1,400 of those across the organisation.
Okay.
We've actually done a lot of work and training to put more people through the training to be nominated disclosure officers, and so they have an obligation under their training to disclose. The managing director is the principal officer under the PID Act. I'm not sure if that's what you meant.
Yeah, okay. But then that's relevant, because then is there any disclosure officer role held within people and culture?
Yes, many of the people in people and culture are nominated disclosure officers, yes.
Okay. So if there's a public interest disclosure in relation to the managing director, who, as you say, is the principal disclosure officer, is that the words that you use?
No, TAFE's principal officer, complying with requirements of Section 11 of the ICAC Act 1988, is the managing director.
Are they then told about that public interest disclosure by virtue of that role?
Not if it's about them, no.
Okay. How many people who made a complaint about an executive at TAFE New South Wales subsequently became the subject of a misconduct process themselves within 12 months?
I wouldn't have that information in front of me.
Have you had any? When there's someone who makes a public interest disclosure, they then find themselves subject to a complaint? Has that happened?
Yeah, look, that has happened. If it's a PID reporter, so if someone reports a PID, through the nature of the circumstances, really depends on what the initial complaint was about. On occasion, yes, that there are PIDs made by others about the original complainant, yes.
And so was the report that Dr. Margot McNeil made on the 10th of October 2024 communicated to a disclosure officer?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not quite sure what you're referring to.
We'll come back to it.
Yeah.
I'll go to the position.
Okay. Thank you. Morning, Minister. Morning, everyone. I wonder if I can start with data, and I'm quite prepared to believe it's operator error. It's not my strength. But I asked a couple of questions, and they were taken on notice after last estimates. And the answers we got back essentially for completion rates for school-based apprenticeships, completion rates for metropolitan-based students compared to regional students, and the qualifications with the lowest completion rate. The answer basically for all of those was look at the NCVER website. I can't find that on the NCVER website, so perhaps you could I've got my computer open, perhaps you could take me now to where I can find completion rates for school-based apprenticeships on that website for New South Wales.
Can I make some comments around the completion rates overall? So
I'd love to get this data first, Minister, and then I'm very happy to take your general comments.
I'm not sure that I can come over and show you on your computer at the moment, but completion rates on NCVER data are so NCVER actually has a lot of reports. So
yes.
So there is a
and where do I find the school-based
apprenticeship
apprenticeship completion data on that, Minister?
School-based apprenticeships, there's some very good news stories in school-based apprenticeships. We've seen a significant increase in school-based apprenticeships over the last quarter or so.
Sorry, when you say significant increase, is that in starts or in completions?
In starts.
Okay, and what's the completion data for the school-based apprenticeships?
Let me give you some numbers.
Great.
691 commencements in 2026 year to date. That's a 25% increase over 2022.
Sorry, 691 commencements and completions?
And completions for 2026 year to date, 132 completions.
So
and in 2022
132
there was 130.
out of 691, is that how I read those figures?
No.
691 starts, 132 completions?
Not necessarily, because...
well, then how do I read those figures, Minister?
Because people don't actually... when someone does a school-based apprenticeship and traineeship, it obviously takes more than a year. So perhaps Mr Disdar could elaborate on the timeframes on those.
The completion rates is what I'm looking for, really. Where do I find that data, Mr Disdar?
Yeah, as you know, Ms Carter, the apprenticeships are a 4-year apprenticeship. So the advantage of starting that at school and also going to the HSC is immense. I know you'd concur with that.
And Mr Disdar, when I asked you last time, you took on notice these figures. The answer I got was look at the NCVER website.
Yeah.
Where do I find that data?
Yeah, so we'll just see if Mr Cruz or Miss Lawrence has got specific data for you, but I was just trying to indicate that commencing a school-based apprenticeship or traineeship in Year 10 or Year 11 is really accelerating in our schools. In fact, we have an education pathways program.
I agree.
So it normally gives them the first
year. I'm
year.
interested in completions.
Yeah.
And the completion occurs when they finish their apprenticeship, which is usually once they've left school. So they usually...
Do we track those figures, Minister?
Well, completions overall we do.
Do we track the figures of school-based apprenticeships, Minister?
I'll hear the point of order.
I think it's the same. Ms Carter is asking the Minister and Mr Disdar questions, but not giving them time to answer. And it would just be appreciated if they could have time to answer first before she moves on to
To that point of order, I have actually asked the same question and not got an answer at all.
Order. To the point of order, for the purposes of Hansard, can we have at least full sentences spoken by both the member asking the question and the Minister before one speaks over the other? Go ahead.
Do we have a completion rate for school-based apprenticeships?
We follow post-school destination survey, like the Minister was indicating.
Yes.
In a 4-year apprenticeship, you're not going to commence it at school and finish it at school.
Yes.
So we do follow our students
post-school
through a post-school destination survey.
And we have a completion rate?
And Mr. Cruz or Miss Lawrence might be able to give you that.
I'm happy to assist you, Ms. Carter. So the NCVR website has a section called Data Builder, which contains a range of fields by which you can filter. It includes a breakdown for completion rates for school-based apprentices and trainees. But to the point of the Minister before, it attaches to the status of when someone started that apprenticeship or traineeship. So they'll start it in school, but generally not finish it while they're still in school. And we generally see a higher completion rate of those that are doing a school-based apprenticeship and traineeship than those who start outside of school doing an apprenticeship or traineeship.
So if I go into
so it then
Builder,
links into your overall completion rates, and we have so for 6 years after someone for the data that came from NCVR, for instance, for the 2019 commencing cohort, 58.2% completed after 6 years. 4-year completion rates are lower, but often that is completion rates are quite difficult because you're counted at the moment on NCVR data as not completing if you change employers, which often happens for people who are in an apprenticeship. So one of the things which we also then measure is, has a person achieved their main reason for training? And the 2025 NCVR data says 75% of people did. So, so it's important to actually have a look at a range of figures. We've got
can I just stop you there, Minister?
Completion rate, 6-year completion rate, which shows that we've actually had quite a strong pickup in the last year or so, and that's the recent.
You showed us that
there.
last estimate, so I'm grateful for seeing it again.
I think it's probably got another year on it because it's
good.
2026
I look
now.
forward
So
to it.
you know, so it's going quite well.
Minister, the question that I asked you on notice, and I also got the answer back. Look at NCVR, and I certainly couldn't find it. Is the completion rate of each course supported by fee-free TAFE funding? Can you tell me where on NCVR I find the completion rate per course supported by fee-free TAFE funding?
Well, can I say, first of all, that all apprenticeships and traineeships in New South Wales are fee-free. So
but
every
as I
one of them.
understand it, if I'm right, some are smart and skilled and some are Commonwealth state fee-free places, is that right?
No, all apprenticeships and traineeships are fee-free under the state government's programs.
Sorry, Minister, to clarify, which are smart and skilled and which are Commonwealth state funded?
So all of our programs, we've just taken TAFE out of smart and skilled, but all of the programs that are delivered, all the apprenticeships and traineeships that are delivered by private providers are smart and skilled. Now, there is components of Commonwealth fee-free which assist in particular areas, but the state funds all of those apprenticeships and traineeships as fee-free.
So if I'm looking for completion figures, I can see the smart and skilled data set. Is that TAFE or is that private providers?
It's both, and you can see a breakup of that as well. So can I can quote you some figures?
Well, yeah, so I've got the figures in front of me, and the latest data set shows that smart and skilled completions fell by 15.7%, 2024-25 to 2025-26. How do you explain that drop in completions?
Are you using, I know I saw the Coalition put out a press release talking about a comparison to 2022.
I'm using the workbook reports data as at 31 July 2026 was generated on 12 August 2026. I believe they'd be the latest figures, Minister.
Are you, when did those people start their, so the completion rates obviously, for instance, an apprenticeship takes 4 years. So the Coalition, your shadow minister has put out a press release saying, well, 2022 we had a huge number of commencements. The problem was in those COVID years that a huge number didn't continue. So we're seeing over several years the starting point of those people obviously changes. So completion rates overall, apprentice completion rates, as I said before, from the NCVR data, 58.2% for a 6-year cohort, 47.7% for 4 years. What we find is that the completion rates for the full qualifications are much higher. The TAFE completion rate
Minister,
is 51% for fee-free TAFE.
Minister, why are we using NCVR data when I'm asking you questions about smart and skilled data?
No, NCVR reports on all of it. NCVR is the data.
Where on NCVR can I find a breakdown that I asked you on notice of completion per course? Where do I find that?
on the data, I'll ask Mr. Carews to elaborate on finding the data. But can I just be really clear?
Can I
be really clear? Smart and Skilled under the previous government covered everything: TAFE, private providers, delivering apprenticeships and traineeships. So when you're seeing reporting on Smart and Skilled, it's not different to the other areas. It's reporting on apprenticeships and traineeships in New South Wales, whether they're from TAFE or from private
and
providers.
Smart and Skilled shows a
breaks it up.
15% drop in completions, and the only answer I seem to have from you is COVID. Is that right?
You need to talk. We need to go through a few things in this, and as I said to you,
and the thing I'd love to go through is the completion rates per course.
I'll hear the point of order.
Again, Ms Carter is not allowing the Minister to finish. This is actually not as easy as just a figure. It actually takes an explanation. The Minister is trying to give the explanation and context to get to the answer that Ms Carter is looking for, and it would be appreciated if she allowed him to answer the question.
To that point of order, we've had over 10 minutes of me trying to get an answer to the same question. There's ample context being provided, but no answers as yet.
Perhaps we could all just have a little bit more leeway. Please go ahead.
So there's, as I said before, I've just provided some figures on completion rates for apprentices.
And per course, Minister?
Achieved the main reason for training. Now, as Mr. Carews was talking about before, there is a data builder on the NCVR website where you can break down a lot of those things. So
can it break down by every single course?
Can I?
Yes, it can, and it also breaks down within the course to training package completion rates as well. So it is quite a complex website.
Yeah, but there is hundreds and hundreds potentially of combinations in that, of course. So when you look at overall figures, some of the really exciting figures that we're seeing at the moment are apprenticeship commencements, 16% increase in the December quarter 2025, second consecutive quarterly increase. So that's a really important increase that we're seeing, partly because of the work we're doing, but also I acknowledge that the federal government has changed the employer incentives, and that does help to get people into those courses. So apprenticeships and traineeship commencements overall, an 8% increase in the September quarter 2025. And we are really, in terms of commencements, around the same sort of level as we were in 2019. And I'm not denying the fact that we've got a lot of work we need to do to try and encourage people to take on trades. That's something which is really important, and I've said it in every year that we've been here. So that's why we're doing things like, in the last few days, I announced the expansion of the Education Pathways program to another 24 schools across New South Wales.
Can I ask you some questions about that, Minister, because I'm curious about that. Expanded to another 24 schools. How many schools is that available in now?
So around 205.
Out of how many schools in New South Wales?
207.
207. It's just about half of the public high schools in New South Wales.
So it's only available in public high schools?
That is a public high school program. We have another program, the REAP program, which works with private and non-government schools as well. So there's several programs. Then we have the Get Back in the Game program, which is for young people who've disengaged from school and need to be
So how do you
re-engaged.
choose which schools get it and which schools miss out?
We've looked at, in terms of the new schools that we've announced, and the Central West is one of those areas where we've announced 7 new schools coming into the Education Pathways program.
And the criteria for that were?
That's because of the skills shortage that the Central West is seeing, and particularly focusing on the res developments in the area.
Actually, can I
so that is
follow up on
something.
That? Because if we look at the Smart and Skilled figures, I was surprised to see that for the Certificate 4 in Electrical Renewable Energy, there were 14 completions last year. Why have we only got 14 people completing in renewable energy?
The Certificate 4, so remember, when you're doing your electrotechnology, that's not that Certificate 4 that you're talking about. So the base is the electrotechnology, and we've seen the 16% figure that I mentioned as an increase in enrolments includes electrotechnology.
But 14
so we've seen
in renewable electrical energy?
That's also a new, perhaps I'll ask Mr. Carews to talk specifically about that Certificate 4, which I think is a
Yes,
relatively
that's
new.
correct. So a lot of what we see, and this is supported by research and evidence by Jobs and Skills Australia, is a lot of the skills and competencies that are required for the renewable energy rollout are those core skill sets that we also use in the housing, construction and other sectors. So a lot of people that are working in the sector also do Cert 3 in Electrotech, which is the electrical apprenticeship qualification as well. My colleagues from TAFE may also be able to add some more information on that for the afternoon session for your awareness, but generally the majority of people who are working on sites have done an apprenticeship that's at Certificate 3 level, and then their employers may be, for instance, encouraging them to do a Certificate 4, or they may be doing that individually, but they don't necessarily need that to work on the building site and be licensed.
But I've been very excited to see the investment that the government's putting into
Minister, I just had a follow-up
electrotechnology
question on
facilities
that.
in Central West particularly,
Minister,
and
I
the res
have a
areas.
follow-up on that. At how many places is that Cert 4 available?
To take that on notice in terms of the provision that we have through Smart and Skill.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. In relation to the Smart and Skilled, certainly the data we've been looking at shows that there were 12,500 fewer Smart and Skilled completions in 1 year. How do we explain that drop-off in completions?
Completions figures for New South Wales have actually been fairly consistent, and we're better than the national average in completions overall. So
well, are they, Minister? Because the Smart and Skilled data set shows 107,294 completions in 2022-23. That's almost 107,000. And then in 2025-26, only 66,620 completions. That's a fall of 37.9%.
Quote me your first figure again.
So 2022-23, 107,294 completions in the Smart and Skilled data set. 2025-26, that drops to 66,620.
So
that's a fall of 37.9%.
You're comparing to a year where we had a huge number of government COVID-funded short courses. Now, whether or not that's in that data. So 2022 is just not a good comparison year. If you take it back to 2019, but let's have a look at what happened between...
Okay, I'm happy to
let's have a look between 2011 and 2023. So under the Liberals and Nationals government, completions decreased by 39%, commencements increased by 52%.
Sorry, which year are you talking about now, Minister?
Under your 2011 to 2023 period. Students in training decreased 24%.
You'll have to give me time to read. Can you give me a copy of those figures, Minister? Because I don't have those available.
We can provide. They'll be
Thank
in
you.
That'll be in the.
It'll be on NCVR website, I'm sure.
No, yes, it's
I
also
can spend my
going to
life
be.
on that
It's
website.
also going to be on Hansard because I've just said it. So the figures that we're seeing at the moment is I'll bring you back to what I mentioned to you before. I mean, the New South Wales is higher than the national average in completions. We have an excellent record, particularly on apprenticeships and people who are undertaking apprenticeships. But I recognise that we need to do more on completions, and that's why we've been working with the federal government on a number of initiatives to improve completions. We're looking at the assistance we give to people in their first year to help them to get through, because often it's about it's actually just about often someone to talk to and to get a completion improvement. We're looking at
Minister,
foundation
just
skills.
Pulling that thread out a bit more, because I think it's something very important that we should talk about. Are you aware of groups, for example, like Tradies Insight and the work that they do with first-year apprentices?
I'm aware of there's a number of groups out there who assist first-year apprentices. So there's some group
And what sort of resourcing do you make available to groups like that to support first-year apprentices?
I'd have to refer that specific group across, but obviously
if you could,
through,
thank you. If you could
to
take
the
that on
department,
notice.
to the department. But
Yep.
First of all, we've got a number of programs which we're working with the Commonwealth on improving completions and and that's something which is very important. So right down to simple things like we made a major increase to the travel assistance for country apprentices travelling to their training, because that was a barrier which people were coming across all the time. We are assisting with working to give more support. We do have a strong focus on student mental health. That is something which is quite important as well. So we're hearing strongly that we need to be talking to people who are going through apprenticeships about their mental health, and there is actually quite a number of groups who are out there who are working with those.
Minister, I'm
Tradies
just now
Insight. Tradies
Yes.
Insight has I've just got some information on it
Yes.
for you. A long-standing relationship with TAFE New South Wales. They've been delivering wellbeing programs to students in regional New South Wales, including Dubbo, Orange and Lithgow for the last 8 years.
I'm aware of the program. I'm
they-
asking about the support
And
that they actively receive.
I believe, they're on site on our campuses.
Excellent.
They're a not-for-profit. They're supported by local grants and donations, and they actually deliver their services to TAFE at no cost to TAFE.
So how are they funded then to deliver free services to TAFE?
Through grants and donations, and I believe I met tradies on site when I was at Dubbo. Were they the ones? No, I didn't. Okay, no, there was another organisation on
Can
site
I
at
encourage
Dubbo.
you to meet with them when you go
Yeah.
to Dubbo? The work they do is excellent. Can I just take you, Minister, to the figures for completions, for commencements, 2022, 23, 24, 25. 23 figures show a 29.1% drop-off from 2022, but that drop-off continues. In 2024, it drops a further 10% from 46,000 down to 41,000, and in 2025, commencements drop again a further 5% to 39,000. So how do you explain that commencement's falling off a cliff?
2020. Well, I wouldn't describe it as that. 2022, as I mentioned to you, we saw a massive COVID stimulus injection. So a lot of that was in short courses for COVID. Interestingly, the previous government didn't even make sure that people were only enrolling in one course. You could enrol in multiple courses. You could drop out of them. So we saw more than 2/3 drop out of the courses they were in. There is a number of what we've done is focused back onto some of the more full qualifications. So we've seen that drop off in a number of short courses and some micro courses, which 2022-23 federal government and state government funding was funding fee-free across just everything. We've targeted the more limited fee-free federal money now down onto the courses that are on our skills shortage list, and that influences people's take-up. We've also seen quite significant changes in the COVID era. There was much greater levels of assistance being provided for employer incentives to actually get people going, and that was from the federal government. Those have come back. Obviously, they had to come back because in the last 4 years of coalition government, the deficits were, I think, $260 billion in total or something like that. So, obviously that had to come back. And that has meant that there was a big change from those COVID-era enrolments. But encouragingly, we've seen very strong enrolments in, or consistent levels of enrolments in some of our core skill areas, with a big 16% increase in the December quarter in apprenticeship commencements. And I think that shows us that we're focusing on the right areas of workforce shortage for New South Wales.
Ms. Mahalik.
Oh, great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologise. Had a lifeless car this morning, so dead batteries, had to deal with that. But anyhow, can I just start, Minister, just thank you very much, if I can, just to thank you and Ms Reid and Ms Disda and Mr Gamer for facilitating that tour of Bankstown TAFE that we undertook in July. It was actually, I was delighted that I did get a chance to have a look at it, so I do thank you very much for that, if I could just start with that. Couple of questions, as always I'm going to ask a little bit about Bankstown TAFE, but I just want to get on record when the fit-out started, and I understand, if you can confirm, the fit-out was $40 million for Bankstown TAFE, is that right, Minister?
We had a budget, an overall budget, and a component of that was the fit-out. I'll just ask Ms Reid to confirm the actual
just to
fit-out.
clarify
That was the
exact
budget,
amount.
Yeah, that was the budget. You're right. Yes.
Okay, so that was the...
The actual spend on fit-out was 36.5 million.
Okay, 36.5, great. And if I can just ask, if I can get it on record, was it an actual empty shell, the facility itself, when this fit-out started? So
I believe so.
Yeah, so there was, lifts and some of the floors had carpets, but most of them, several of them didn't. And yeah, so they're just a big empty.
And as far as you know, Minister or Ms Reid, prefer Ms Reid to answer it, it hadn't been used at all since the building was
It's
built,
probably
I
a
guess.
question for Western Sydney University.
No
It's-
one
I
had
mean,
used it, as far as you know, prior to...
Not that I'm aware of.
we
but
got
that
it
would
Those
be-
8 floors, the
We
specific
got it
8
as a
floors.
vacant space.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, you got it as a vacant space, right, so there wasn't a leasee previously there. Okay. The lease commenced on the 1st of January, I think, 2026, and it's a 3 + 1 + 1 year arrangement. Has TAFE New South Wales already made any decision about exercising either of those options?
No, not at this stage.
When will that decision be made, Minister?
We're still in the first year or second year?
First year.
Year of the lease, so I would expect that to be made, well and truly in enough time. Personally, I would expect us to use that full period, but I don't want to make a decision for the Managing Director. It's a TAFE's decision.
Okay. And, Minister, where's the business case for a permanent Bankstown TAFE currently up to?
We're not at the stage yet of determining what the future beyond that lease at Bankstown is.
No, the business case itself. I think I've previously asked about that. Ms Reid, do you want to comment on that? Because I think you did previously indicate to me that you had started the business case.
Yeah, and we're still underway with that. Obviously, we have some time, given the 3 + 1 + 1 arrangement, to make sure that we can assess all the options and give a business case that's full in that exploration, and then obviously a matter for government when they would consider that business case.
Okay, so I think on the last occasion that we met budget estimates, I think you indicated that you had certainly started this business case.
Yep.
When do you expect to complete it?
I might need to take that away. I don't have a firm date on that.
Okay, and at this stage, Minister, you haven't received a briefing on this business case, is that correct?
No, it's not. Look, given that we're in the first year of what could be a 5-year lease, it's not a priority that I'm asking TAFE for at the moment.
Okay. Minister, do you know of any sites that might have been identified for a permanent Bankstown TAFE once this current lease arrangement ends?
I think it's premature for me to be talking about the longer term arrangements. We haven't actually worked through those options, but obviously I think that the current site in the tower is fabulous, and the feedback that we're getting from the staff and students is really positive, as you would have heard when we were in there. So
Yes.
at the moment, I'm not at this stage seeing that I need to prioritise working through those long-term arrangements yet.
Sorry, with that, Minister, does that mean that the permanent sort of standalone Bankstown TAFE, which I think was the government's intention originally, and it was certainly indicated that was the case, is that now possibly no longer the position of the government, that you might actually just remain in the leased premises?
It's premature at the moment for me to actually talk about the longer-term arrangements, because we haven't considered those issues yet.
All right. Well, I think you previously did state that there would be a permanent standalone Bankstown TAFE. What certainly was the previous government's, certainly was your intention, and I think, Ms Reid, you've certainly indicated that was the purpose of why you started the business case, was to look for a permanent site in Bankstown. Can I ask, if you, Minister, you can direct Ms Reid, but have you actually... I understood from the last time we were at budget estimates that there was already some sites being considered for a permanent standalone Bankstown TAFE. Am I wrong to have that view?
No, there is not other sites being considered. Obviously, in one of the original sessions when I became Minister, we talked about the space that is still available on the hospital site as being potential, but it's too early. Now that we've moved into this, into the tower, it's a really fabulous facility and really providing great educational opportunities, and it's premature for us to be actually going forward. So the business case...
So you haven't ruled out going back into the hospital site?
No,
or
I haven't ruled out options for the longer term, but it's not a decision that is on the table for the moment.
I think normally the rules sort of governing the production of business cases would mean that we would need to canvass all sort of reasonable options for consideration. So, yeah, we should expect that to touch on all the elements that you've talked about here.
Okay. Has the university itself had spoken with you, Minister, or perhaps Ms Reid, about whether have they asked you whether you're taking up these options or considering a longer term stay there?
About the specific single-year extensions, no,
Yes.
not that I'm aware of. I mean, they've obviously expressed their enthusiasm for having TAFE in
Of
the
course,
building in terms of...
done a beautiful fit out there.
Oh, yeah, and
paying rent.
great facility. And also, but really importantly, because we're working with Bankstown TAFE on trying to make... on recognition and trying to build the links for pathways for people between university and TAFE, and that's something which being co-located like that really helps with. So I think there's some really nice positive benefits for the students in having that co-location at the moment. And when I talk to the university, that's where they focus. They don't come into me and saying, hey, we like your rent, we want to keep going. They're talking to me about educational outcomes and pathways, which is great.
Minister, when the university does speak to you about these pathways, have they discussed with you their commercial interests or current arrangements? And I think I've asked you this a number of times.
You mean in terms of the Bankstown Tower?
Yes, Bankstown
No.
Tower specifically.
No, the only time I would discuss with the university their property and things is when it comes into the legislation where I have to approve some things based on property being gifted or given at a cheaper rate to a university, but Bankstown Tower isn't one of those properties.
Okay. Minister, distinguished Professor George Williams has declined an invitation from this committee to attend budget estimates. In the last 3 budget estimates and in multiple questions or notice, I've asked you whether Western Sydney University has provided you with a register of their commercial interests or activities under Section 32C and 32D of the Western Sydney University Act. Has that happened? Has there been any update to that? Have they provided you with any of their commercial arrangements of the Bankstown Tower?
For the Bankstown Tower,
I'm only asking specifically about Bankstown Tower.
No, not for the Bankstown Tower, and I haven't asked them questions about their commercial. I know that you've referred previously to agreements with the council.
Yes.
That's something which is up to the university to make decisions on. We're a tenant in their tower, and that's where our interest starts and finishes.
And Minister, has the government or TAFE New South Wales received any correspondence or representations from Canterbury and Bankstown Council raising concerns about the potential breach of Western Sydney University's peppercorn lease arrangement?
I have not personally seen any correspondence pass my desk, but I'll ask TAFE if
I'm
they
not
have
aware
seen
of any to TAFE.
And the department? No,
Okay.
no.
Have you had any correspondence from any individual council as well? So not just the body Canterbury Bankstown Council, but
any individual councillors? Not that has come across my desk. No.
Okay. Might leave that for now.
Thank you. Minister, coming back to this issue in relation to complaints made against Mr. Brady, in particular by Dr. Margot McNeil, you are aware of those complaints?
I'm aware of a number of issues around Dr. McNeil and her employment at TAFE, but they're operational issues, so for the detail of them I'd be referring those to TAFE.
Okay, but you're personally aware that she had made complaints about
No, I wasn't aware
Steve
that
Brady?
I was not personally aware that she had made complaints about Mr. Brady, no. I'm aware of other issues around, obviously well publicised issues around. But I'm going to ask TAFE if it can deal specifically with complaints that may have been made along those lines.
I guess my main concern here is looking at this. There were 3 complaints made by Dr. McNeil against Mr. Brady. 5 days after the final one of those, she found herself being subject to an investigation at which Mr. Brady himself informed her at a meeting of those. Just from a sniff test, that seems very odd. Can you explain how that could happen?
I will ask Ms. Reid to start on that, perhaps, or Ms. Tickle.
We'd have to ask you to table the complaints. So when staff make complaints, our policy says that if you have a complaint, that it should be dealt with your line manager in the first instance. So talk to them about the complaint. We then ask employees to seek support from their business partners. They can talk to our alternate dispute resolution team if they think that that's useful.
We're talking about public interest disclosures, though, here.
Okay, if you're talking about public interest disclosures,
You know,
if someone...
Sorry, with respect, you know that's what I'm talking about, because these are the 3 complaints that Dr. McNeil made in relation to Mr. Brady. So how do you... I don't understand. If I was in a position like Dr. McNeil was in, I raised concerns about the recruitment practices and other issues to do with the managing director as a public interest disclosure. 5 days after that, I turn up at a meeting where that person then gives me, notice of that I'm under investigation and doesn't even tell me what the complaints are at that point. How doesn't that strike you as odd? Doesn't you know that this happened? So I guess how? Like, is that standard practice for
Ms.
TAFE?
Boyd, I would remind you of the PID categories. So a PID is really under the PID Act. There's only a number of categories that falls under. If someone raises a PID, it is directed straight to our integrity unit, and it goes through that process. So
who decides if it's a PID?
So it happens in a number of ways. So if it's purported as a PID, so someone reports it as a PID, it's treated as a PID and is assessed. So if someone says, I am making a PID, it's reported that way from that person, and it's treated as a PID until it's assessed. And we go through an assessment process, which is under the PID Act, to determine if it is in fact a PID. But PIDs are regarding corrupt conduct, serious maladministration, it's government information contravention, privacy contravention, or serious and substantial waste of public money. Those are the categories that would apply to TAFE.
Were these complaints made to you?
I always direct people to the complaint portal if staff make complaints to me.
Were these complaints notified to you?
I don't know that we could go specifically. I don't know that we could deal specifically.
It's a very simple question, though, and it's been in the public domain. Were these
it's the first I've heard of
really?
Of complaints of this nature. It's not something that I have had raised with me at all.
Did you approve the statement made by TAFE on May 2026 in relation to this matter?
All the matters relating to employees of TAFE are operational matters for TAFE. That minister does not involve in.
So you have no oversight of something that important and that has been the subject of, inquiries with the ACT, Parliament.
It's an operational matter for TAFE, and it's not. I don't actually think that it's appropriate to ventilate some of the.
I don't think it's appropriate to have somebody sacked and then do what has been done to this particular person.
This is a complex case which has been going through quite a lot of processes, and I have not. It is an operational matter for TAFE.
Or does TAFE want to explain how they could do this to a person?
I don't think that this is. Well, certainly, this is not a full picture as which is here. So.
Governments have refrained from taking a point of order today. I do wonder whether or not we are straying into aspects where we are discussing matters that might impinge on a third person's reputation, and given budget estimates can't be heard in camera. The procedural fairness resolution particularly states that matters that might impact on a person in a reputational way shouldn't be raised in budget estimates just by virtue of the fact that we can't go into a camera session.
Yeah, just to the point of order, I agree. I can refrain from talking about the previous managing director, and perhaps we can just refer to what we know about Dr. McNeil and the way that she has been treated then. So is it correct that TAFE New South Wales issued a confidentiality direction to Ms. McNeil Dr. McNeil in relation to the complaints against her?
Yes, that is correct. So as Ms. Tickle was referring to earlier, the function of the Public Interest Disclosure Act heavily emphasises confidentiality with a view to protecting the identity of those who might have raised those complaints, and in particular avoiding any kind of reprisal action against them. So
okay, so
yes.
TAFE New South Wales issued a written direction on the 15th October 2024 directing Dr McNeil not to disclose the investigation into her. On the 6th of February 2025, TAFE's lawyers warned that a breach could result in termination. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Right. On the 5th of May 2026, TAFE New South Wales told the media it had at no point specifically directed Dr McNeil not to disclose the existence of investigation. How do those two things marry up?
I think the piece missing in the last one is that Dr McNeil was not directed not to disclose the investigation with the Canberra Institute of Technology. So in the context of the PID Act, there's a range of conditions under which they kind of overrule those provisions of confidentiality, and then those who are the subject of an investigation could also seek leeway to disclose the investigation to someone else, and in fact TAFE proactively gave that permission to Dr McNeil.
But not until the 16th of June 2025, when TAFE New South Wales gave Dr McNeil limited permission to disclose. Clearly a direction had been given not to disclose if then you needed to provide an exemption for that. So
as
how
I
can
said,
you blame Dr McNeil for
the broad
abiding
discussion
by that?
in October doesn't relate to her undergoing the process with Canberra Institute of Technology for recruitment. It is broad, and it is encompassing of the investigation at the beginning of it, and then obviously the permission for disclosure that you refer to later is in response to queries from Canberra Institute of Technology.
But a moment ago you said that she was allowed to speak with CIT or to tell them about the investigation.
We proactively gave Dr.
gave
McNeil
permission.
that permission
Right,
for her
which
to do
means
that, and we needed to.
Prior to that, she didn't have permission.
So at any point during the process, Dr. McNeil can seek permission to do so, and did not. She was encouraged to be fulsome with Canberra Institute of Technology, and as I said, in the PID Act, there are a range of conditions under which a disclosure might need to be made. So there's a lot in the Act about regulatory requirements and other things that would override that confidentiality. So Dr. McNeil didn't seek permission to disclose to Canberra Institute of Technology, but when they sought information from us, we gave her that release proactively as a way of ensuring that she was able to be fulsome with them.
Because she hadn't previously been able to?
Yes, because you need to seek permission or some agreement on that, because the provisions of confidentiality are
So
broad.
she was supposed to know that having been given a direction and being told by lawyers and threatened on the 6th of February 2025 saying, a breach could result in termination, blah, blah, she had got that very clear understanding she wasn't supposed to disclose. She was supposed to somehow know that if she then applied for a limited permission to disclose, you would have given it to her, and the fact that she hadn't done that previous is somehow a fault of hers?
I think public service senior executives, broadly speaking, are expected to understand the provisions of the Act, and so there would be circumstances where you would be stuck in a position where, for example, you needed to make a disclosure to a regulatory body and you felt bound by the provisions. You would need to resolve those somehow, and I would have thought that to seek permission from those who were instructing you on the confidentiality would be the way to do that.
I'll go back to the opposition.
Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you very much, Minister. If I could start with the budget papers here, and I look at the TAFE Commission and capital expenditure, which is reported to fall from 346 to 233.2, which is nearly a 1/3 budget cut. Minister, what exactly has been removed from the capital program for TAFE?
It's an odd question because obviously you'd be well aware capital projects complete. And so the base, one of the things which was clear when we came to government was that unfortunately the previous government had left the TAFE budget on an annual basis which fell off a cliff every year. So the recurrent budget for TAFE has increased 23%, or $463 million from the opposition's last budget, and the recurrent budget at that higher level is what's providing the key component of TAFE, which are its teachers and staff. And there's been a 16% increase in the total budget from the opposition's last budget. Obviously, the capital component is influenced by things like completing the Bankstown TAFE upgrade. So that was a major project. But the underlying capital budget continues with the amazing work that we've been doing to overcome the neglect of TAFE infrastructure by the Coalition. So we've actually undertaken more than 1,000 TAFE upgrades, minor works, since we came to government.
Minister, I'm looking at the cut on capital expenditure.
Capital expenditure changes year on year depending on what projects you have in office. So, in any portfolio, if you've completed a major capital project, you'd expect that the capital funding is going to change in the following year. It's just logical.
So, Minister, in terms of TAFE capital projects, what projects have been delayed, deferred, cancelled or re-scoped under this budget cut, with 1/3 of the budget being cut?
Well, let's be very clear that there's no budget cut because a major project finished. So,
or a reduction.
I understand. Look, I understand that the opposition.
It's a 32.2% change.
The opposition had a they loved building occasional, loved buildings, but the key thing to deliver a service is the people in the buildings. And we put the people in the buildings. So we're increasing the staff at TAFE to make sure that we actually get people in the buildings delivering services. So we completed a project, which was Bankstown. The capital budget for the following year reflects the conclusion of that project, but the continuation of our work to upgrade our TAFEs. So when we came to government, a large number of our TAFEs didn't have working Wi-Fi. They had Wi-Fi that was put in when Labor was last in government. We had holes in roofs. We had Maruya Hospital, and the TAFE next door's nursing facilities were so dilapidated that they didn't have any accreditation to deliver. So we built new nursing facilities there. We've got TAFE electrotechnology
Minister,
at Nowra.
it's a lovely list, and I commend you on this.
So the answer to your question
you're
is
very well read and prepared on the list.
The answer to your question about
but we're cutting this budget, that we're just listing that how great what we've been able to provide.
Order.
But it's a 1/3 budget cut.
Order. I think I'm going to predict the point of order. It was a very long answer, but then it was a lot of speaking over each other. So a bit more decorum.
So I want to be absolutely clear. It's not you can't portray a capital budget where a major project finishes as a cut in funding because the project's finished. What do you want to do? Keep spending money on projects that are finished?
Minister, can I ask
you a question
about the maintenance of your capital investment? How many categories of maintenance requests are available at TAFE? So somebody sees
in terms
maintenance
of the
need?
administration of how we register maintenance up.
Request, yeah. So
requests.
Somebody
how many
sees
categories?
A leaking tap.
Yep, sure.
So how many categories of maintenance requests are
that's
there?
An interesting question that I've never considered. I'll ask TAFE to answer that about questions of categories.
Thank you. I'm not sure that I have a definitive list of the categories someone could select when
So
they were
would
logging.
Category 1 be a life-saving thing that must be attended to immediately? Category 2 is important but not essential? Category 3 is desirable? Category 4 is cosmetic? That type of thing?
That would be how we might assess those requests. I'm not sure that they exist as categories for, say I'm in a classroom and I see a thing that I'd like to log. I'm not sure they exist as categories.
Okay,
per se.
So we've been informed that the only maintenance requests that are being addressed in the TAFE system at the moment are ones assessed as Category 1, life, like threatened to life, and every other maintenance request is being shelved because there is an insufficient maintenance budget.
So the way that we need to look at that is by that sort of triage process. So particularly early in the year, we do need to review and prioritise requests across a range of campuses and a range of things. So we have staff identified works, and they are looked at from the view of safety, business impact, accessibility, sustainability and end-of-life assets, as well as thinking about where they might have an intersection with an upcoming project, so better to do all the work at once.
But it sounds to me
and
that
then-
you're agreeing with the information we've received, that the
No.
only maintenance requests being
No, I'm
addressed at
saying
the
that
moment are incredibly
No, I'm
urgent.
not. I'm saying that you would then need to, you would do category 1 first. You would think about those first and prioritise those. But that doesn't mean that there isn't additional funding. So there are strategic asset management requests, and there are also asset renewal program requests. So things like roof replacements, for example, that continue to occur across the state. They are proactive management, because obviously what you don't want is for a roof to start leaking and then cause
Well, how
additional...
long does somebody in TAFE wait for something that is down the list?
Look, I think
I
you
don't-
need to,
yeah,
if
I
you
don't-
provide some specific
Yeah.
examples.
Okay, how long for a new light
No,
bulb?
if
How
you-
long for a
if you-
leaking tap to get fixed?
Well, why don't you, if you've got some specific examples of
how long would it
maintenance that
take
you
if I log a
feel-
request today for a leaking tap to be fixed? How long would it take for that to be done?
I would need to take that away and
look,
have a
I just
If
think
you could on notice,
I think we're
that'd be
dealing
great.
with
Thank you.
hypotheticals. There's been 1,000 upgrades, major and minor works, since we came to government.
And we've had
And,
close to 1,000
and
calls
obviously
from people
things that are-
complaining about
things
the
that are-
physical
I beg your pardon.
circumstances of TAFE.
Okay, order. We all know what the point of order is, I think.
Earlier this morning, you did make a request of the Honourable Susan Carter that she might allow the Minister to finish a sentence, and I asked that maybe we refer to that decision and allow the Minister to finish his sentence.
Yes, I uphold the point of order. I allow a lot of latitude,
Thank
but
you.
poor Hansard.
Thank you. And obviously, if something's a workplace health and safety issue, it's going to have a very high priority. But I don't think that's reasonable to just throw hypotheticals and wild claims. If you have specific examples, if you've got a list of things people have raised with you, provide them to us and I'll address them.
Minister, with respect, I don't know it's the opposition's role to be providing TAFE with a list of maintenance that has to be addressed.
You've just made a statement before that you've been getting phone calls about specific things and they haven't been referred to my office, so that doesn't seem to be a very poor job of representation.
Minister, in light of the budget changes where we've established a 1/3 reduction in capital expenditure, Minister, can you give a guarantee today that no existing TAFE campuses will close, be sold, be relocated, or have its core teaching capacity reduced over the next 3 years?
First of all, we've dealt with the issue of your claim that there's been a cut in capital funding, and now, which is quite ridiculous. For the opposition suggesting that when a major capital works project's finished, that you should keep spending money on it. It's just crazy. You need to actually program your maintenance budget and upgrade budget based on appropriate planning of the work that needs to be done in TAFE, and that's what we're doing. We've got, I think, 1,700 buildings in TAFE, and we've gone through and done a strategic work on the asset across the state, where we need to invest, the work that's being done, the needs in communities. And so we will continue to do what we do. We've got over 150 campuses across the state, and we will continue to provide the TAFE services to those communities. And we're seeing increasing access to those TAFE services. We've seen a 7% increase in the number of TAFE teachers since we came to government, a 10% increase in FTE actually overall. So 392 additional TAFE teachers since we came to government, and 92% of them are now in permanent roles as opposed to 50% of them when you were in government.
I'm not speaking on
So it's actually the
teaching.
teachers that offer the services. It's the teachers that offer the services.
Minister, can you rule out the closure, sale, relocation, consolidation or reduction of any existing TAFE campuses?
Do you want to specify whether they're TAFE campuses which are sitting vacant because the previous government closed them, or TAFE campuses which actually have courses being delivered in
I
them?
can give you examples of such
Go ahead.
campuses in terms of Ryde, Wetherill Park, Baulkham Hills, Sutherland. There's budget uncertainty.
Well, no,
Students
there's
are
not.
concerned. How will we be hit next?
Well, no, they're not.
Can you give a reassurance today?
And I want to be really clear about, you just mentioned some campuses. If students, if someone has a particular question, they really should ask me about it, because we have a very strong process.
That's today's forum. We're here to ask the questions.
Wetherill Park, for example, which is where we established a manufacturing centre of excellence, fabulous facility, and really boosting and fitting in well with the amazing industrial capacity of that area of Western Sydney. So Wetherill Park is actually a shining example of the work this government's doing to get us ready
so
for
we've got reassurance on
Wetherill
Wetherill Park, but other campuses in New South Wales,
Well,
in light of the budget changes, the cuts, the adjustments.
The other ones you mentioned, give them to me again.
Ryde, Baulkham Hills, Sutherland.
Ryde is a fabulous campus. There's no changes going on there. Baulkham Hills, there's no changes going on there that I'm aware of. We deliver courses in these areas depending on demand, and this government invests in TAFE. So, we're delivering a TAFE which is providing more services. New South Wales, we've taken TAFE out of the contestable market to give it its rightful place at the heart of the system, and we'll continue to do that.
Minister, what's happening at Gosford TAFE?
Gosford TAFE is, you might have seen that we actually released a plan for Central Coast TAFEs. We're utilising, we're doing a series of upgrades across all 3 campuses at Gosford. So here's a bit of a picture of some of the great new facilities that we're doing on the Central Coast. We're utilising, as you'd be aware, Newcastle University has moved out of a large amount of space at Ourimbah, and we are utilising some of that space to expand courses.
And have you listed Gosford TAFE as surplus land that can be sold?
No, that's not on the list of surplus land, government land. We are making some changes at Gosford TAFE on the Central Coast overall. We have a really positive strategy which has been welcomed there to make sure that we're delivering the services where we need them. So we've got Gosford Proposed Works, which here's another nice picture where a nursing and health hub, because there's a great hospital there.
Just with respect to the
supports.
Ourimbah location, what's the public transport like to that Ourimbah location?
My understanding is that it's a very popular location, Ourimbah. And
what's the public transport like?
Well, I haven't taken it myself, but I believe there is bus services
there's
in
buses
the area.
and there's a train.
There's no train in
near
Ourimbah that would be walking distance to that campus.
I think it's about 15 minutes.
So what we've been doing is with Ourimbah, Wyong and Gosford is locating things in their appropriate places for the community. It's very strong support for Ourimbah, and particularly for some of the facilities there, so much so that we've actually got Aspect School, which has moved into space there at Ourimbah as well, and providing a wonderful service, and I think really excited about the area that they're in there. We're going to be moving some of the heavy plant training to Wyong, because that's a better location in terms of the footprint of the campus, and that. So we did actually have an announcement with the local members there of the plan for the Central Coast. It's been extremely well received, and the investment of over $33 million, I believe, in the Central Coast campuses is going to produce more modern services for people in the area.
Thank you.
$38.3 million in the 3 campuses across the Central Coast we're investing.
Minister, can you provide any guarantee that no existing New South Wales TAFE campuses will be closed, sold or replaced by a 40-storey high-rise development through a state significant development application approved without genuine community consultation, a published business case or any parliamentary scrutiny? Where does the Minister for TAFE stand on this?
So you're asking me to say... Is there a hypothetical 40-storey development that has no public consultation or scrutiny that's going to go on a TAFE site?
Minister, this is what
bizarre.
The community is
Just
seeing,
bizarre.
and we're looking for reassurance from the Minister for TAFE.
Can I say to you that will there be any TAFE campus where there is a 40-storey tower built with no community consultation? No, there won't be.
Minister, if we could have a look at the New South Wales vet review, and I note that it was June 2024, the New South Wales vet review. One of the findings in the review was the vet review found Smart and Skills failed to deliver improved outcomes, completion rates still below 50%. The recommendation calls for a new needs-based funding model to replace Smart and Skilled. Minister, has the government commenced any independent pricing consideration of the new funding model? Where does the model stand today?
Well, the first thing we did was in the recommendation of the review was to take TAFE out of the contestable market. So we've taken TAFE out of the contestable market, which is a really important thing for particularly small communities where we no longer have to say to them, look, we could cancel your course with 2 days' notice because we haven't got enough enrolments. We can give a bit more certainty about what we're delivering in country communities, and I'm really looking forward to going out to the far west with the Managing Director in a couple of weeks to actually talk a little bit about the work that we're doing in that space. We have done pricing reviews of the smart and skilled pricing for private providers, and I'll ask Mr. Carews to elaborate on that.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, so as part of the 24-25 budget, we made changes, or 25-26 and 24-25 budget, apologies, we made changes to the pricing of some qualifications to recognise increased costs, potentially particularly in relation to construction-based qualifications, to provide independent government-funded providers with more funding and support, and we are undertaking internal work about what the pricing model might look more broadly for independent government-funded providers in New South Wales as well.
Thank you very much. Minister, just if I could take you to another finding of the review relating to the highest number of occupations in critical shortage nationally. New South Wales was found to have the highest number of occupations in critical shortage. It also, the recommendation calls for public-facing apprenticeship and traineeship targets. Minister, what specific completion targets has the government adopted, and how will it measure success in this?
So there's a bit in this. So I'll just come through, first of all, occupations in shortage in New South Wales, and there has actually been a 28% improvement since 2023 with 113 less occupations in shortage. So where 2023 there was 400.
Sorry, Minister, I just missed the opening. You are referring to...
So this is occupations in shortage from Jobs and Skills Australia data. So 28% improvement since 2023. So there is still way too many occupations in shortage, so we are continuing to work on aspects of that.
The highest number nationally New South Wales was found to have.
Occupations in shortage, which reflects the strength of the economy and demand and low unemployment in a lot of respects, of course. But we want to make sure that we are addressing that, and you can see from the figures that I just mentioned that we have been investing in and targeting, and some of the things which we've done is in our skills plan we identified 6 critical skill areas to target our training investment. We've focused the federal government's fee-free funding on areas of skills shortage rather than just throwing it across everything and allowing people to enrol in multiple courses as previously happened. So we've still got a lot of work to go, and I acknowledge that. But one thing which I note is that in the recent, in Business New South Wales' recent survey, which I know the opposition put out a press release on, highlighting 75% of businesses saying they were struggling to find people, and that is a figure which is way too high, but it's down from 93% in 22-23. So I
just
absolutely,
returning to the
don't
to the vet
diminish
review, Minister. What have any target completion rates been set by the government for 2028?
Completion rates, you mean target completion rates for learners or?
For apprenticeships, traineeships.
So I'll ask Mr. Carews to elaborate on this, but obviously we've actually been working with the Commonwealth and with our own initiatives to target better completions.
Yep.
And we've got a number.
Can we have a number? What's the target? What are we hoping to achieve?
Well, we're trying to lift the completions, but also, as I mentioned to you before, we want to focus on whether people have achieved their objective in their learning as well, which is very important. And completions work includes things like I mentioned before, travel assistance, better wraparound support. I'll ask Mr. Carews to talk about completions overall.
Thank you, Minister. So just your question, Ms Murden, we're working through that process at the moment. I would draw the committee's attention to, we discussed with Ms Carter NCVER recently. NCVER, and the Minister went to this earlier, has traditionally reported on a 4-year apprenticeship completion rate and looking at the cohort of people that started in a particular year and then looking at the rate of those that completed 4 years later. They issued some national advice in their recent apprenticeship and traineeship report to say that it is better for every state and territory across the country to start looking at a 6-year completion rate, because those rates are higher and we are seeing increased numbers of people actually flexibly looking at taking time out from apprenticeships for various personal or family or other reasons. And so they've said to us, start looking at that 6-year apprenticeship rate, and we're looking at what that might look like from a target perspective going forward, given that changed advice from the national data holder and data asset, because they feel like it's reached a threshold point where the 6-year completion rate may be the better one to start looking at.
And is there a completion rate that we're working towards for 2028?
We are working through that at the moment off the back of that revised advice from NCVER about the best measure to
and
look
what
at
rates are we looking at? Give us some numbers. What are the targets? How are we going to fix this?
Happy to take it on notice. The Minister did talk before about the kind of broader programs.
Minister, what are you hoping to see when in completion rates?
Order. 1 minute of crossbench time, which I will take. Just coming back to you, Mr. Gore, when we talked about the ways under the Act that you can get permission to disclose, I'm just looking, Section 28, disclosure to MPs and journalists, very strict conditions. Section 7, disclosure required by other laws. Section 2755, disclosure to integrity agencies or authorised bodies. Section 4959, internal disclosure of investigative handling. Where was Dr. O'Neill supposed to look in order to find this section on permission to disclose?
Dr. McNeil, I don't have the PID Act in front of me, so I'd need to take it on notice.
Okay, but you said before that there was that she should have looked at the Act and found the section.
I don't believe I said that, no.
Okay.
Under the PID Act, though, it's very clear that confidentiality is a requirement, and employers need to maintain confidentiality under that Act.
That brings us to government time. Would you like any questions, Dr. Fenn?
Yes, please. Minister, I was wondering if you could please update the committee on the expansion and impact of the Education Pathways program.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I did mention it briefly before, but I think it is really worth highlighting that the Education Pathways program, as we mentioned before, is in about half of our public high schools across New South Wales, and we've expanded it significantly since we came to government. It is producing some really excellent results, with a 30% increase in the schools this is operating in the number of young people taking on school-based apprenticeships and traineeships. And what I find when I go and talk to a lot of the young people and the teachers involved is that they are just getting much clearer pathways into careers. So I've spoken to particularly people who have been able to do nursing training at school, who've then seen a pathway to actually earn while they learn and go to university. People who are getting their first year off, essentially their training. Met at the Education Department yesterday. There was a number of young people from one of the high schools that was there, who were building a timber frame for a house, and that would take a year. So the work they were doing there would be credit to counting forward. So that was terrific. And just last week, I was really excited to announce that $11.6 million investment to expand the Education Pathways program. That'll help us to service an additional 7,500 students starting term 1 next year. It means that we're in the Central West going to be able to bring in all the Central West schools around Dubbo and Narromine and a range of those areas and some of the central schools, and help to address some of the workforce needs for the res in the area. Because one of the clear things that I think that the Minns government wants to do is to make sure that as those res developments occur, it isn't just a fly in, fly out workforce, that we're actually getting local people, local skills, permanent jobs in the region able to stay. And so these programs, this program is very much a core part of that. We're also expanding this into some more southwest Sydney's schools and down in the south of the state as well. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the work that we're able to do in those areas. I've met some amazing teachers as I've gone around and talked to people who work in those schools in making the links. And the feedback that we get from the principals in the schools is they absolutely love this program, and that the careers advisors also really appreciate having that extra assistance to make the links with industry. So it's very much a pathways program that builds on the work that Deputy Premier Prue Carr has done to ensure that students can undertake more vocational training while they're at school and count that towards their ATAR, which has seen us with a huge boost in the number of students undertaking vocational programs in our high schools. So really pleased so far with that success.
Thanks very much, Minister, for that update.
Thank you. That now brings us to morning tea time. We will be back at 11:15. Thank you. Okay. Coming back again to TAFE and this issue around disclosure by Dr. McNeil. Ms. Tickle, you said just in relation to the whether she could have actually disclosed. I understand that she did seek permission to disclose during the recruitment process, and that was denied. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that. No.
I'm not aware of that?
No.
Okay. The Industrial Relations Commission in March 2026 made a decision, and in it, so this is, sorry, I'm looking at McNeil and TAFE Commission Senior Executive Staff Agency on behalf of Government of New South Wales. So this was the New South Wales Industrial Relations Commission orders made on the 13th March 2026. In paragraph 58, the Commissioner Howell said, so looking here at the way in which Dr. McNeil's personnel file had been changed from, I believe, the person who ceased to be an employee was then changed to express to be a termination. And in paragraph 58, the Commissioner said, Rule 41 may require a record to be kept of the proceedings and action taken in respect of an allegation of misconduct and to keep appropriate findings of misconduct on a personnel file, but it does not permit the respondent to rewrite history. Then goes on to say, I would strongly urge the respondent, being TAFE, to reconsider how it refers to the cessation of the applicant's employment in its internal records, including the applicant's personnel file. Has that now been corrected?
So we accept the decision of Commissioner Howell and his findings, and our internal records reflect the employment status in line with that description.
So it has been changed back?
I don't believe it was changed. I believe it did already.
Yep.
Yep.
Sorry, can you explain that?
I think the Commissioner was referring to the letter that was sent to Dr. McNeil rather than the internal file, but we can certainly take that on notice.
Records?
We can certainly take that on notice, but we're confident our internal records reflect the requirements of the Act, but also the Commissioner's findings.
So in paragraph 56, it refers to the letter of termination concludes by saying, quote, in accordance with section 695 of the Act and Rule 41 of the Government Sector Employment General Rules 2014, your resignation will now be reflected in TAFE New South Wales' records as a termination by TAFE New South Wales of your employment due to substantiated findings of misconduct, end quote. So you're saying that's not what happened in terms of what was actually recorded in TAFE's records?
I'm saying we accept the decision, and we've our records reflect the circumstance that he outlined.
So it was changed back after this?
Let's take on notice that it's obviously someone's internal records file, so...
okay, thank you. Sorry, Minister, did you...
No, I was going to make that point. This is about a person's personal records.
Yep.
And I think we should take it on notice and
yep, we'll see what we can provide.
come back.
Okay. Just coming back to the complaints that were raised by Dr. McNeil, were they recorded and passed to a disclosure office or not?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sorry, there were 3 complaints raised by Dr. McNeil in relation to the prior managing director in August 23, August 24 and 10th of October 2024. Were each of those concerns that were raised with you, Ms. Tickle, recorded? Did you pass any of them to a disclosure office? Or did you do any actions in relation to those?
I can't really comment about employees' personal circumstances or complaints personal complaints. But in general, if someone
personal complaints or misconduct complaints?
I can't comment on anyone's their employment matters, and employment matters are confidential, and I need to retain that confidentiality. And protect the confidentiality of people that make complaints and people that the complaints are about. But what I can say is if anyone raises complaints, they are directed to our complaint policy. And that is very clear on what people do with complaints. So if people raise to me or anyone else a complaint, we direct them to the staff complaint policy and they go through that process.
Is it your recollection that the prior managing director was looking for a way to exit Dr. McNeil from the organisation?
I don't think that's an appropriate question on this case. And can I make it very clear, because there's comments about the former managing director here, that my decision on Mr. Brady's employment had nothing to do with any of these matters. It was about a difference in direction of TAFE, and I want to be very clear that it wasn't a reflection on his performance. It was about us taking TAFE in a different direction, and I think that some of the questioning today could be seen as reflecting on him, and I don't want that to happen.
I appreciate that, but I'm only talking about things that are already in the public realm. I guess for you, Minister, I mean, the concern here is that there appears to have been, or at least this is my assertion and others, that there has been a weaponisation of the complaints process in order to exit.
I don't think it's appropriate to be talking about these matters around complaints around individuals in a public forum.
So
I just don't think it's appropriate to be discussing that, and so if there is questions, I'm happy for TAFE to consider taking questions on notice around some of these issues, but not to be ventilating issues around people's personal.
So can I ask you then, Minister, how do we as a parliament get comfortable that there is proper, accountability and complaints mechanisms and everything else within an organisation that you oversee?
We're very happy to talk in general about the process of complaints handling and how that's done fairly and equitably, and take on notice issues around people's individual and come back and potentially in a more private.
We could also talk about the process of public interest disclosures at a whole of government level, and also the interaction of our processes with people like the ICAC, if that's
sure.
of
It's not
assistance.
unusual, though, for a parliamentary committee to ask questions about senior executives, and it's not unusual for a parliamentary committee to look at media reports and ask questions about what is happening with taxpayer money within an agency as large as TAFE New South Wales. So how else do we exercise our accountability function?
In this case, we're getting a single side of this, and I don't believe that's equitable to the people involved.
How much money have you spent defending the actions that you took in relation to Dr. McNeil so far?
I might take that on notice just to make sure we can give you accurate figures.
Okay. Have you briefed, Ms Reid, have you briefed the Minister in relation to this matter and all of the actions that have been taken in relation to it?
The Minister's been aware of it, but not kind of...
I've been verbally updated, but it is an operational matter for TAFE.
And Minister, are you personally comfortable that everything has been done in accordance with what you would expect when it comes to complaints and complaints mechanisms within TAFE?
Yes, I am, and I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that the matters involving the person that you're talking about haven't been handled appropriately, and that includes the matters which led to investigations around the individual. So that is not. There is. there is a number of timings on this. I don't think that it's appropriate for this committee to go into it, but I'm happy to organise in a confidential forum for us to consider some of the, so that you may have a fuller idea of what's gone on.
Do you recognise that there have been actions taken by TAFE New South Wales that have materially impacted on a person's reputation and career, that when you look back at it in hindsight, it was perhaps, you know, an unfair result of complaints mechanisms within TAFE?
I don't see that as a fair characterisation, given that if you want all complaints by all staff to be considered seriously, they have to be. And this is not a one-sided situation. And I just don't think it's appropriate to go further into, for TAFE to go further into details of personal matters and complaints.
I'll go to Ms Mihalik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, just back on the questions previously in relation to the land audit for the purposes of building housing in New South Wales. Obviously, there was some article, and I'm sure you're aware of it, that suggested, I think it's called The Secret Analysis Reveals 1.4 billion in public land facing potential sale, a Max Madison article on the 9th of August.
Is that the Sydney Morning Herald?
Yes, Sydney Morning Herald, yes. And in there, it has some documents from Landcom, I believe, and it lists 14 TAFE sites as something that Landcom assessed. It looks like Landcom assessed it, and they've given up some data in there in relation to what yield they think each particular site of the 14 TAFE sites that were identified clearly by, I assume, TAFE New South Wales. Can I just confirm, did TAFE New South Wales Minister identify 14 sites with Landcom as potential?
Well, we participated in, as you know, the government undertook a process of a land audit across all portfolios to identify potential sites for housing development, so sites which weren't needed or to be utilised. I'm happy if you want to ask specific questions about any of those ones that were mentioned in the Herald, but for the general process, can I ask the Managing Director to...
Yeah, so if I can just assist, the process is one that's sort of ongoing. So there was the original kind of land audit process, and then there is a set of steps which is actually run by Property and Development New South Wales, so Landcom would be involved at some point during that process, but it's not run by them, is my understanding. And so Property Development New South Wales...
It says it's a source from Landcom, is what I'm suggesting.
I understand,
and look, I appreciate this is a Herald source,
and
but
so,
I'm just...
And so that process seeks to understand where there could be applicable land for use by government. And for example... any transfer between government agencies still goes into that process, and it allows government agencies to say, I have a need for a site somewhere. Examples that would come to mind would be that it would go to government first, and then after that it's assessed as to whether it's suitable for housing or not. So that's broadly the process.
Right, okay, so of the 14 sites that are sourced in this article, I'll just refer to two of them, one being Bankstown and Cogra.
Yep.
Minister, are you aware of any discussions about either of those two sites, Cogra or Bankstown, being utilised potentially for housing?
No, the Bankstown reference in that was actually to the land we transferred to the
hospital.
For the hospital.
Yeah. So it's any process.
But in the process they looked at what housing could happen on that site, didn't they?
All transfers go through this process. So that's not been identified. It's been identified for the hospital, and so that's not. There's no housing being considered on that site.
Okay, but Landcom is a government agency.
The process is very standard.
Why would they decide to look at Bankstown TAFE and then do enough research into the matter where they actually provided a yield of how much housing could be developed at the Bankstown TAFE?
So even when it's offered to another department, it goes through that process.
Okay.
So it's a standard process. So
it's not a specific process that was called for because there was a land audit and there was
so everything that comes in a land audit goes through that process. So for instance, there's there's a former school site in my electorate in Jindabyne which is no longer required, which is going through that process as well. So they all go through that process, even if it's transferred to another department, and that's why the hospital got the Bankstown site.
Okay, so we can categorically, you can
so there's
confirm that there's no
there's
what
no
the Landcom has suggested and the number of housing
there's no
that could
houses
be
proposed
yielded
for the
on
old
that
Bankstown TAFE campus
okay.
site.
Is
I'm
that the
aware
same
of.
with Cogra?
Which
There's
camp?
a site identified there of Cogra.
So-
It's the only other Sydney site. So
Well, you're probably aware the main St George campus at Cogra is that wasn't in that list. That's got 57 courses there. It's 29,000 square metres, so it's a lot of capacity. One of the one that was listed, and which I know the opposition put out a press release about, which was claiming that there was going to be less courses at Cogra for TAFE, was actually closed down by the coalition entirely in 2015.
So this is a vacant site
So it was
they're
completely
referring to in
vacant,
that article,
not being
or?
used by TAFE.
Mm.
So that's 16 to 20 Hogben Street in
What about
Cogra.
29 Montgomery Street, Cogra?
29 Montgomery.
That's the site that's identified here
in the
article.
that is being considered in the audit,
Okay.
but there's no outcome out of that yet.
All right. So of the 14 sites, other than Bankstown, are the other sites all being considered as part of the land audit, Minister?
The other sites that were listed in the Herald?
Yes, in that, there's 14 of them in the document that's
Some of them,
Landcom.
were considered and aren't progressing with anything. Some of them are underutilised parts of, or were never utilised as parts of TAFE. So Bankstown, there's, I think the listed Cobar and Glendale. Nothing's progressing on those. There was a site at Grenfell that was sold at auction in 2026. That was closed down by the former government in 2019. There is a small piece of land at Queanbeyan East in Monero electorate which doesn't have any TAFE on it, has no TAFE use, but the rest of the TAFE campus is utilised and will continue to be. And there's also one of the sites where at Corindi, which is actually up for sale at the moment, and that's one where I visited the site actually. The former government closed it down. It was decrepit, and the member for Tamworth and the local council both very strongly advocated for me to get that site out for housing.
Okay. Actually, since that article appeared, and given that 12 of these sites are in regional New South Wales, presumably, have you had any contact from any of those MPs in respect? Has anyone written to you or raised concerns that their TAFE sites might actually be?
Here's Kevin telling his media on Kevin Anson telling him how much he'd been lobbying hard for the Corindi site to be put up. So yes, he's been very heavy lobbyer for it. And he also told me when I rang him to talk to him about some vacant land in Tamworth, something like about time I've been pushing for that. So very enthusiastic, and there is, I think, generally regional MPs are very strongly supportive of getting more housing development in their areas. It's something that's quite important for many areas in New South Wales.
Even at the expense of a TAFE campus?
Well, no, we don't. We're not offering up anything which is in regional New South Wales, which is an existing operating TAFE campus.
Okay. What about Gosford? What's happened with Gosford?
So as I mentioned Gosford earlier.
Mentioned it earlier, yeah.
Yeah, but
I think that article said 915 houses or something.
No, well, that's actually not correct. The Gosford isn't being progressed in terms of the land audit side of it, but we are doing the Central Coast strategy, $38 million investment to boost Central Coast. So we're going to get some fabulous TAFE facilities out of that, and I did sort of show one of my pictures before about that. It's very exciting, very exciting. Yeah.
Can I just ask as well, Minister, is the government considering replicating the Bankstown model, which i.e. is leasing elsewhere? Are you moving TAFE from publicly owned campuses into commercially leased premises?
No, there's no other proposals. We've got more than 150 TAFE campuses across the state, and I think we've got a wide presence across the state when we'll build on that rather than.
So there's
looking
no
at
one
opening
currently
ones.
assessing that model potentially as
No.
something that could be
No,
at
there's
least
not.
investigated for other.
No, look, I think
TAFE sites?
that was driven by the fact that the Bankstown Hospital project was so important to Bankstown, and obviously we had to have a temporary facility at least, if not a longer term facility, and that's why the Bankstown Tower became a great option.
All right, so there's no current TAFE sites at all that are leased in the so you're just saying
I think we
Bankstown's a
might have-
standalone sort of leased arrangement on commercial premises. We don't have any other TAFEs across New South Wales.
I think there may be others
We'll
that
check.
Or perhaps some of these learning centres, are
Well,
they connected learning centres?
No, they're,
No, I
they're
don't
all
think so.
ours.
Yep.
I
I
just
might
have to
just-
check if there was any other leased
Yeah.
premises. I can't rule out that there is already
Yeah,
other
there might
leased
be some in
premises.
place.
And we
but-
have places where we share a site. So, for example, with Mr. Disdar, we have and a university at Coffs Harbour. We're all on the same land there, so there may be lease arrangements in terms of the land on which the TAFE sits, but some of those can be
can
quite
take that on
complicated
notice, yeah.
depending on which minister owns that land.
Mm.
Abigail, I'm done.
Apologies. Opposition. Thank you very much. Minister, if I could just return to the capital expenditure budget change that we spoke of earlier, and we saw a reduction of 30% in the capital in that budget. Minister, have you deferred any projects that were planned for that budget?
Can I make two comments about this? First of all, on the basis of your previous questions, I went back to the office and I said, have we had any complaints about minor works? We've had 0 complaints about leaking taps. So if you've got, as you claimed earlier, a list, the opposition claimed earlier, a list of 1,000 phone calls, provide them to us, because I don't think that's true, and I'd love to see the list. All right, okay, from people. That's interesting that they would be contacting, not actually making the complaint. But anyway, no is the answer to your question. Nothing's been deferred. Obviously, what we've tried to do, in contrast to the previous government, was actually do a multi-year plan for our capital programs, which we've been working on as any decent government agency should do. The thing that I found when I took on this portfolio was that the previous government had left the TAFE budget in not only in a powerless position overall, but in a position where it just plummeted at the end of every year. It fell off a cliff at the end of every year. There was no decent forward estimates provided. There was no multi-year planning for maintenance.
Minister, if I could just redirect you, today's a budget estimate session and I'm looking at your budget and my questions on your budget.
And I do think the context is very important, but go ahead.
So Minister, capital projects that you can confirm now that nothing has been delayed, deferred or cancelled to explain the large cut to CapEx.
As I said before, let's be absolutely clear, and I've said it a number of times before, the previous year included $100 million for the Bankstown project, which is complete. So that's why the capital spend reflects a different amount, as any capital budget would. So, you know, when the government finishes building a metro, it doesn't keep spending the same amount in the next year on a non-existing project. So, it's our capital budget is directed at the maintenance and the improvements and the upgrades which we're programming, and what we're doing, which is different to the previous government, is that we are trying to plan those. So no, nothing has been delayed. In fact, the opposite. It's being planned properly and appropriately and sensibly so that we can make best use of taxpayers' money.
So, Minister, you made reference to maintenance. What is the maintenance budget?
So our overall total budget for capital is $377 million. And there's a number of components in that, in maintenance, but also believe there's some maintenance occurs in other parts of the budget as well.
You listed a whole list of issues relating to maintenance.
So we've
the question today is, what is the maintenance
So we've
budget?
got $65.7 million to maintain safe, compliant and modern teaching facilities, to upgrade campus networks, so that's the Wi-Fi and so on, including in regional areas, to modernise classroom technology and provide new devices for students and staff. We've got upgrades, 18.8 of that $38 million for the Central Coast in this year's budget. We've got $24.1 million to revitalise the TAFE Orange campus. $5.3 million for a new multi-purpose building, carpentry, storage shed and covered outdoor learning area at Muswellbrook. $14.6 million on sustainability and energy efficiency through upgrades in the TAFE network, and $31.9 million to continue delivering future-focused education at the
Minister, if I could just
Manufacturing Centre of
redirect, the question was relating to maintenance.
Yes, essential maintenance in 2026-27 is $65.7 million, and I'm happy to ask TAFE to elaborate on some of the work that's being done on that.
So that's for 2026-27, is it? $65.7 million?
Yep.
Yeah. What was it the previous year?
I'll ask TAFE to take that on, either answer that or take that on notice.
Yep. Have we got a number?
I might take that on notice.
Thank you. If we could, Minister, if we could have a look at the minor works budget in your papers. I read the minor works budget as 2025-26 it was $86.2 million. In 2026-27, $38.2 million. How do you respond to that?
I'll ask TAFE to go through what minor works, what included in the definition. But as you know, as I mentioned, the key difference in our capital budget for next year is the Bankstown project.
Sure.
But we'll be doing things this year like replacing 400 air conditioning units, replacing carpet and vinyl, 13 roofs across 10 campuses. We've built or refurbished 9 Aboriginal cultural learning spaces, including one in Queanbeyan, which I was very pleased to open and visit. LED lighting, as I mentioned, replacing fire panels and campuses.
We've established that there's a $50 million reduction in the minor works budget.
So I'll ask TAFE...
your budget papers.
The overall
budget... How do you respond to that?
Can I...
Order.
The Honourable Rachel Merton has asked a question, a legitimate question, which the Minister has been trying to answer, and every time he starts to try to answer it, Ms Merton peppers in with another question, so I just ask that we allow
point of order, a little bit more give and take.
Thank you, Chair. And as I've mentioned earlier, we've seen an overall increase, 16% in TAFE's total budget, 23% increase in recurrent. Now, I'll ask TAFE if it can answer more specifically the definitions of what comes into which categories, because I suspect that might be where that's coming from. Or take it on notice.
Yes, if I could find it in my notes, that would be helpful. Ms. LeBron, do you have, or would you be able to assist?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question. With regards to the categories, we call them priorities. So the first priority would be anything to do with, as mentioned previously, safety, regulatory, legislative requirements. As an example of those, fire safety systems, lighting pertaining to those safety environments, to give you some examples.
Look, in the afternoon, I'd be happy to go through this in more detail, but thank you very much. Minister, in the 2026-27 budget, the figure for land and buildings is reported to have fallen from $5.66 billion to $5.43 billion.
Do you mean in terms of a valuation?
I'm reading your budget papers here.
Okay. Which budget paper? Which page?
Here on 6.15, land and building.
Of which budget paper?
I've just taken this out of the full budget papers. Sorry, 6.15.
I'm just
TAFE Commission.
I'm just wondering if that's
friend.
is that capital valuation of our assets?
Anyhow, Minister, happy for you to establish that budget.
So this is on the balance sheet, and it's, I assume, and I'm assuming you're referring to the value.
I'm happy to share at 6.15,
So
2026-27 agency financial statements, TAFE Commission.
Yep.
It's about 1/3 down from the top, land and building.
Yep. I can pass that, Minister,
Okay,
if you like.
all right. I'll pass over to.
How do you explain the
Managing
reduction
Director.
there, Minister?
So,
Okay,
it's
so
it's the valuation of the assets.
Yes, that's right. So movements include capital expenditure through the year, so that'll change the profile, but also transfer of assets. So Bankstown would be an obvious component of that in terms of what exists across the whole TAFE portfolio in terms of land that it owns, assets that sit on that land like buildings, but also the valuation of that process. And you'd know that agencies revalue portfolios regularly as well. So there'll be a component of depreciation as well in that, because obviously over time an asset portfolio will attract depreciation, and that will change that number over time.
Thank you. Minister, we spoke earlier about the population growth relating to the southwest and other parts of Sydney. How are we meeting this in terms of new investment in TAFE?
Yeah, well, there's a number of really exciting projects. I was at Campbelltown recently with cutting the ribbon or whatever, announcing a brand new electrotechnology facility. So Campbelltown's never had electrotechnology training available there. We recently visited the new nursing facility there at Campbelltown as well. So we are investing in new facilities in a number of those TAFEs servicing southwestern Sydney, which are targeted at the areas where we do have skill shortages. Of course, we've got the Manufacturing Centre of Excellence in Western Sydney, which is looking at the manufacturing industry, and high-end manufacturing, very important for us when New South Wales looks at things like building its own trains, but also participating in the AUKUS project and defence projects and a range of other areas like that. So as we respond to that growing population, we do that with updating our facilities and introducing additional facilities into areas where we've got a need assessed. Obviously, I had visiting the Campbelltown facility recently to see the work that they have there in a lot of their training, because the most popular area of federally funded fee-free is personal care. What's the actual qualification called?
Individual support.
Individual support. And we've got a fabulous facility that's been developed there to actually provide the most appropriate learning space for those people and the most popular fee-free course.
Thank you. In terms of new assets, you mentioned to my colleague in terms of Bankstown TAFE, there wasn't anything else discussed about what's going to be the next Bankstown TAFE.
Well, we've got 150 plus campuses around the state, so most of the work we do will be on those current footprints within those. Often we refurbish. So, for instance, the work that we did.
So let's identify what's next in terms of new builds, new facilities, a booming population.
You'll have to wait for me to announce those.
So nothing on the drawing board.
I've actually been out and about with a number of areas in. I've just mentioned some of them there with electrotechnology. Down on the south coast, we've done nursing to coincide with the new Eurobodal Hospital. In Dubbo, we'll be working on electrotechnology. We've got a number of additional facilities and more to be announced as we go through the year.
Thank you. Minister, what TAFE assets have been sold since the last budget estimates in March?
Since the last budget estimates in March?
Second.
I suspect, as I mentioned before, Corindai is on the market at the moment, and that's something which has been. Grenfell, I mentioned before, was sold. The campus closed by the previous government was closed on was sold on the 22nd of July 2026. There's been other. So.
Yeah, that's.
In terms of Obviously, there's also things like when a local council wants to acquire some land for a road or an easement. Those are the sort of run-of-the-mill things which are occurring all the time. So I can't be comprehensive on those, but that'll be the couple of main ones.
If you want to take that on notice, you can, in terms of what assets have been sold.
I think that's covered those main ones. Any others would be things like those easements and and then room for an electricity line or a road or whatever.
Obviously, technically Bankstown.
And Bankstown.
With the transfer to health.
Yeah.
Thank you. In terms of the proceeds of the sales of such assets, is the money retained and reinvested in TAFE?
Yes, it is. And the Bankstown, yes, that's right. And that's where the $100 million for the Bankstown project came from as well.
Thank you. And Minister, is your approval required for the sale of TAFE assets?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is, absolutely. So even a little tiny sliver of land for an easement requires approval.
That's
so
right.
yes.
Thank you. Have there been any changes in terms of the staff budget or FTEs?
In TAFE?
Yep.
Certainly have. And
could you direct me to where in the budget that may be? In terms of
annual reporting would
staff?
actually, I believe, show you that.
I think,
but there's been a 392 additional TAFE teachers since we came to government, and a 7% increase. So we've actually had a 1,038 increase in FTE since 2022. And the biggest increase really, though, is the fact that we've taken a workforce which only had about 50% permanent employment up to having 92% of our teaching staff permanent.
Can I just clarify that figure, Minister, when you talk about the increase in FTE, how much of that is conversion from casual or part-time and how much of it is new employees?
Well, it can be people going from part-time to longer hours, of course, but as I said to you, there's a numeric increase at 392 in the number of TAFE teachers.
I wonder on notice, could you sort of break down the figures for us, how many actually are people who were previously teaching in TAFE but not as full-time employees, so we can understand the real change?
We'll have to take that detail on.
Yeah, that's what I've asked you to take it on
So
notice.
people who are casual or part-time would have been included previously in the numbers. So if they're there before, they may be there after, but that wouldn't be. If there is an increase, it's a real increase. So it's someone who might have been casual or part-time teaching a smaller number of hours. They could then increase their hours. They may also be permanent part-time and increase their hours. So I would suspect we'd be unable to disaggregate particular sections of those things. And obviously what could happen is someone was casual, they were converted to permanent in a less than full load, and then they could increase their hours thereafter. So it would be very difficult, I think, to unpick the characteristics of that.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify on the previous asset question? I was talking about those easements and council transfers. There's been none of those since the last estimates.
No.
Thank you. Minister, just in the remaining time, the government announced the delivery of 1,000 additional public sector apprentice and trainee roles. Minister, how many of these additional persons have commenced their apprenticeship or traineeship?
1,039. So we've exceeded our target of 1,000, which we're very excited about, and the retention rate of those people is phenomenal. It's in the 92%. Now, obviously noting, of course, that some of them are only part way through apprenticeships, but as of today, it's an amazing achievement. And I'm sure that...
So, Minister, sorry, just to confirm, 1,039 have commenced.
Correct. We were to deliver
have been taken on, so we've exceeded our 1,000. Yes.
The commitment from government, Ms. Merton, was for 1,000.
Yep.
And we've had 1,039. We've exceeded the commitment within the budgetary envelope.
In terms of completions of that 1,039, where would they be up to in terms of the time frame on this of their study?
92%, like the Minister said, are on track because the retention rate is 92%.
Yep.
But you heard from Mr. Cruz earlier this morning and you heard from the Minister, apprenticeships take 4 years, and we've got to look at the 4-year data and the 6-year data. But by any measure, it's a really successful program. When I'm around the Secretary's Board, because this was a commitment to have apprenticeships and traineeships across government, all of my Secretary colleagues tell me that it's a really strong program, and it goes to the strong support that's provided.
Thank you, Mr.
So we're
Dister.
really pleased with the program.
So retention of 92%,
Yeah.
where are they up to in their training? Is
Well,
it 12 months in?
Some are in their first year, some are in their second year. You know, they're on their way if it's an apprenticeship.
Yeah, if it's a traineeship, that's a shorter period, so
That's
some will have
correct.
completed that,
That's
but
right.
apprentices will only be part way through.
Yeah.
Thank you. And do we know how many roles are available under this program in construction and related trades?
I do know that
in light of the housing response by the government?
I do know that Essential Energy has been a very big user of taking on apprentices through this program and have boosted their numbers, and I believe we've seen a big take up by, and again in electrical space and other spaces, by the transport sector as well. So there is quite a few. We'd have to, unless Mr. Disdar has a breakdown.
I
I'll
don't,
pass
but
over
I'm happy to explore that on notice.
Miss Lawrence has got it. Miss Merton, we might not have to take
Minister, what's the funding commitment to continue this beyond June 2026?
Do you want us to just give you that
breakdown?
That breakdown, because Miss Merton, our colleague Miss Lawrence has got that for you.
Yep.
That's right. So in the critical skills areas so far, there have been 108 apprentices and trainees commence in the construction, housing and infrastructure critical skills area.
Thank you so much. So 10% are in that construction sector.
10.8%.
Yeah, thank you.
But we
so just going back, the funding commitment beyond June 2026 for this project.
This program was for this term of government, so it'll be up to the Premier to determine.
Can I just add off the back of the Minister, Ms Merton, is that one of the main objectives of this program was for us to also build a legacy of New South Wales public sector agencies re-engaging with apprenticeships and traineeships. It was really pleasing to meet with and speak with the team yesterday. Although the formal program, the Minister spoke about it being a commitment of this term of government, is coming to a conclusion.
Yep.
We're working with agencies now who are actually going to be self-funding new roles going forward for new apprenticeships and traineeships themselves. So I think we're working to recruit around 40 even for next year. So
a one-off program.
It's good to see that legacy continue.
A 4-year program over a term of government, and we would expect our agencies to be continuing to employ apprentices and trainees.
That's certainly what we're seeing.
Well, where it's particularly pleasing, Miss Merton, is the program didn't exist. So there wasn't this structured opportunity across the public service and agencies to really have the apprentices and trainees, and that's what Mr. Cruz is going to, that even though it was an election commitment that we've been able to deliver on, there's agencies wanting that to continue, which is a fantastic outcome.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I just want to finish off on a couple of issues in relation to Dr. McNeil, just to clarify prior evidence in this hearing. So just firstly, just at the end of that last series of questions, we were talking about whether TAFE New South Wales now officially recorded Dr. McNeil's employment as having ended by resignation as opposed to by termination. My understanding is that you believe that there has been a compliance with the IRC.
What I can say is we absolutely, of course, accept the decision of the Commissioner, and I think we said we would take on notice to come back to you with the specifics of the record, noting it's an employee's
personal record.
Thank you. Personnel record, and so we'll need to just make sure we fall on the right side of confidentiality for the employee.
There was I understand that Dr. McNeil actually launched a Supreme Court action against TAFE New South Wales in order to get that record changed, and that was only discontinued by agreement on the 18th of August of this year. So if it had already been done, why were you involved in that Supreme Court action?
I'm going to take that on notice. The nature of the Supreme Court action, I'm not sure how much I can talk to that, but I don't know that the two things are related in the way that's expressed there.
Did you tell Dr. McNeil that you'd changed her record back?
I think I'm going to take on notice anything to do with that element of things, given I don't have advice on the Supreme Court matter and what I'm able to share about the nature of that.
Seems like an awful waste of money if somebody is taking you to court to change records that you've already changed.
I think that it's important that the Managing Director takes that on notice, because I don't know that characterisation of that action is accurate.
Yeah, I'd just like to confirm what we're allowed to talk about in relation to those proceedings and their nature.
Again, this on public record. Okay. Can I just check with you, Ms. Reid? You wrote to Dr. McNeil on the 4th of February 2025, setting out that her options were either to continue in that confidential process or to resign. Is that correct?
I believe that's on the, that's a matter of public knowledge.
That's public record as well. And as we've noted, on 16th of June 2025, you gave the limited permission to disclose. And I understand from the records that were written at that time that you effectively explicitly noted that there had been this exclusion prior to being able to disclose. So given all of that, do you still stand by the statement that was made in May this year that she hadn't been given a direction not to disclose?
That she hadn't been given an explicit direction not to disclose to Canberra Institute of Technology.
Is that what you said to the media on the 5th of May? So even though you knew that she was under a confidentiality obligation and was not permitted to disclose, because you hadn't also told her not to disclose, you felt it was appropriate to make that statement, implying that she could have disclosed?
I might take that on notice as well in terms of the confidentiality parts of things, just to seek some advice about those elements.
It doesn't look good, and I'd love you to tell me that it's more than what's on the public record and more than the documents I have in front of me.
One of the problems with this is that there is a lot more than what's been on the public record, because confidentiality goes both ways.
Sure.
And the people who make complaints aren't the only ones being talked about here today, and their confidentiality had to be protected as well. Sure. So I do think it's important that these things are taken on notice and not ventilated while it is not just about the person you are talking about.
So when Dr. McNeil, though, was told by the former managing director that she was under investigation for, I believe at that time it was serious misconduct, even though there was no finding of serious misconduct ever made, how many months was it until she was actually informed of what those allegations were?
I'm going to take that on notice as well. The findings of the investigation and the details of that are things that remain covered by the PID Act, and I'd like to just make sure I don't fall on the wrong side of that.
Okay. All right, let's go to something slightly different. I think I asked questions in previous estimates about some information that I'd received in relation to VR headsets that had been donated, and seemed to be, the records of them seemed to not be sort of very well tracked. I've had some information given to me from other sources who are now saying that this is quite a widespread practice of TAFE not really keeping track of all of its different assets. Can you tell me how many complaints you've received in the last, say, 12 months in relation to people misusing assets of TAFE New South Wales?
I will ask Ms Tickle to confirm whether we would have that detail in terms of the categories of complaints. I suspect we may not have that information with us, but I don't know whether we would be able to do reporting on, this many complaints and this is where they relate to particular matters.
No, I don't have that with me, and I would have to look at the categories to say whether or not we could report on that. I don't think so. People put a lot of information into the complaint system, and you know, the categories are fairly broad. So I will take on notice and see what we can bring back, but I'm not aware that we'd be able to report on them.
Is the scrapping of training materials or equipment for cash permitted at any TAFE New South Wales campus?
You mean in terms of sale of it?
Yeah, like taking it and using it to sell, like something that's, say you've, there's been a bunch of materials.
So a disposal of an asset, in other words.
Yeah,
right?
Disposal of an asset that's being used for a class.
To respond to that.
I don't believe it is, but I'd like to come back to you. I don't have our disposal policy with me.
Thank you. I was going to ask what policy governs the disposal of surplus materials.
Yeah, we'll give you that, all of that on notice.
Thank you. And also how compliance is monitored with that. Where materials are scrapped, where do the proceeds go? Are they accounted for as revenue?
Materials or equipment?
If something was
used
scrapped,
in
it wouldn't attract
as
revenue.
As in, like the wood that's used in a carpentry class, that sort of thing. Right.
I'll take that on notice. I think it would depend on. We tend to reuse materials like the wood from the carpentry class kind of again and again and again. So there will come a point where they are largely unusable because they'll have so many kind of holes in them and things. But I'll find out what it is that happens then to those sorts of materials. If you've got any examples that you want us to have a look at, I'm really happy to go and do that. I'm not really...
Yeah, fair enough.
I haven't had any complaints individually about this.
Yeah, there's quite a burgeoning little market in some parts of Sydney for scrap metal.
Yes.
And there's been some suggestions that perhaps some copper and other things from some of these classes are being taken and used.
Be very happy to look at any individual examples or complaints
just
you've got.
Perhaps if you've had any complaints about the scrapping of copper and other equipment.
Okay.
If you could come back with
very
that.
happy to look into that.
Very interested in how that is sort of monitored. What are TAFE New South Wales's requirements for recruitment panel members to declare a personal or family relationship with a candidate?
I will hand over to Ms Tickle, who will talk about the recruitment processes and declarations.
Yes, so under our recruitment policy, panel members and panel conveners must declare any conflict of interest, professional or personal. So they would need to declare a conflict if they had a personal family member, a personal friend, a professional relationship. All of those things need to be declared.
And presumably that's minuted and reported somewhere.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep. Okay. How many breaches have been recorded in the past 5 years of that policy?
I'm going to guess we are not going to have that information.
No. No, we wouldn't have that information. Are you particularly talking about conflict of interest in recruitment?
Yes.
Yeah, we wouldn't have that information available.
At all?
I can take it on notice, but I mean, if there's any kind of policy that is not complied with, it's dealt with at the time. So I would need to take on notice what we have.
Okay, thank you. Has there been any investigations conducted into academic integrity breaches arising, for example, from marking guides being left unsecured or anything along those lines?
I'm not aware of that. I might take that on notice. Sometimes, it depends what you mean by a marking guide. Obviously, sometimes in an assessment scenario, you give people a rubric that describes how the assessment.
Yes.
I mean the points allocated. You're saying the answers.
Yeah, the answers getting left out.
Let me take that away on notice and see if we've had any reports of that in recent times.
Okay, thank you. That would be really useful. We asked some questions in previous estimates in relation to, I think in August actually, last year, we asked about how many, I guess we were looking for the basic data around investigations. So it's a bit of a recurring theme here, unfortunately. TAFE New South Wales told the committee last August that it had 100 new serious wrongdoing or misconduct matters, with 21 ongoing rather. Can you tell us what that is as of today, what that number is of today, but also what the cost, duration and outcome of those matters is?
Yes, I think we can. I can start if Ms Tickle still... No, you've got it?
Oh, yep.
You go.
So for the FY 25-26 financial year, we had 71 new matters referred for investigation pertaining to serious wrongdoing or misconduct. We had 105 investigations completed overall, and that includes some matters that continued into that financial year from the previous. I think, does that answer your question?
Yeah, and then what the cost, average duration and outcome of the matters is, so sort of what the percentage of cases that are found to be upheld.
Substantiated. So 62 of those had substantiated findings for misconduct. I don't...
Sorry, for misconduct or serious misconduct?
I'm going to say
we only have substantiated conduct.
It's
I
the
think
total.
we should say.
Okay.
And that'll be across. That'll not be just solely that year, because there'll be investigations from the previous year that would have completed in this year.
And do they always involve an external body coming in to investigate? Do you have the records of how many are done externally and how many internally?
They don't always involve external investigators. They do sometimes. It depends on the complexity of the matter. So each matter is assessed, and in some cases external investigators complete the investigation, and in some cases internal.
Okay. And do you know how many of them are public interest disclosure investigations and how many are not?
Yes, so that same financial year we received 58 that were received and classified as public interest disclosures.
Okay.
And we received a further 18 that were assessed and not classified as a PID.
So that reaches the 76? Sorry, 70, what did you say before? Or are they different to the serious wrongdoing and misconduct matters?
Yeah, because not all matters are reported as PIDs, so sometimes it's just a misconduct.
So 58 substantiated PIDs in the 25 to 26 year?
Yes.
What was the numbers for the years prior? Do you have them?
No, I don't, but I can provide those on notice.
Okay, that would be very useful. I
may have answered that in August, perhaps, but we can look.
Yeah, trying to see if you did or not. Apologies. Yeah, I think last time you could give us numbers, but you couldn't tell us the cost of the investigations. And also the number of non-disclosure agreements that have been entered into each year. Do you have that?
No.
I don't really have that with us.
I would need to take that on notice.
Are non-disclosure agreements entered into just as a matter of course with these things, or is there, or is it only when there's a settlement, or what's the policy around entering into non-disclosure agreements?
Each matter is really different depending on the circumstances, so I could take on notice what is considered in those decisions.
Thank you. Okay, I think I'll come back to some questions around... Now, I think maybe my colleague, Mrs. Carter, was asking about... were you asking about electrotechnology electricians? You've already stolen all of those questions. I won't go to those.
I'm not sure we've covered everything. Please feel free.
Yeah. Renewables were 14, yes. What is the government's modelling of how many additional licensed electricians New South Wales needs by 2030? Did you already ask that one?
No.
Okay.
No.
In order to deliver the renewable energy zones, but also, I guess, given now the huge impact that data centres are likely to have on that need as well.
We would utilise, we talk to industry about some of these in demand. So different industry bodies and Jobs and Skills Australia and skills councils would be have been assessing those specific demand areas. We know that in electrotechnology the numbers are substantial. I might ask if department has some close to hand. Hang on. All right, maybe I do. I know, not on that one, but I do have a number of things about the work that we're doing to try and boost our electrotechnology workforce.
But do you have
on the
modelling as to
numbers,
where we need to get
we
to?
do have our own research, but we also work with our the Jobs and Skills Councils.
Yeah, that's correct.
Nationally.
Yeah, so there is a forecast continuing shortage of electricians. Happy to take on notice the modelling we've done within New South Wales. But yes, it is widely acknowledged that there is a national shortage that, and we are seeing continued pressure, particularly in relation to data centres, as you referenced earlier.
That public national figure, if it's helpful to the committee, is 30,000 to 40,000 by 2030, the national figure.
Okay. The government cited the need for 8,300 additional data centre workers by 2030. Do we know how many of them are needing what particular...
Electrotechnology qualifications. Yeah. In the recent data centres paper, it made a strong focus on training, but it didn't break down that demand. But certainly we're hearing that the data centres they're included in some of those estimates of the numbers, I believe, of electrotechnology that we need statewide and federally. We know it's a big challenge, and so we are investing in TAFEs. We've reduced the waiting period. So when we got to government, there was around 1,000 apprentices who were waiting more than 6 months in electrotechnology to access TAFE. There's now 0. And that's and we're also boosting our facilities and enrolments in electrotechnology across the state. And TAFE is one of the providers. Obviously, it's private providers as well. So we do work with industry on that in that area. The fundamental thing, of course, is we just need to encourage more people to take it on if we can.
Yes.
So,
yes, and if Mr. Buttigieg was here, he would he would be joining with you. Can I just ask? I'm sorry. One last question for Ms. Reid on this issue we were talking about before. When you said the IRC, we were talking about that IRC direction to change the. I misspoke. It's not a direction because the commissioner found that they had jurisdictional issues and were unable to make a direction. But what they did was strongly urge the department to change its records. When I asked you before and you responded saying that TAFE has done everything they've been directed to do by the IRC.
Sorry, we agree with the Commissioner and his findings.
Just checking.
We'll review any policies or processes. We'll get you the information on notice about the records, noting in an individual record is tricky to provide information back on.
Okay, thank you. In my last 30 seconds, one final question. Okay, I'm not sure how much Ms. Carter asked before, but maybe she didn't ask this one because I might have picked it up. Do we have any idea of how many electrotechnology electrician apprentices are having to travel in terms of like regional? I know that there's been some lack of availability of courses. So do we have any visibility on how far apprentices are travelling to get to their courses?
We do. We do a bit of an assessment with about the number of people who use the VTAC, the training transport subsidies, and that's something that helps us. We do have electrotechnology available in quite a number of campuses across New South Wales. I think 25 maybe. I'm just trying to remember. We have some strong enrolments in those areas of critical skills, and as I said, wait times going. But there is, and we do actually do a lot of work, particularly with TAFE, to deliver as much as we can close to home. But obviously, there's got to be hands-on for electrotechnology in a lot of cases, so people will have to travel. And what we've tried to do is assist them to not travel as far, and also to ensure that we are providing more assistance where they do. 32 TAFE campuses offer electrotechnology across the state. We're looking to expand the capacity in some of those. The vocational training assistance scheme, we actually lowered the threshold from 120 kilometres to 110 kilometres to try and bring more people in, and we increased the per kilometre rate from 33 cents to 52 cents per kilometre, and the overnight allowances to $70 per kilometre. 5,000 apprentices have taken up that support, so that, I guess, gives an indication of how many are travelling distances. But perhaps Mr. The department, Murat or Mr. Cruz
do we have
might
anything on that, Amanda?
Ms. Lawrence might have some more about that.
I have data on the number of students we've supported through the Vocational Travel Assistance Scheme, but it's not specific to qualification type. It's all students who've made claims.
Yeah, okay. Maybe we'll come back to that. Yeah. Back to the opposition.
Thank you. And I'd like to follow on from Ms. Boyd's line of questioning. We spoke last time about accessibility of courses and availability of courses, and there was a general reassurance that if somebody wanted to do something, it would be available to them. What work does TAFE do to look at what new courses should be offered in new places? So in terms of skills shortages and also geographical accessibility.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'll start in general on that and then hand over to TAFE because it's a really important question, and particularly in regional areas. So what we were finding previously under the system where TAFE was operating in the contestable market was that essentially it was just responding to demand, which sometimes trails obviously where you know the economy is going. So what we've tried to do is get around, the department has been undertaking some regional planning, particularly in the Wagga area, just to trial a process, and TAFE has been around most of regional New South Wales talking to communities about where they see their future skills needs, with a view to trying to ensure that we're providing some of that. So one of the key things we did with Minister Sharp out of the work that's going on the reses, for example, was anticipate that we were going to need to be doing more electrotechnology training and ensure that we're investing up front in the capacity to do that.
Can I just ask you some detail about that? Because I think you just said there's a projected 8,000
Yes.
a year shortage of electricians, and we're training roughly 2,000 a year. What's being done to increase the capacity of TAFE?
I think the critical skills enrolments areas at the moment, for example, net zero and energy transition, we currently have 13,967 enrolments.
Well, when I look at the completions for electrotechnician,
overall,
it's 2,000 roughly.
So construction overall, 16,000. I'll ask the completions and, as I said, commencements in the last 2 quarters have jumped significantly with a 16% increase in apprenticeship commencements overall, and electrotechnology has been one of the biggest of those.
Minister, when I go back to the figures you directed me to, the data builder, it clearly shows that the completions for Cert 3, electrotechnology electrician, have remained relatively stable over the past 2 years at a tick over 2,000, which is great. But what are we doing to increase that to make sure that we have enough skilled people?
Yeah, so we're doing a number of things. And first of all, we're looking at the pipeline and trying to make sure that we're getting people in through things like that Education Pathways program. We've also just announced in the Central West last week a $1.5 million program to bring on a group training organisation to deal particularly with the res areas. So you'd be well aware that if you're building a solar farm, for example, it might be a 2-year build, which is not enough time to do an apprenticeship. So we've got a GTO who's come on in the Central West who will be funded to actually employ apprentices and then be able to move them around to the different project partners in the area and help them to complete their apprenticeships. And I think that's a bit of a game changer in that. It's something I've been trying to get underway, and Penny Sharp and the federal government as well have also assisted us with that process. So initiatives like that are targeting.
Is there a cap on the number of places that TAFE can offer for electrotechnology electrician, or if 5,000 kids turn up, you can take all of them?
There's no cap. The constraint obviously is we have to have the teachers. At the moment, we are
how many teachers can you? How many students can you service with available teachers?
We're servicing all the students who need us at the moment, and we can service more.
How many more can you service?
I'll have to refer to. Just remember, TAFE's not the only provider. Of course, there's also industry training providers out there as well. And so, for instance, if you're looking at training for linesmen and things like that, that's often actually being provided by the big companies themselves. So TAFE's a part of the picture,
Yep.
And I'll refer to TAFE in terms of their capacity on electrotechnology.
Yeah, so as the Minister said, the nexus of being able to service more students is both the facilities and the teachers. We've talked previously in this forum about pay to learn. I think about 80 teachers have come through. 80
out of 320 are
have come through that program as electro-tech teachers. And then we've got specific projects at, the Minister mentioned Campbelltown before.
Sorry, I think we're on cross purposes. My question is, currently, what spare capacity do you have to take extra students? If you need to take that on notice, that's fine.
I don't think I'll be. I mean, so we talked last time about how a class can take up to a certain number of students, but we would run a class with fewer students than that. So we'd have to go and understand how many students we had and how many spare places there were, but that still wouldn't capture the circumstance we talked about last time, where we might be running 2 classes, but if there were demand, we could run a third, and we do that, and we do that frequently. But it's a very
the key
responsive decision.
The key thing is a figure I mentioned before, where we actually have no electro apprentices waiting more than 6 months or a semester to access TAFE. So
which is good.
We're meeting demand right now, and
but
that's really important. And we have capacity.
Demand, don't we?
We have capacity to do more, and we want to do more because we want to encourage more people to come in and do electrotechnology.
What about geographical accessibility? When does TAFE say, okay, we need to be looking at the travel assistance data, we need to be offering a course here rather than making everybody travel?
Yeah, and I'll pass over to the Managing Director on this, but what we've been doing is going around the state and as I said before, trying to plan with communities where they see their future needs. And a really interesting fact for you actually from the Wagga consultation is we went out to Wagga and said, what's your training needs in the area? And I was expecting it to be around electrotechnology, about agriculture-related technology and all that sort of thing. Actually, it came back and said we want AI training, and just showed the importance that industry and business was seeing in wanting to have a workforce that understood how that could impact. So it's a bit of a sideline to what you're asking.
Those discussions, do they include chambers of commerce?
Yes, and that forum, the forums that we did in Wagga, we actually set up a steering committee to take that forward, involving local business, and to plan how that might go, which the department can elaborate on. And in TAFE's
perhaps we can
case,
go back to that this afternoon.
Yeah, so in
retail
TAFE's case,
traineeships that chambers of commerce, for example, the Cooma Chamber of Commerce wants retail traineeships. What's being done to respond to that?
I'll have to see what's at Cooma TAFE. Interesting that the Cooma Chamber hasn't asked me that themselves, but I'll be at Cooma TAFE.
Have you asked them that?
So I'll be at Cooma TAFE on Thursday.
Excellent.
And the Thursday 2 weeks after that. So I'll ask them about it.
Good. And just while we're talking about Cooma, if I live in Cooma and I want to study hairdressing, where do I go to study?
If you're in Cooma and you want to do wool classing, that's back there. Which
no,
is great.
I asked about hairdressing, not wool classing.
I just want to tell you about some of the
local... I'm not having my hair done by a wool classer.
If you want to do cookery, you can do it there in a facility I opened the first time I was local member. If you want to do motor mechanics, you can do it there. If you want to do carpentry, you can do it there. Hairdressing.
Okay, so I think we know it's...
hairdressing, we'll have to come back to you on that.
Remembering,
look, my research indicates at Goulburn, which is 2.25 hours away.
There may be a provider other than TAFE.
No, I actually suspect that I suspect, knowing my electorate, that most of them would go to the CIT and do that in Canberra, because that's actually a provider. So how does the funding
for that work? Does New South Wales fund New South Wales students in CIT, or does the ACT pay for that?
No, I believe we do.
We do fund it. There are complicated arrangements with every,
and ACT students studying with us, are they paid for by the ACT government?
In certain circumstances, yes, but again, it can
depend
on the nature.
You can do this on education and health as well. There's some very interesting cross-border conversations on these things.
And are there any mutual recognition issues?
No, not when they're doing national qualifications.
No.
Okay, but there could be with other sort of qualifications?
Maybe if they had their own short courses and things, but that's not what our people are going and doing.
And generally from a licensing perspective, obviously that's not related to the training itself, but generally licenses have been harmonised between New South Wales and the ACT.
Right, okay. And Minister, where are we at with the review of the Apprenticeship and Trainee Act?
We've got a lot of really positive feedback about that, and we're really focused very strongly around something I actually mentioned before in terms of completions and more support for first-year apprentices particularly, and how we could actually do better in providing them with avenues to go to for assistance. So we've been working through all that feedback that came in, and the department's been planning the sort of measures that we can actually put in place to directly address some of those areas. So, for instance, one of the things which I've been very keen on, which we haven't done this yet, but hoping we will, is that Victoria, for instance, is a single phone number for an apprentice to call to get advice on their entitlements or where they can get support. We're doing more in the areas of supervisor training, which is something that came through very strongly. So the message we were getting from apprentices was that sometimes their supervisors were, let's acknowledge...
Sorry, I'm lost with how this relates to the review of the Act.
Oh, because that's what came through from our talking to people about the Act. Okay. It was about how you improve in completions, and that's what we were talking to people about as we looked at the Act.
And the review is complete and available to be reviewed?
We're working through the review internally and putting in place... When
can we expect to see it,
and putting in place, the government will consider that. We're working through...
Why would a document like that be secret and only kept for the government rather than open to the public for input?
Look, at this stage I'm not planning to actually introduce changes to the Act because the Upper House doesn't let anything through at the moment.
Oh, that's a nonsense, Minister.
So I'm,
you know that.
Well, it's absolutely true. So I'm focusing at the moment...
No, Minister, I'd ask you to retract that because it's a false statement.
Well...
You only have to look at the legislation that gets through the Upper House. That is entirely false.
There's been, as a proportion of the amount of legislation you'd normally get through in a year, I think we're at about a third or something like that of what we would normally get through the Upper House in a year.
The legislation your government chooses to introduce is considered and passed.
Oh, okay.
It's up to you.
I have to say, when I was an opposition member in the Upper House, we passed a lot more legislation than you do at the moment.
Well, perhaps there was more being presented by the government of the day.
I'm working. No, there wasn't. But I'm
anyway,
working
Minister. Perhaps we can go back
practically through. So
when will we see the Apprenticeship and Traineeship Act review?
I have to say that I think that if you're an apprentice or apprentice parents or a supervisor, they want to see practical things out of it rather than just the
They may
paper.
like to read the review of the whole Act, Minister.
And so we're focusing right now on things like improving supervisor training, and that's something which came back very strongly about the need to do that. Providing better wraparound support for apprentices in New South Wales, and I'm sure I'll have more to say on that soon.
And Warren TAFE, Minister, when will that be operational again?
It is operational now, I believe.
Yes.
That you mean from the fire?
From the fire,
yeah,
yes.
it's open again.
Yeah,
Excellent.
so we've got classes running in an alternative building, and we had an issue with power because power came through the building that was kind of then distributed to the campus, so we've got a generator in place pending.
So that side
upgrade.
Is operational, or there's an alternative side?
No,
it's on the same.
It's a different building.
Yeah.
Different buildings
right.
on the same
And when
site.
will that building be repaired?
I don't know that I have a timeline for that.
Because does that affect capacity of that TAFE?
No, it doesn't. We have alternate buildings on site that we were able to...
So alternate that are currently unused, or alternate as in additional to?
We've just got space on that site that we've been able to move classes into, and we've got interim power arrangements plus remediation underway.
Okay, right. Thank you. I want to go back to data. I'm dreading going back to data because I have to say I have gone through this website. I've gone down all the nooks and crannies. I'm still really looking for a really simple answer. How many fee-free places studying carpentry completed last year? What percentage of completions are we looking at for fee-free courses in carpentry?
Okay, just noting that all people doing apprentices are fee-free.
Yep.
So it's actually an overall figure. And I would sympathise with you a bit because, frankly, I think the NCVR has an awful lot of data, and it is often difficult to go through. But I'll ask the department to address that specifically.
Yes, so that information, Ms. Carter, is available under their
Can you give me the figure?
I'm happy to come back this afternoon and work through that.
Great.
I'm happy to take that and then come back and speak with you this
I'd
afternoon.
also really keen to know what the New South Wales figures are, because DUA figures show a 21% completion rate for the Cert 4 in building and construction. what's the New South Wales completion rate? Because to me,
So-
if you've got 1 in 5 completing
So
a
the
key
apprenticeship
skill,
is a Cert 3.
but the Cert 4 is important for the level of people we need to be running their own businesses in building and construction and engaging with our housing crisis.
It's
1
a-
in 5
Well, the
nationally.
the tradies, as I understand, so if you're doing an apprenticeship, in my understanding is you end up with a Cert 3.
And then Cert 4 is if you want to be
so Cert
accredited
3 you
to
can
run
go
your own
on
business.
And that's
Yes,
right.
exactly.
So the part of it that is actually an apprenticeship is the Cert 3, and the figures for, I believe, are around for us in New South Wales are around 50.
Minister, with respect, that's not my question. My question is about New South Wales completions in Cert 4 housing and construction.
Okay, well that's I'm
Because
just
if
making.
nationally they're 1 in
I wanna
5, what are they in New
I will
South
pass
Wales?
over the specific one on Cert 4, but I want to make it clear that if you're doing a apprenticeship as a carpenter, you're doing the Cert 3, and
Yes,
the
Minister,
completions
it's a
in
separate
that
question.
are,
It's a different question.
Yes,
I know.
okay.
Yes,
think
I
wanna be
understand
clear to
Cert
the
3,
people who
Cert
are
4.
watching,
Thank you.
They understand it.
With respect, you don't need to mansplain Cert 3 and Cert 4 to me.
Right.
If it helps,
nursing.
So, do you want the answer? Do you want the
do you have
department
it?
to address that
I thought I
question?
was getting it this afternoon.
If it helps for all building and construction,
I'd like the Cert 4 building and construction, because nationally the completion rate is 1 in 5 people complete. I'd love to know what it is for
so
New
I might
South
try and
Wales.
grab you that for this afternoon,
Great.
but I was trying to
The
give
other
you
figure
all
I'd love
building
to
and
know,
construction.
nationally, the DUA figures show a 30.1% completion rate for the Diploma of Nursing. What are our figures in New South Wales?
I'll have to take
Happy to take that on notice.
Yep. All right.
But,
Thank you. I
Our
understand
overall
the difficulties of
completions
that website.
are quite strong in the range of full qualifications, and
Well, Minister, with respect, back on that NCVER website, if you use the data builder for the December quarter 2025 by the 12-month series, figures generated in 2026, they show that commencements in 2024 fell by 10% from 2023, and in 2025 they fell by a further 5%. They show that the numbers in training in 2024 fell by 10% on the previous year, and then a further 7% in 2025. Completions in 2025 are down 10%. If we've got declining commencements, and we've got declining numbers in training, and we've got declining numbers of completions, how can we say that we are addressing the skill shortage and we are training the people we so desperately need?
we have apprentice completion rates in the 6-year figure I mentioned before of 58.2%.
Minister, you're not addressing these figures from the website you addressed me to.
Well, yeah, you can pick out different bits of figures in there and compare them to different
Sorry,
years.
thank you.
The reality
I think we might
is
have
we're
a point of order. Sorry, Minister.
The Minister was making
Sorry.
a question. Happy for
apologies.
Continue.
We've seen a very healthy 16% increase in the December quarter of 25 and 2 consecutive quarterly increases in apprenticeship commencements. So that's actually higher now in 2025 than it was in 2019.
Minister, with respect, given that
we
you
know
haven't
that there
been
was
able
some-
to answer any of the data questions I have asked all morning,
no,
and given
I-
that you can't address the NCVER year figures that I have just read to you, why would I believe the figures that you are cherry picking? We have a major skill shortage in New South Wales. We are importing skilled workers because we are not training enough ourselves. What is TAFE doing to address this really important skill shortage?
Well, I've outlined a number of the things that we've been doing in New South Wales and the success that we're having out of them, and that may not suit the negative view that you want to have. I mean, under the Liberals and Nationals, completions dropped by 39%. Commencements dropped by 43%.
Those figures don't appear from the NCVER website.
So, you know, it really is the fact that TAFE teaching workforce decreased by 4,692 under the coalition.
The facts
that's
are
why,
we don't have enough electricians,
and that's
and
why,
we are way short of projection.
And that is exactly
the
why we don't have
we
enough
are
electricians,
skilled
and exactly why we don't have enough people in construction.
Enough ourselves.
Thank you. Point of order. Sorry, if I could point of order to my Right.
Yes, thank you,
Mr. Nambo.
Deputy Chair. Look, I refer to paragraph 19 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution as it extends to courtesy to the witness. I don't think it's helpful that the Honourable Susan Carter is interjecting midway through the Minister's answer, particularly given he's directly relevant to the question that was asked. I just ask that we return this session to a question and answer format. If for no other reason, then it'll assist Hansard in transcribing the proceedings.
Thank you. I encourage members and the Minister if we could have a more orderly exchange for the estimate session. Thank you.
I suppose my essential question, Minister, is TAFE actually helping us produce the workers we so desperately need so we don't have to keep importing them from overseas?
Well, can I address a couple of aspects to that? Firstly, TAFE is doing a fantastic job, and the confidence in TAFE is growing, and the staff confidence in TAFE is growing. It's not just TAFE providing these skills, of course, there is private providers out there as well. I think they're all doing a great job in these areas. Do we need to be encouraging more people to take on these jobs? Yes, we do. Is there a place for skilled migration? Yes, there is, and there should be. And New South Wales benefits from the people who bring their skills to New South Wales. So there is, of course, a range of things that we're doing. Now, we have a skill shortage now because an apprenticeship takes 4 years, and because the previous government dropped the ball on it. And that really is what we're trying to make up at the moment. Now, I'd acknowledge that we need to do a lot more and continue to work very hard to encourage people to go into skills, whether that's from going from schools into a vocational course, and I've mentioned several of the initiatives that we're undertaking to actually do that, or whether it's by doing mid-career transitions. We've actually put some programs into place with the federal government about mid-career transition. On skilled migration, we've also put in place, in conjunction with the Commonwealth, some work to try and better recognise the skills of the people who come to Australia on skilled visas, because what we see from the research there is that many people who come to Australia with particular skills are working many levels below the skill level that they actually brought to us. And so we need to actually work more closely with that, and TAFE's playing a role in that in terms of skills recognition and identifying where additional training is needed to make best use of the limited number of skilled visas that we get for New South Wales. So there is a lot of things that we need to be doing to address this problem. We are working very hard and seeing some really positive outcomes, like the 16% increase in enrolments. And over time, we will also see an outcome out of the work that we're doing to increase retention as well. Remembering that a tradie who qualified this year started before this government came to office, in a year potentially where we had, as the opposition has told us, a record number of enrolments, but also the biggest ever number of dropouts that we'd seen in the history of the state. And that's something which we needed to focus on, where money needed to be spent and where we could properly resource the work that's going on in skills across New South Wales by giving the confidence in TAFE, by giving the resources to TAFE, a 23% increase in TAFE's recurrent budget from this government, and making sure that we are working with the non-government training providers as well to focus our resources on those areas of high skill need.
Just in the short time I have left, Minister, when we first had you in front of estimates, how many years ago it was now?
3 probably.
Yeah, we had some discussions about university governance, and I think at that point it was very much seen as being more of a federal responsibility than state. Thanks to the work of this committee bringing in the uni vice chancellors, which has always been fun to look at how many millions of dollars of salary we have sitting in a room at one time, and thanks to the excellent work of Dr. Kane in chairing her inquiry, it's now very clear, I think, or much clearer to us here in Parliament and the public, that the New South Wales government does have some levers to pull when it comes to the governance of universities. Having listened to all of that evidence from the last couple of years, have you got any plans for policy change in order to tighten up the governance of these universities?
Well, there's a few things which we've. First of all, I would say that we still have a limited number of areas that we can come in. We have 2 appointments to university councils. The federal government has all the funding levers and a lot of the policy, but I am looking forward to hearing the committee's recommendations, particularly around the acts, to see whether or not there is work that we should be doing in that space. We have also been talking to Vice-Chancellors and trying to get more information from them about some of their external investments, and to get more consistency about how that's reported in their annual reports. And I can ask the department to elaborate on that work that we've been doing if you like. But just to, as the broad point, looking forward to seeing what the committee recommends, and obviously we'll respond to that recommendations when that occurs.
Okay, but you're open to changing some of those acts in relation to the governance requirements?
Certainly open to considering the recommendations, which I don't know what they'll be yet, but I'll be looking. We'll obviously consider those.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to be mindful of time. It's 12:45. I will check if the government has questions. Yep. Go ahead.
Minister, could you please update the committee on what the government is delivering in terms of its commitment? So you've spoken a bit about that, but if you could sort of extend a bit more about its commitments to rebuilding TAFE,
yes,
and I guess a bit more on those securing those skills that we need that you just touched on.
Yeah, thanks very much, and yeah, I'm delighted to, because I'm very proud of the work that TAFE has been doing with the support of the Minns government to try and make sure that we put TAFE back at the centre of our training system in New South Wales. So I've mentioned the 23% increase in the recurrent budget, the 1,000 upgrades and major and minor work since coming to government. We've seen some really great responsive work. So when in Moruya, with the new hospital being built, to bring nurse training back to Moruya after such a long time was something which has been a really positive development for the area. I've talked about the electrotechnology work. We've seen TAFE restructured so that it has a genuinely state operational model. And I've been getting really positive feedback from people about that, about the faculty model and how that's going. Any change, of course, has some difficulties with it, but the positive feedback around that, and particularly about the delivery, everyone's delivery being up to the best standards. 392 extra TAFE teachers. We've seen the permanent roles go up, and we've reduced wait times for apprentices. So it is something that we can be very proud of. We mentioned earlier those 1,000 additional apprentices and trainees, which have been producing great results for those individuals who are involved, but also I think for the departments, because it means that our departments are actually getting culturally back into the idea that they should be taking on trainees, because I think we've seen in the public sector an ageing of the workforce. So I'm not being unkind there, guys. Well, look at some of these guys are very young, but that's something which I think was is very positive. And interestingly, another program that's not in my portfolio, but the program that we've been operating, the Fresh Start program that Minister Honig has been running in local government, which is about trainees as well. Last night's one of last night's award winners at the New South Wales Training Awards was actually an employee from Orange Council who'd been employed under that program, and she's now a state award winner in that. So I just think it's really exciting to see all those things linked together and work well. So I've had the opportunity while I've been in this role to meet many of those amazing people who are undertaking a journey, and I just hear so often about the change that vocational education makes to those lives. Again, at the Training Awards last night, one of the winners of an award stood up and told us how before she got into vocational training, she was abusing substances. She had been in jail. She's completely turned her life around with that vocational qualification that she got, and was then up on stage at the Training Awards. And it just makes you just feel so good about the work that we can do in this space to make sure that people are getting those opportunities in life. And at the same time, we've got the things like the work that we've been doing with the Commonwealth on our Centres of Excellence, which are producing great results. and which are giving us a capacity that TAFE didn't have before to actually undertake some of its own development of courses and self-accredit. Again, something which enables them to move faster with industry and deliver results from industry. So again, I think some very positive work going on. The Minns government said we would be committed to rebuilding TAFE, and it's pretty clear that over this 3.5 years we've delivered that. We've still got plenty of work to do, but we really have a lot of achievements on the board already.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And that concludes our time with the Minister today. We will be back at 2 o'clock with everyone else.
Can I say thank you to all the team who've been here today, and who knows what happens in March, or to all the unions and the industry groups that I've worked with over the time that I've been in this position so far. Thank you.
Who knows what happens in March? Thank you.
People's hands.
Excellent. Thank you. Welcome back. If I could start with something, I was going to say a bit easier, but maybe not. Maybe I'll just take it on notice. Mr. Disdale, we spoke in education estimates about the sort of total bill for electricity from schools and school sort of, and sort of what the capacity was really in putting more solar in and reducing those bills. I wanted to ask the same question across TAFE. So I'm interested in what the total bill would be for TAFE's energy needs, and then how many solar panels and what percentage of assets are covered with solar.
Okay, thank you for the question. My notes are just loading.
That's all right.
I will start with the broad and look to Ms. LeBron to see if we have something in the notes about the specifics on the bills and those pieces. We have recently launched our Sustainability Action Plan that goes to 2030, which aligns with some of the elements that you've been talking about. Under that plan, we've got $4.7 million in this financial year for solar installations, which obviously would have an impact on the electricity bills at TAFE campuses. Mm-hmm. We also have $8.4 million for LED lighting upgrades, as well as a smaller amount, $0.4 million, for some remote monitoring of things at campuses, so particularly water consumption and energy use. Mm-hmm. What I am not sure about is whether we have specific information on the electricity costs at TAFE campuses. So we will take that away and come back to you with that information.
Thank you. How many TAFE campuses have solar panels?
Do I have that? No, I'm going to take that away as well. Looks like we have investment into EV charging at 44 campuses last year, but I can't see a total number of solar.
Not total, but year on year we've been upgrading campuses and putting in solar panels. But we can definitely come back with the entirety of that.
Has an audit been done of kind of what the capacity would be to put in additional solar in order to reduce bills, things like that? Has that process been done? I know in the schools sphere there was a bit of focus on this. Is that something that TAFE has looked at?
Yeah, so I think the plan focuses this on that. I don't know whether we have the details of, rather than broadly seeking to expand it, I don't know whether we have something that, an audit sounds very specific
yes.
To this, but certainly part of our plan is to seek to ensure that we reduce those costs, and in fact one of our reportable metrics under that plan will be electricity and electricity consumption. So it's certainly on our radar, but we'll take it away and find out for you what we can tell you about current costs and those kinds of things.
Yeah, and just that sort of, I guess when I say audit, I mean like the square metre space of available roof space, like that sort of...
Of the roof space, did you say?
Yes, like
yeah,
what
okay.
is the sort of potential. I like to think that, you could have a situation where we were sort of not reliant at all on the grid and everything was coming out of solar, but maybe not. And what about batteries? Are there batteries at any of these campuses?
We'll take that away. We obviously have operations that are largely during the day, but we would want to understand that infrastructure and come back to you on that.
Yeah. You're talking about EV charging stations?
No, I think you're talking about solar batteries for solar power.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
There are some from a delivery perspective, because we train on PVs and battery as well. But from an infrastructure perspective, I think is what you're asking about.
Yes. Yep. Okay. All right. And I guess the next stage of that would be asking whether you've explored opportunities to develop and host batteries as community batteries, and whether there's been any sort of work around that.
I am not aware of any work around that, but we'll go and find out. Obviously, the team work really closely across government on things like this, so there may have been discussions that we are not aware of, early discussions about those, but yeah, we can certainly find out about that too.
Okay, thank you. Just coming back on the data centre micro course or certificate, or whatever it's called, when I asked about that before and you told me that places are fee-free, I guess, so does that mean sort of which funding line does that come out of? How is that funded? Is that just being funded by the New South Wales government?
So there is a specific piece of funding that was there for the Institute of Applied Technology Digital, which is where the data centre courses are run. I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head whether that is the funding source for this, but we can take that away and come back to you.
And before, when we were talking about whether those, I guess the course was recognised outside of Microsoft, if you didn't get a job with Microsoft, whether it would still be recognised. I think you said that it had been developed with industry as a whole, is that right? And so there's some sort of, can you explain that?
We're certainly really involved with the Future Skills organisation through the Institute of Applied Technology Digital, and that is the industry, what do they call it, Jobs and Skills Council, for the whole of that kind of digital and tech industry space. So we collaborate with them on a range of course development and initiatives across sort of anything to do with computing and tech. So they may have been involved, but we can come back to you on that too.
Thank you. And when you collaborate with a company like Microsoft, and again, I come back to those VR headsets because I think they were Microsoft supplied as well. But whatever the case, I guess, what does the company want back? If we've got a training course that's been, something that Microsoft has helped with and is investing in, what is it that Microsoft wants back for its money if it's not kind of a dedicated group of graduates?
So look, I'll speak broadly rather than about this particular one because we don't have those details in front of us. I think some of the work that was done with the Skills Board pointed towards this. So the Skills Board, which the chair of the Skills Board at the time was also the head of Microsoft, did a lot of work on the Digital Skills Compact and the way that the industry broadly could support the skilling of people in digital things broadly. And so to some degree there is a view that from companies like that putting investment towards upskilling that might be more broadly recognised than in their own organisation is useful. They also obviously have publicised the collaboration, and so they get something from that, I guess, in terms of sort of advertising and reputation. In terms of the specific agreement with Microsoft, I will take that away and just make sure we're clear on the parameters of the Data Centre Academy particularly.
And so if you were a student in that course, presumably you would have Microsoft kind of branding around, and that would be something that would be part of the course. Would that be standard?
There's some in the facility, but I'd have to go and look in the kind of deeper course materials or branding that goes beyond this is the equipment that was donated by a particular company.
In the school space, there's been a bit of focus recently in relation to the fossil fuel industry the assertion really is that there's that when we have partnerships with some types of businesses, they often get a bit of a favourable, branding or reputation or whatever in what some would consider should be a sort of a more of a neutral educational space. Is there any policies around those sorts of collaborations that TAFE has with entities? Some would say that Microsoft's relatively benign, but there are weapons companies, there's fossil fuel companies, there's others that are more controversial. What is the general sort of policy around that?
Yeah, so the policies that relate to sort of government funding sit with the department in terms of what they would fund. In terms of partnerships at TAFE, there will definitely be guidelines around partnerships and how we partner and who we partner with that I can give you more information on if you're looking at something in particular.
And I guess whether there's any sort of preferential access then for graduates in terms of the companies knowing sort of who the graduates are or being able to approach them directly. Is there what are the sort of the boundaries around that?
Yeah, so I guess because TAFE's remit is at least in part to deliver people with the skills that they need to get a job, then some of those partnerships viewed positively. If you think about apprenticeship, that is a partnership piece, although not explicitly, between the employer, the training provider, and the funder to make sure that the employee is getting the skills that they need in the workplace, but also from the training to then continue into the job with that company. That's a very kind of precise example of it, but the other piece that exists, of course, is that TAFE delivers some fee-for-service offerings, which is where someone would offer to pay TAFE for delivering particular types of training, and that's built into the expectations of TAFE over the years.
I'm thinking more about the circumstances where you have somebody doing a certificate, even in something like electroengineering, where there might be a competition between renewable energy employers and weapons manufacturers and data centres and whatever, and the possibility that we're, I guess, distorting the employment pipeline when we partner with some organisations explicitly.
Yeah, I think to that concern and risk, we're uber aware of that, and it's interesting for us as a vocational education and training provider because we are here to not only deliver the needs of community but also industry relevant training. So we have to manage that that relationship or intel gathering that we get from industry to ensure that we're delivering what they need. What I would say is we're very conscious of the nature of those relationships and not to be seen to favour one particular supplier, and that includes industry associations and the like. But I do understand the point you're making around that.
We also have careers fairs and those kinds of things at campuses, partly aimed at prospective students to understand local jobs and why studying at TAFE would be a good idea for them in terms of where they might head after they finish study with us, but also for existing students to understand what's available, particularly locally, in terms of employers who might be looking for people with certain skill sets. That keeps it both local and broad and relevant for those students. So we certainly wouldn't be in the position of seeking to funnel students to a particular employer after they study with us. That wouldn't be part of our remit at all.
And what we are seeing, Ms Boyd, as well, is the fact that there are some industries as a result of the skill shortage that traditionally have not been so active in attraction of people to their industries, and I think that's what you're calling out now. We're seeing the pressure in the construction energy industries around housing and data centres and the like, where there are some industries, whether it's health, wellbeing, those kind of scenarios, where some have done a better job at self-promotion to attract. So we are seeing an interest of that willingness to engage, and that has to be managed.
Thank you. I'll turn to something different. What is TAFE New South Wales's disability support staffing statewide and per campus.
Thank you. She's on the note already. I'm going to hand to Ms Tickle to answer that one.
So we have quite a number of roles that support our students with disability, not the least of which, of course, is our teachers who support all of their students. But we have 107 disability teacher consultants across the state. We have recruited more of those since the last time we were here. We also have sign language interpreters. Currently there's 78 of those across the state. We have a lot of people that are disability assistants and note takers. We have 551 of those people. We have them in all different sort of capacities. So the disability teacher consultants, which I talked about first, they specialise in an area of disability. So some specialise in hearing impairment, blind or low vision, supporting people with intellectual disability. So they're varied. So they have a specialisation that is applied to students that disclose to us that they have a disability in that particular area.
Last time I asked if there was a wait list for disability support services at any campus, and it was taken on notice, but the answer that came back just told me what the average referral time was. Do you have, can you tell me what the actual wait list is for services at campuses?
So we don't. I think the issue in answering this question is we're trying. We don't have campus-specific services.
Okay.
So what we need is for students to receive the support at whatever stage they are with TAFE for either assessment or support in the classroom as required. And so there is a statewide team who then refer students to services. So I wouldn't be able to say at campus A, two people haven't yet seen someone, because there's the ability for us to do that statewide, and to support people where there might not be, say, a disability teacher consultant on site, to access support through, online or other supportive methods.
Okay, so, but in terms then of statewide, are you able to give us an indication of how many people are waiting for support services?
Oh, generally the students are referred by that central referral team, and they have an allocation within 72 hours. So that's what the team aims to do.
Okay.
So, generally that's what occurs. And as Ms Reid said, it really depends on at what point of their course they're up to. Sometimes they are referred and they actually might need some class support rather than disability support. It just depends on what their requirements are. So sometimes they're referred and then they actually are referred to a different person because, in the conversation it comes out that they might need some different support than what was originally thought. So, but 72 hours is the general.
So if that's the general, though, I guess what's the outliers? Like, is there anyone who is waiting longer than that period of time?
As we said, I don't have that in front of me, so I wouldn't be able to provide that to you. My understanding is that students are referred very quickly, and we have quite a lot of people across the state that can support them. So let's say that there's not a disability teacher consultant available immediately. There are plenty of other employees on that list that I read out that can support that student to understand their needs, and quite often that happens. So they might have a meeting with a disability assistant and they sort of draw out a little bit more about what the student needs, and then they're referred to the disability teacher consultant.
So there's no one waiting?
I can't answer the question. I don't.
Yeah, okay. I guess, my question before, though, that wasn't answered was maybe that was because it was referring to particular campuses, but overall, you must have an idea, I guess, of whether there are, what would happen if somebody hadn't got the service support that they needed within a week? Is there an escalation? Does it come back to somebody sort of in a more senior position to then go, let me step in here and make sure, what do you have any visibility over that?
We could take on notice and see what information we can provide. But as I said, it's my understanding that the students are they're really prioritised. So as soon as there is a referral, they are allocated someone, and the person gets back to the student. And the aim is within 72 hours. But we can take on notice what else we have.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I will pause there. Over to the opposition.
Thank you. And you can guess what I'm going to ask about. But before I do that, I just have a different question for Mr. Disdar.
Sure.
I'm just curious about how the progress is going for the preparation of the suicide prevention plan.
On the education side, the recent announcements?
No.
Sorry?
As the obligation under Section 8 of the Suicide Prevention Act, as head of the department, it's your obligation to prepare a suicide prevention plan, and I'm just wondering how the progress of that is going.
Yeah, we've got well-detailed suicide prevention procedures, support structures in place. I'm happy to get you all those details.
No, I think you're misunderstanding me. The new legislation, the Suicide Prevention Act, you're aware of that? And
Yes,
the
I am.
obligation that you have under Section 8 to prepare a suicide prevention plan that has to sit with the statewide prevention plan, and I just wondered what the deadline was for that, how that was progressing, what the consultation was, what difficulties you were encountering, and I'm wondering what deadline you've been given to have that ready.
So let me get you the details for that. I'm happy to come back and get you the details this afternoon if I can.
Yeah, okay,
Is that
yeah, no, thank you. Sorry, I thought, have you had discussions with anybody from health or from the Minister for Mental Health in relation to the timeline expectations for the preparation of that plan?
Well, under the Act, every government department, the one I lead in education,
Exactly.
and every other prescribed agency is required to develop
But they've none prescribed as yet, as far as I'm aware. Or
Suicide
can you tell me
Prevention
if
Action
any
Plan.
Yes, that's right.
That's
so
expected
how's that
of
going?
me and expected of all government agencies. So let me return after the afternoon break with where we're up to and get those details.
Okay, but as at this moment, you're not across the detail of where that is and what the timeline for that is?
That's what I want to get for you this afternoon.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
How do I find the completion rate for people who are doing carpentry? So the completion rate for Cert 3 carpenters in New South Wales.
So I'm happy to give you that rate now, Ms. Carter, and also do my best to talk you through how to get that on the NCVR data builder, because I can also acknowledge and appreciate that it's quite a complicated website. But the data that is available on the NCVR website says that as at 2021, which is the most recent completion rate, noting the complexities that we talked about 4 and 6 year completion rates, is around 70% for Cert 3 in carpentry.
Sorry, what's the exact completion rate?
70.4%.
70.4. And so that is a 6 year or a 4 year?
That's looking at a 4 year completion rate.
Okay.
Yes. But NCVR, there's a distinction
and
obviously
this
between...
is New South Wales, not the whole of Australia?
Correct, yes. New South Wales rate,
Okay.
yes. And NCVR said generally you should start to look at a 6 year completion rate on the data.
I've got a question about the practicalities of that. As I understand it, apprentices are paid according to the year of an apprenticeship, and wages escalate accordingly. Do we have a wage structure around a 6 year apprenticeship?
So we might have to take the details of that on notice, because each award is slightly different, because I think it is based on year of progression through the apprenticeship, but then there's also different provisions for age as well within apprenticeship awards too. So we might have to take the details of that on notice. But we do expect all apprenticeships to complete within 4 years. It's just that we are seeing increased rates of those, taking longer.
What are the reasons for that?
Personal or family reasons. People's, seeking to put their apprenticeship on pause because they, might need to go travelling, or for, personal or family reason.
But they need to go travelling.
Well, they might have a personal reason as to why they might, want to take a break from that apprenticeship formally.
Yes.
And the apprenticeship contract, for very good reasons, is quite structured. So it might be something that in a non-apprenticeship, ordinary course of employment, that might not be something that requires a major variation. But from an apprenticeship contract perspective, because we do have quite rigid and fixed time frames, we might actually need to formally vary that apprenticeship arrangement.
So who's doing any research on the reasons for apprenticeship timelines increasing by 50%?
So we have started to look at that off the back of the NCBR reporting. That updated advice came out from NCBR in June this year when they did a major data publication of some of the resources and materials which we've talked about today.
And when
we've
might
started
we
to look at
expect
that
to see the fruits of that research?
as well? Well, what we are doing at the moment is we do surveying of people who have left VET, and we try to understand, you know, the reasons for leaving VET. I think we've talked about some of those reasons previously as well, particularly those who have said they've got what they wanted out of training. So we're going back and looking at the data to see if we have, you know, in our surveys the ability to distinguish between people who completed within 4 or 6 years. And then based on that, we might need to start to expand the scope of our survey to ask for more or different reasons. You know, why is it taking you potentially longer than 4 years to complete, but you've still completed?
So if we're looking at advice that we should expect apprenticeships to take 50% longer than we have been thinking about it, how does that impact on workforce planning and the numbers of people we should be seeking to accommodate in any initial cohort?
I think, Ms. Carter, it would probably be important to note that what NCBR has said is not necessarily that there is a that it's likely that people are going to continue to be increasing at this rate, but that actually only looking at the 4-year completion rate has historically masked what the true definition or meaning of completion might look like. So they're looking at what they think is now around a 10 to 12% percentage point difference between the 4-year and 6-year completion rate, which they think is sufficient enough to start looking from a 6-year perspective.
It's roughly 10% of people who will complete who may take 6 years rather than the traditional 4.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I note in the fee-free agreement with the Commonwealth that there was an amount of, I think, roughly $750,000 allocated to student support for those fee-free places. I'm wondering what that gets spent on.
So I'm happy to take the details of that on notice, but that did go to providers such as TAFE to improve their wraparound support for students that were undertaking fee-free qualifications. I'll have to take the details on notice because there has been 3 different fee-free agreements and we're currently negotiating a 4th one with the Commonwealth, and those arrangements have changed over time. It's what's been referred to as ancillary funding in the agreement, so I might have to take the details of that on notice to double check that.
I guess it goes to a broader question. I don't know who's the best person to answer this, but rate of 70% completion is actually really good compared to the sort of average that bobbles around 50%. How do we engage with the 30% who don't complete or the 50% who don't complete? And how are they walking away from TAFE, and how are they supported to find their path in life if the path they've embarked on hasn't been the one for them?
I'm happy to talk just more broadly and then pass to the TAFE team to add some observations. I think, so in one of the free agreements that we've recently signed with the Commonwealth Government that was focused specifically on construction, there was an additional...
That's the one that has the 3/4 allocation.
So there's an additional allocation in that of around 1,600 fee-free pre-apprenticeships and traineeships. I think what we're finding is some people get into an apprenticeship and just genuinely think this is not what I was expecting. So what we're trying to do is get people more pre-apprenticeship offerings so they can have essentially a taster offering of what that might look like. And then the Minister spoke earlier about the expansion of the Education Pathways program. So what we're trying to do is bring that into schools as well so that people can do things like try a trade, non-formal training opportunities to actually experience what it's like to be on a building site, what it's like to actually do an apprenticeship before they start, because we do get a large portion of that 30% that just say, this is just not what I was expecting.
So what sort of data have you got about the completion rates of people who start school-based apprenticeships as compared to, so they've had the opportunity to trial it, as compared to those who are school leavers when they commence?
My understanding, happy to take it on notice, we'll see what we can come back with after the break, is that those school-based and apprenticeship and traineeship rates are actually slightly higher than the overall non-starting in school apprenticeship and traineeship rates.
Yeah, because it would be good to understand that and understand how well that works or doesn't work. Have you got any figures for people who don't complete because they're, for example, using the service to assist people to travel long distances to TAFE? Like, have we got any figures about whether geographical accessibility is a factor in non-completion?
I don't know if we have any specific information on that. What we do know is that in some circumstances, cost of living is a factor for individuals. But we also see that in non-apprenticeship qualification rates as well, that some people might feel like they need to go and increase their employment or, seek employment to support them with overall cost of living. So it's not necessarily something that's specific to geography or travel distance.
Who's responsible? At whose desk does the buck of low completion rates stop?
So it is a shared responsibility between ourselves and the Department of Education as the regulator of apprenticeships and traineeships, and Ms Lawrence as the Executive Director of Training Services is a commissioner for the purposes of the Apprenticeships and Traineeships Act. Sits between us, the department, between the individual, the training provider and the employer. And part of what we found during the Apprenticeship and Traineeship Act review, and what we've heard generally through other Commonwealth Government reviews, is the need for greater certainty about where apprentices go to for support. So fundamentally, there is a role for each individual in the system. But what we also heard through that Act review was that people want more clarity about their roles and responsibilities. And the Minister talked a little bit about the work the department
I guess what
is
my
doing
question
there.
goes to is, if we look at the higher education sector broadly, if there were courses offered at any university of which I'm aware, where there was a 50% non-completion rate, or frankly even a 30% non-completion rate, there would be significant internal inquiries as to what there was actually happening. And everybody over the last two estimates seems to be totally accepting of the sort of non-completion rates that we're looking at, and I'm struggling to understand why.
One of the things that we do see in the apprenticeship and traineeship system is that really the strong importance of the need for a really strong connection between the individual and the employer and that training provider. So we really look to make sure that at the start of the commencement of that apprenticeship that everyone is extremely clear on what their roles and responsibilities are.
So when we say we, who's the looking person in that relationship?
So in that relationship, it is either the department, but generally it can also be the broker of the apprenticeship arrangement from the beginning, which is generally the Commonwealth Government-funded apprenticeship placement provider who actually brokers that relationship, or it could be the group training organisation, which we discussed before. I might pass to Ms Lawrence if she has anything else that she'd like to add in relation to that.
Yeah, thanks. I think the way Mr Karutz has characterised that is accurate. There's a significant role for all parties. So the employer, the learner and the training provider are all parties to that contract. The things that we do throughout the life of that training contract are really designed to support that person completing their training and sticking with it. In terms of making sure employers understand their obligations, we undertake free supervisor workshops across the entire state. They're voluntary for employers to attend, but we do recommend that they send supervisors along, particularly first-time supervisors of apprentices and trainees. And we're consistently doing hundreds of those across the state every year, in addition to our regulatory role where we go into workplaces to monitor those learners in their workplace and talk to their employers.
And if you monitor the learners and you're concerned, what do you do then?
Then we can take regulatory action if need be, but the first port of call
I guess
would be
what I'm
guided
asking is
compliance.
deeper than that, because a student who's struggling perhaps doesn't want regulatory action. They want different responses. And I'm wondering, when I hear this language of, well, there's three parties and we do this and somebody else does, whether what we've got is a lot of our young people falling between, in this case, three stools, and at 20 feeling that they're a failure when they should be really finding their path. And it deeply worries me that I don't hear language that engages with this issue.
Some of the reported feedback from apprentices and trainees who may have struggled or dropped out definitely go to challenging workplace conditions, definitely go to limited supervision capability from the employer. They also call out low wages.
So if you have this feedback, what are you doing to address these issues?
So that's a fair question. The department, we spoke about all of the players contributing to this. Ms Lawrence spoke about the free workshops that we're running under to strengthen employee capacity.
And what evaluation have you had of those in terms of impact on completion?
Miss Lawrence might have what the evaluation is, but
I'm happy to hear, Miss Lawrence, what the evaluation is on impact on completion.
I would need to take that on notice, but we do know from our analysis of our monitoring visits, which is 20,000 plus monitoring visits of learners a year, that there is about an 11% increase in completion likelihood.
So that's from the workshops or from the monitoring
That's from the monitoring visits.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
But the workshops definitely help. We find those employers that have come as part of that are certainly...
And you've got data on that?
Well, it goes to then the monitoring visits that we undertake. We're getting a better return there.
Mm-hmm.
If you want further information, we're driving hard with our Bert Evans apprenticeship scholarship. We're trying to and are strengthening the VTAS travel support for apprentices and trainees. We're expanding.
So I just have a question about that. It sounds to me that that's structured around almost requiring apprentices to have access to a car. How realistic is that, and how realistic is it that every apprentice would even have a driving licence?
I don't think you can universally think that's going to be the case, but the Minister this morning spoke to the improved per kilometre rate under his ministerialship.
Yes.
The improved travel subsidy, accommodation subsidy.
Yeah, I thought I heard the Minister say it was $70 a night. Is that? Can you confirm that for me?
I think that's what he indicated. I think it used to be 55, so he spoke about the improvement there.
The increase is welcome. Can you tell me where you'd stay for $70 a night?
Improvements to this are welcome, if you ask me as the Secretary.
And I agree. I welcome the improvements that have been made. I suppose what I'm asking is, whose responsibility is it to really dig into why we are losing students? What is the impact on them? And frankly, what is then the impact on the workforce?
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of commentary and a lot of study around the fact that you don't control all the levers out there. You're dependent around what the employment market looks like, what the unemployment rate is, what the underemployment rate is.
But we don't want to use that as an excuse, do we, Mr. Distar?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Because it's with respect, it's sounding a bit like it's all out there factors, whereas I hope we're looking at what are our factors.
In fairness, I was trying to indicate, and sorry if it sounded like we're offering an excuse, because we're hard at work to try and increase the completion.
I'm sure you are.
We weren't intending for that to be the case. I was merely indicating that there's a lot of public commentary around this, and the public commentary does go to what those external factors are. I mean, we called out the department, the regulator, the individual, the employer. I think we should also call out the Commonwealth. You know, they're major funders alongside states, so you know, their policy positions around that can either accelerate and assist as well. So I'm not hiding behind the fact that we've got an obligation and responsibility. I was unpacking some of the things we're attempting to do.
And I meant no disrespect by my comments. But,
so I was just going to add, from the point of view, obviously, we're the training provider, but we have a strong relationship with that apprentice and also with the other players in this system. So from the very start, our apprenticeship team, they have fortnightly meetings with the Apprenticeship Connect providers in that period where you're brokering the training plan proposal and the enrolment between the student, the employer, and us. And then the conversations that we have inside TAFE about completions are that, yes, there are many external factors. So there are, employer-related matters are a big one called out by the Apprenticeship Support Network in their first year apprenticeship study released recently, as is financial stress. But there is also a component of those results that relates to the training, and they say perhaps the training was not as they expected, or the training wasn't suited to them. And we have and that's where I say to people at TAFE, that bit is firmly us. We are the training provider. So we have a range of things in place that help us work through how we reduce the number of people who might leave an apprenticeship because the training wasn't what they wanted. We have enhanced induction. For many of our courses, we have an education support officer who is sort of dedicated to that section to give additional support to apprentices or trainees who might be struggling. We have obviously counselling support, tutorials, Aboriginal support teams. And having done some intensive work, and you're going to wince because this is the 6-year completion rate, Having done some work, our 2019 cohort for carpentry was a completion rate of 68.3, but our 2020 was 74.8.
Sorry, so
6 year
which is the one you
completion.
gave
So I
me?
reported you that
He gave you 2021.
I gave you the 2021 rate,
Yeah.
Which is the
from NCVR.
2027 if we do a 6 year.
Well, it's 4 years, so
Okay.
NCVR.
Because I think I've just been
I
given
know.
3 different figures.
I
for
know.
this.
So,
you
I,
have
so I
numbers.
walked into this room. NCVR now recommend that you use the 6-year rate. So I went,
Yeah, no,
okay,
no.
I'm going to use the
Yeah,
6-year
no,
rate.
I understand.
But regardless of the rate we're using, the point remains between the 2019 start year and the 2020 start year, the completion rate has improved. And it's improved
Great.
because we've focused on it and we've thought about it.
Yeah.
And we want to engage with that. That also doesn't mean that we take all care and no responsibility for the other actors in the system. So if an apprentice discloses to us an issue with their employment, we are able to obviously liaise directly with the employer, or we are able to report that to Miss Lawrence's team to say, look, we think there's something going on here that you might wish to look into. And we also think about things like the cost of living piece, which is cited in every study. I think that apprenticeship support network one says it's doubled between 2013 and 2025.
Which is my curiosity about
So
the
we think
6 year.
about how we plan the delivery. Do we do block? Do we recommend them to use VTAS if that's available to them? So we do want to take responsibility for the students who are with TAFE and the completion rates that they get.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to come back to you very shortly, I think.
Okay.
So prepare yourself. I just wanted to come back on a couple of questions on disability again. So just to clarify then, if you're a student with disability who requests a consultant, will you necessarily get one, or may you get something different in terms of support?
No, you'll get allocated to a disability teacher consultant.
Okay. All right, good. In the last estimates, I asked the question of how many. I said, what is the ratio of consultants to students with disability? And you came back saying 16.7% of total enrolments indicated disability enrolment, which is fine. It says of these, around 30% requested and was supported by a consultant. I see. So it's not 30% who requested were supported with one, but 30% of people with disability ended up requesting.
Yep.
That makes sense now that I've looked at it properly. Very good. And then possibly my final question. When it comes to, and I know we've had this discussion before as well, about counsellors and student welfare staff. My understanding from the last time is that you don't have a counsellor at every particular campus, but you have them sort of spread around. Is that still the case?
Yeah,
So
that's right. Yep.
Are you able to tell me what the student to counsellor ratio would be?
We would be able to. I don't think we have it today, though.
Okay.
But yeah,
And are you asking for against every student?
all students
Or students who requested counselling?
Across all students.
Across all students, okay.
Yep.
That would be very useful. Thank you. I will go back to the opposition.
Okay. Thank you. I'm trying to get straight in my head the difference between the Commonwealth fee-free money and the skilled and whatever money. So we sign an agreement with the Commonwealth that says we will create, I think it was so many places in construction apprenticeships, and then there were 4,700 fee-free places in construction across 25-26, and there'll be $750,000 for student support and ancillary services. So is that an additional 4,700 fee-free places, or is that an existing 4,700 places in construction that fee-free will be funded by the Commonwealth state agreement?
A combination of both, and I'm happy to take that on notice because
Right.
within
Okay,
that detail, there's also the pre-apprenticeship figure potentially that I spoke with you about. So we can take it on notice and get you the information about pre-apprenticeships versus existing funded versus new capacity.
Because I guess what I'm wondering, how many new places does that represent in construction?
Yeah,
So
very
that's-
happy to take that.
And
then,
if it helps, Ms Carter,
yeah.
where you went to was tranche 3. There's 3 tranches of funding.
Yes.
We're happy to unpack them for you.
Yes.
And there's Commonwealth. Would you like that?
I essentially really want to know how many new places does that represent?
Yeah. So the one you went to was specifically for construction. It was tranche 3.
Yes.
You had the figures right about the amount of millions, etc.
Yes.
But we'll go back and see what's...
And I think the construction is interesting because it's a clear area of
well, it's one of the
need.
key skill shortage areas.
Yeah. And I did notice when I looked at I've looked at so many NCVR things, there's some big A4 poster thing they do, and it seemed to suggest that we had a really low number of people engaged in housing, but overwhelmingly something like 80% of our people in the TAFE sector were engaged in what we might call training for the care economy. And I did wonder about that. We've got such a over-emphasis on the care economy as opposed to construction, and I wondered what was driving that.
We need them in both areas because the care economy is also one of the...
No, but it would be better to see it sort of 50-50, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure I recognise those ratios.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Let me see if I can find... I might need to take that on notice and get back to you with which exact place I found that. Yeah. But with respect to the $750,000 for student support and ancillary services, so does that go only to the unique places created under the fee-free Commonwealth State Agreement for construction, or does that go to everybody who's studying TAFE in the construction area?
I'll have to take the details of that on notice to confirm that.
Thank you,
Ms. Carter.
Thank you very much.
And it is 4,700 training places.
Yes.
Alongside 1,600 pre-apprenticeship places. There's a combination there.
Okay, and they have all been created?
They're all in the fee-free construction one that you're reading, but
how many of those have been newly created?
We'll go on notice and get how many are new and how many might be ongoing.
Yes, yeah. I guess how many are rebadged that were offered anyway, and how many are created because of this funding?
Let's get that for you. How many is brand new and how many might be ongoing?
No, thank you very much. And there are a couple of other figures I mentioned this morning that I'd be very keen to have. So if we look at the DUA figures, the national completion rate for the diploma in nursing fee-free is 30.1%. Now that's an area of great need. So what is the New South Wales figure for diploma of nursing?
So the diploma of nursing completion rate for students having commenced in 2021 over a 4-year period.
Yep. Is a diploma in nursing a 4-year qualification typically?
It can be 2.
That was my thinking, yeah.
Yeah, 2 years, but it'll...
So the 4-year for the diploma in nursing is the 6-year for the apprenticeship?
No, so
actually it's higher than that because the 6-year would be the 3-year diploma in nursing, wouldn't it?
What it does is it essentially looks at the unique identifier of that individual starting in 2021 and then tracks them through the system for either 4 to 6 years. And
so why can't we track diplomas which are designed to be shorter courses over the shorter period of time that course is designed to do?
So we would track that internally, but for the purposes of being able to compare between states and territories and how things are nationally reported.
Okay.
NCVR says best to look at 4 years, but now potentially best to look at 6 years.
Well, I'm happy. I would prefer to get our internal data. What are our figures on the completion rates for diploma of nursing?
So the latest information that I have, which is the NCVR data before me, is a completion rate of 63.8%.
How do we have 63.8 and the national average is 30.1?
So that is for government-funded training within New South Wales. So we do, in certain qualifications in certain parts of the country, see lower completion rates for certain qualifications.
Look, my maths is not good, but if we're sitting at 60-something and the national average is sitting at 30-something, there must be some people who are completing at about 2 and 3%.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the data source that you're referencing from the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
I can find that for you.
Yes,
it's one of my many pieces of paper.
Data is complicated in vocational education and training. That is the completion rate that we have for government-funded training in New South Wales.
Okay, when you say government-funded training, what other sort of training could there be in that category?
So within the government-funded training category?
Well, no. I'm wondering why you're restricting it to being very specific about the fact this is government-funded places in the Diploma of Nursing.
Because that is where we have our levers as a department and within New South Wales. It's where government funds training.
So other than government-funded places, what other places are there is what I'm asking.
Or there'd be people that are essentially just paying for study fee for service. So they don't, that registered training organisation is not approved necessarily by the Department of Education. It is approved by the Australian Skills Quality Authority to operate as a national registered training organisation. Or that provider could also be Smart and Skilled, but they're not delivering that particular qualification from a government-funded perspective.
Where do we find figures for the whole sector?
That is also available in NCVR in a different report titled Total Vet Activity. That information is also there as well. Yes.
Could I ask that when we ask questions on notice and the answer is it's on the website, we might get a bit of a tree showing us exactly where on the website these things could be found?
Very happy
Thank
to
you.
assist.
And the Cert 4 in housing and construction, where the national completion figure is apparently 21%. What is our figure for that?
Yeah, so we got a figure of around 41%. That is the 2021 figure.
That's not high, is it, for something as important as housing and construction?
What we think is happening there, though, and I think it goes to the 4 versus 6 year completion rate, is the impact of COVID during that period. So people that commenced in 2021 at the beginning might have been impacted by COVID lockdowns and therefore may not necessarily have been able to do as much on-site training.
Difference between a Cert 3 and a Cert 4 is the Cert 4 in housing and construction. Is that a 4-year course, or is that something that somebody who already has a trade at a Cert 3 would pick up, and we wouldn't expect it to take 4 to 6 years?
My understanding is it's someone who's already qualified. I might see if my TAFE colleagues can assist with that answer, though.
Yeah, there can be two streams that, because depending on what jurisdiction you're in, for example, in New South Wales, there are
New South Wales is what
there's
we're
licensing requirements to become a licensed builder, and that is one of the qualifications that you would require. You're exactly right. What normally happens is a prerequisite for that licensing is also that you have relevant experience in one of the structural trades. So, for example, a carpenter would complete a Cert 3 in carpentry through their apprenticeship, and what normally happens is they would then go on and, if they desire, I can't speak for them, they would go into a Certificate 4 in building and construction, which would then, they can do that, or a diploma in building and construction, which then qualifies them for a New South Wales supervisor's licence or a builder's licence.
So how long would we expect, no problem, sail through, money in the bank, how long would we expect a Cert 4 to take if you were building on that existing trade qualification?
Course length, depending on delivery mode, but as a general would be 2 years for the Cert 4 in building construction.
So if the general is 2, I guess this is the unusual way in which some of these figures seem to be being collected, because if it's usually 2 years, I accept we look over 3, which is a 50%, but to look over 6 seems to be unnecessarily giving us an odd figures, is what I would suggest.
I think that is...
I don't think we look over 6 for that one. I think it's 4.
No, but with the change of NCBR saying you should look at 6, it may be impacted.
I don't think for this they would.
Okay.
No, but I thought the figure, the reason I was being given was COVID, which, with respect, is a few years ago now, and well beyond the sort of 2 years we would be expecting for a standard Cert 4 housing and construction to be completed. So what else explains what is a very low completion rate of 40%?
Against a national challenge with it, pleasingly we're
great,
ahead
we're
of
doing
them.
better, but we can't brag about 40%, can we?
Well, when you've got 20 nationally, there's a lot of work to do,
When I see 40%, I see 60% of people who feel that they failed at something, and I think that is something that humanly we should be addressing. I also see that we have invested in people to address our critical skill shortages in something like construction, and we're getting a 40% return. I mean, you wouldn't, we've got more people walking away than doing it, so I don't think we can boast that we're better than the national average.
I totally agree with you. I wouldn't say that's a great victory at 40%, but I was just merely saying where the nation sits on that, and much more work to obviously do, to improve it.
Sorry, Mr. Hawkins,
That's
what
okay.
did you
Ms.
want
Carter, I was
to
just going to give help give some context into why those completion rates can be a challenge. It's not an excuse. It's it's that as we were just talking to someone who's completed a trade qualification, goes out into the workforce, they're working at the same time, and to use the term, the certificate for generally is a post-trade qualification. So what we see on the ground is individuals who are under the pressure of sometimes running their own business as a contract carpenter, for example, trying to do that, trying to chase money, trying to engage in further study, etc. Some of them having young families. So I can't speak on behalf of the vet market, but in TAFE New South Wales, we're really conscious of that, and we are trying to make available different delivery models so that someone may be able to stay at home, for example, and do part of it virtually, so they can at least have dinner with their family. And then, so it is a real challenge, but I just want to provide that context about why, and I think the current cost of living scenarios as well is adding to some of those pressures, but we're conscious of that and trying to support those individuals as best we can.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a figure for the total New South Wales Government and Commonwealth expenditure on fee-free TAFE to date, and do we have a figure on the average cost per completed qualification?
We'll just check for you to see if we have that information in relation to total investment. I would have to take the second for per completion on notice, but if you just bear with me for one moment, I'll just see if we have that information available for you. Just with respect, I think the Secretary spoke before about there's been a couple of different tranches of fee-free. Did you have any particular tranche that you wanted that information in relation to?
Whatever the easiest way for you to provide that information is.
Tranche one, the Australian Government provided New South Wales with 164 million.
Yep.
It was matched funding.
Okay.
That went to fee-free. Tranche 2 in the agreement provided 128.86 million over 3 years.
And what was the New South Wales contribution?
That one was just, that one wasn't matched.
That was a freebie.
That was matched, apologies.
Oh, sorry,
to confirm.
that was matched.
Was matched, yeah.
Jeremy's correcting me. And then tranche 3 was the one that you referenced, which was the 24.6 million.
Yep. And New South Wales also contributed, I've got the figure somewhere, but the average cost per completed qualification, we can work that out, can we?
Well, they're the three funding tranches. I don't have that figure. I don't know if any of us do.
No, I don't.
I don't think.
Okay, are you able to calculate that?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you. No, I understand that, yeah. And do we have a figure for how many fee-free TAFE students have withdrawn or discontinued training before completing the qualifications?
So I have to take the specifics on notice. It's important probably just to note up front that the agreement is referenced by the Australian Government as being about free TAFE, but it does apply to TAFE and government-funded smart and skilled non-TAFE providers as well. So we might take it on notice to get you the breakdown of another, unfortunately, confusing structure from a nomenclature perspective, but it does apply in New South Wales to non-TAFE providers as well. What we have generally seen, though, but as I said, we'll take it on notice, is we see the same level of completion rates in free TAFE than we generally do in fee-paying government-funded training in New South Wales as well, which is different from when free TAFE was originally introduced, which was primarily in response to COVID-19. It was an economic stimulus to keep people engaged. We did see lower completion rates during that period, but that program has a slightly different purpose and intent behind it, whereas this is about full qualifications and formal accredited training.
Yeah, okay, no, thank you. The apprenticeship and trainee roadmap, how many additional apprenticeship and traineeship pathways have become available in rural and regional New South Wales since 2024 as a result of efforts to increase the availability of training providers?
Not sure, do we?
Happy to take that on notice specifically about regional, rural and remote provision. Unless, Ms Lawrence, you have any information in front of you now? We'll take it on notice to get the breakdown of provision that's available.
Okay. Is there any work being done on, and I accept, for example, for hairdressing that may be very difficult because of the infrastructure that's required, but is there any work or any thinking being done about taking TAFE to apprentices rather than making them move all the time?
Yeah, so in the case of TAFE specifically, we have a number of mobile training units, including one that I saw, I want to say I was in Ballina or Byron, that had like a portable sink and mirror and, you know, kind of a hairdressing set up.
Hairdressers that come to you at home, yes?
Oh, yes, yes, I suppose so. Yeah. And so we do offer that. Obviously, the other part of that is making sure that students have the jobs in the places where they are too. So where we can, we look at a variety of different training modes. The other thing we'll do sometimes where there's not facilities near someone is do block release. So rather than coming a day a week to TAFE and 4 days a week to the employer, they might go to the employer for a number of weeks and then come to us for a period of time, 3 days, 5 days, something like that, to try and minimise travel if there's nothing near to them.
Thank you. And the roadmap includes the development of a New South Wales VET workforce strategy. Has that strategy been completed?
So that was in relation to, if I recall it correctly, was in relation to Certificate 4 in Training and Assessment, which was to boost the vet workforce, if my memory serves me correctly. Right. We went on to do that, but it was by way of the additional investment that we did with the Commonwealth Government in relation to improving the vet workforce, and that funded some of the initiatives which colleagues at TAFE have discussed today and also previously, like Paid to Learn, which is encouraging more mid-career entrants to leave their current profession or to supplement their current profession with becoming a vet or a TAFE teacher.
Right, okay. And that's what you were talking about before. There was a figure, I think I've written it out somewhere, but 240 people who would pay to learn vets.
Yes. Or three, how much?
Sorry, what was it?
There's just under 400, I think. But
good,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
And how many of those are in the city and how many of those are distributed through the regions, do you know?
I do. If you give me a moment, I'll find it.
Sure, thank you.
So while Ms Tickle's looking for a note, I'll just tell you about the most recent cohort of Pay to Learn, if that's useful.
Yeah, sure.
So 55 teachers who commenced just recently in August, 13 new electrical teachers, 2 new plumbing, 3 refrigeration and air conditioning, 2 nursing, 3 ageing and disability. This note says more than 400 have graduated, and in terms of the areas just for cohort 9, I can see we've got Moree, we've got Broken Hill, Cessnock, Griffith, Richmond, Glendale, Bathurst, Cooma, Glendale again, Dubbo, Belmont, Albury. So there's usually a pretty good spread across the state of Pay to Learn. We make sure of that, but also, of course, we're responding to demand in local areas. Ms Tickle, do you have the breakdown overall across the other cohorts?
I actually have it broken down, so why don't I add it up, the totals, and come back to you after the break.
Thank you.
From regional and metro.
Thank you. No, grateful. Last estimates we talked about IAT construction enrolments and that they were only 10% of the IAT digital enrolments, but there was work going on to boost those construction enrolments. What are the enrolment figures now?
Let me just open my note. So one of the things that has obviously happened since we last spoke is the adoption of the IAT construction as a national centre of excellence for construction, which just helps to reinforce its value and allow us to continue to build on the work that has been done there. What figure did you give though?
10% of construction enrolments were 10% of digital enrolments.
So it's more than that. I've got 69,000 enrolments, but that's across a 3-year period.
Right.
And the IATD is over, I think we had 530,000 earlier, so we're more than 10% now.
Yeah, not a whole lot more though. I mean,
a wee bit more.
Yeah.
And
we haven't got up to 20% yet, have we?
And in fact, 12,000 micro-skill enrolments this year. So, and we also we've been talking completions. There is no 2-year, 3-year or 4-year here. There's just completion within the year for shorter courses. Several courses above 90%, an average completion rate of 75%. Things like there's growth in the courses to do with women in construction, sustainability in construction, and the role of building information modelling in construction. And our most popular ones are about project management, so nearly 13,000 enrolments in that, contract administration, 12,500, digital skills, close to 10,000, and I've talked about the others. The other piece for the Construction Centre of Excellence is the work we've been doing with the Building Commissioner to make sure that we offer short courses that target things that he sees as particular areas of concern or of kind of that he thinks the sector needs to focus on, or that can provide good advice to the sector. So that's also been a very
Sorry, are
good
they
class.
additional courses, or is that integrated into your foundational building courses?
They're additional, noting that oftentimes they're things that would now be in the training package but weren't when much of the sector. So, for example,
Is it both,
asbestos awareness and safety is the most strongest demand for those courses. So over 28,000 enrolments for that under construction.
Sorry, Ms. Reid, my question was, if they're flagged by the Building Commissioner, are they only as add-on courses, or are they also integrated into the foundation courses?
So they are add-on courses, but I would say that they're often on topics that would now be part of the training package, which would be those foundational construction certificate 3s and so on. So if you think about it,
but is there a mechanism whereby the Building Commissioner flags A, B and C, and those people responsible for curriculum development get that information and think, oh, actually, A, B and C should now be part of our foundational offering?
Yes, largely, but that would normally happen through the national architecture. So as the regulation of building trades and as the legislation around things like asbestos and silica changes over time, then the National Build Skills, as the Jobs and Skills Council, will make sure that there's relevant content. As you know,
so we have to wait for regulation or legislative change before we are developing our curriculum in these areas?
Oh, no, we work really closely with the Building Commissioner on those things. What I'm saying is that for some of these elements, this is about a workforce who went through their training before these things were part of the legislation.
But what's the incentive for somebody who's already trained to keep coming and doing these top-up skills?
I guess that's a good question. You might help me with.
It is a good question, and it is industry industry culture relevant. So some industries have a stronger culture of continuing professional development, and it's been embedded, whereas some industries they're not as mature as that, to your point. What we do in regards to the work we do with the Building Commissioner, and Ms. Reid was right that a number of those topics are already embedded in what would be national training packages, but we are also looking at how we, to your point, open those short course enrolments or make them accessible to apprentices that might be training with TAFE New South Wales, for example. So they go in to support that learning as such. But the classic ones are like asbestos awareness, which we know is well and truly embedded in national training packages at the moment, etc.
Yeah. And look, this is something I've never, I think, fully understood in terms of completion rates. When we're talking about overall completion rates, are those micro courses, I think you called them, are they included with all the other courses?
No.
Okay.
So the NCVR reporting, which is what we use as our kind of gold standard for completions, is nationally recognised courses, except where they might do a particular report on something else, but they would all be part of the national architecture, whereas these shorter courses tend not to be in that.
So we're not including
the
AI courses as part of the completion rates, what we're talking about?
No.
Okay. And we're not including the asbestos awareness courses?
Those short courses?
No.
Okay, right. And where are those completion rates reported?
We might report on some of them in our annual report.
Okay. Why not all of them?
Oh, sorry, we may report on all of them in our annual report.
Okay, well, does anybody know where they're reported?
we fund nationally recognised and accredited training, but we can take on notice if we do any of that reporting.
To me, bottom line, evaluate, report, understand, improve, and I'm just trying to work it out.
So in this example, very specifically, the building commissioner through Construct New South Wales has sought to partner with us on the delivery of a set of courses that they, the building commissioner, are seeing as important. We would obviously be reporting to them on those as the person who kind of is the steward of that system and the regulator of that system, and who was interested in the work itself and understanding how efficient the delivery was.
Okay, hand over to my colleague.
Thank you very much. If I could look at the issue of online learning, Mr. Dista, through you, or be directed as to who's relevant here.
Sure, Ms. Matt.
Just how many students are enrolled primarily online?
In TAFE or?
Yes, through TAFE, yep, correct.
Oh yeah, maybe Miss Reid and the team can help about how much online learning occurs. Do you mean exclusively as an online course, or sometimes it's a hybrid, a combination of? Not sure what they've got.
Yeah. Let me have a wee look.
However you best measure that.
Sure.
I suspect I will come up short on this because students in some cases have the choice and may move between them. I don't believe I have an overall number of online. No. Are you interested in a particular type of course? A bit to the conversation we're just having with Ms. Carter.
Oh, look, however you measure it, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can see what we can find and come back on notice.
And Ms. Reid, I'll just follow up. I was interested to see completion rates for online, blended and face-to-face delivery of courses, whether we track that and we see any differences.
For every course? Or every type of course?
However you measure it, I'm not going to...
Yeah, I think what I would say broadly on that is that it would really, really depend on the course and on the duration of the course. So some of the courses we were just talking about through the Institutes of Applied Technology and Digital and Construction are completely online. They're short courses, and as I said, some of them have over 90% completion rates. So whether you're looking at that or some of the more kind of in the nationally recognised architecture, how about we have a look and see what we already report or what we have that will help that.
Thank you. And I guess wanting to ascertain here in terms of what the dropout rate may be, whether there's a difference between students that are enrolled in online versus face-to-face training.
Yep, I think in some courses there will be and in others there won't. So yeah, I'll see what we can find.
Thank you. And in relation to online courses, the question is whether there is, adequate digital equipment and connectivity for regional students.
Yeah, so many of our regional campuses have the opportunity for students who are studying online with TAFE to still come into the campus and to use computers that might be there. For example, in our libraries we often have computers that students can use and access, and also in some campuses we have very cool laptop lockers where the student scans their TAFE card, they can get a laptop out for the day, they can use that laptop and then they plug it back in the back and put it back in the locker. So we do have a range of provision for students to seek to ensure that they have the right access to online learning materials or the online environment.
Thank you. And Ms. Reid, I missed what campus was that you mentioned that's available?
A variety of campuses. So we've definitely got them at Bankstown, we've definitely got them at Meadowbank. Someone's going to give me other examples or not, maybe. And then
so
libraries.
There's Sydney Metropolitan, but in terms of some of the regional campuses.
Yeah, so we would also have libraries across the regions that would have either devices that can be borrowed by students or can be used in the library itself. So it will really depend on the campus. And Miss Rankin looks like she might want to add something.
Yes, in addition to, so often sometimes it's a more broad thing. We'll have additional staff laptops available in those centres so that students that don't have a device can borrow that equipment. I'd probably also add to Ms Reid's comments that we've been rolling out a program of work called the Digital Access Foundation, which we talked about in previous estimates, which is really focusing on one of the elements or the streams of that is really replacing the legacy network and increasing the Wi-Fi coverage in those campuses. And the first tranche of that really focused on the remote and regional areas across New South Wales. So that was a big success for us in terms of addressing some of the needs in those critical needs and the equity access.
No, thank you so much. Ms Reid, I've had a report from a TAFE student in Sydney who does online learning, that there's a requirement for this student to undertake an acknowledgement of country up to 4 times a day on the same day of training, as it's a requirement for students to participate in this at the beginning of each module of learning. There is also a requirement put on each student at the online training to identify the land on which they are learning. Just putting the question to you or to Mr. Disda, is it a responsible use of faculty and student time that this requirement is put on students to participate in online learning?
I think I might start by saying that TAFE teaches across a range of Aboriginal lands in New South Wales, and we are very fortunate to do so, and we seek to acknowledge country as appropriate, and also to ensure we have welcome to countries at sort of major events and those kinds of things. In terms of students, I don't believe we would ever be forcing someone to acknowledge country directly, but a teacher of a course may do so at the beginning. It's short, but often a personalised acknowledgement, and then we offer the people the opportunity to tell us where they are joining from. Whose lands are you joining from today? That is definitely optional, and so if you've got information to the contrary, I would want to see that.
But I guess if I just draw, Ms Reid, in this instance, this is an online student. It's a full day's training, which may cover 3 or 4 modules, and there's break periods and everything. But it's a requirement that this takes place at the beginning of every learning module. So this single student's undertaking an acknowledgement of country 4 times during the day, on a single day.
I don't believe that we require that students give an acknowledgement of country in every class. So I'm really happy to take the information from you and see if perhaps something's misunderstood or different to my expectations there. But I would say it is also a very individual thing. So people sometimes would give an acknowledgement of country, and other times, somebody else might join the conversation and would also like to acknowledge the lands that they're on.
I guess I'm just highlighting the time for faculty and for students with this arrangement in place.
Ms Merton, if you're open to it, Ms Reid has described broader what occurs right across our TAFE campuses. If you're open to it at the break, why don't you give us the specifics of this experience for this individual, and why don't we look into it, the specific of it? Because what Ms Reid has indicated, you'd find happens in many departments and agencies, the one I lead as well. But if there's a concern for that specific student...
This is not a special case. This is an online student, and this is the requirement. This is their experience, Mr Disda.
But see, I don't know the detail. And what caught my attention, obviously would have caught your attention, is you said, and that's why I'd want that detail outside of here, 4 times in the same day. So let's have a look at that.
In the same day, yeah.
So let's have a look at that.
As I've said, because it's a requirement at the beginning of every learning module that this takes place.
So let's have a look at that for that case.
I would like to understand
a full-time student's going to engage in more than one module on the one day.
I hear you.
That's the question.
I hear you. The key is you said 4 times in the same day for that student.
Yeah, so meaning 4 modules, 4 different learning modules.
So why don't you give us that detail? We'll protect the anonymity of that individual and look into it through our TAFE colleagues. but I'd really back in and concur what Miss Reid said around, the Minister this morning said 1,700 campuses across the broad footprint on the lands that we're on. And so the acknowledgement that takes place, you'd find takes place in every agency.
Sure, yeah, thank you. I've also just wondering how we're responding to, in terms of the online learning and blended learning and portability and absolutely support the flexibility on learning. We've also had reports that the absence of students from campuses is having an effect in, like I think at Hornsby campus there's been reports that, the cafe's finding it hard to keep the doors open because the students aren't on campus.
Yeah, I think...
just wondering if you had any other reports, reflections as to how we manage the campus with the changing learning.
Yeah, I think
available.
That's an interesting topic for us. You'd recall we talked earlier, I think, about the vet review and the resulting TAFE charter and the expectation in that we want to make sure that campuses are vibrant and engaging places, and we think about that in a variety of ways. So obviously what we don't want to do is restrict the opportunity for someone to study at TAFE by saying you must be in person on a campus if you might be someone who is already working full time or have family responsibilities, whatever it may be. We do need to make sure that we offer flexibility for those students, but there are also ways that we can ensure that campuses are engaging and vibrant places.
And I guess that's the question, Ms. Reid.
Yeah, so
how
the
we
minister,
address that.
Well, the minister referred earlier to Orimba, I think it was, an Aspect School being on site there. I think where we have campuses where the campus is more than solely TAFE delivery, we do see that there is more happening there. So I think of campuses like Macquarie Fields, where there's a Service New South Wales on site and one of the suburban study hubs. All of that contributes to make the campus a great place to be. And then the other thing that our TAFE services coordinators and TAFE services staff on campus often do is make sure that we have events on campus. So they will run welcome events, they will mark days of significance, there'll be morning teas, there will be things happening on campus that are not solely come to this classroom, do the thing and then go home, and all of those things make TAFEs a great place to come and study. So we
and I absolutely commend that, and I think that's all part of sort of the student experience of coming together on campus, and I commend you on all that work.
Yeah. We then also draw, I was just going to say, we also draw the general public in, so we have services that run student run services that the public can come and partake in. So our restaurants are one of those really obvious examples, but there's also hair and beauty. You can get a very affordable haircut.
I've been a customer of the Bankstown TAFE Hair and Beauty.
Excellent. I've got to say, the price list, I was like,
Mr. Disdale, I think you've been a client there.
I was there with the Honourable Tanya Mahalik and the Minister.
Yes.
I'll be a more regular client given what I saw as the pricing structure there.
All right.
That's right. But all of those things, I mean, that's a dual purpose thing, right? It allows those students to get absolutely hands-on, super real world learning. They deal with the customer, they deal with the bookings, they deal with all of those, taking payments. But also it brings people into the TAFE campus and the TAFE experience, and all of that is just a fantastic way to improve that campus vibrancy.
Thank you very much.
Miss Merton, can I just correct something? I saw my head of TAFE just in shock when I said 1,700 campuses. I might have inflated the figure. I think I was
buildings.
I think I was referring to buildings.
1,700 to 1,800 buildings.
And more like
153.
150
We were going to call for those budget papers.
Yeah. I'd want that just accurate for Hansard, please.
Do you want me to run 1,700? I'll take it on.
And if I could just pick up here to colleague over here to the right, we spoke earlier about maintenance budgets, and just wondering if we could learn a little bit more about where the maintenance budget sits.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The maintenance budget sits within both the operating budget as well as the CapEx budget. So there is a reason that we split those. The operating budget at the moment is being used very much to respond to our priority ones, as well as some of our CapEx budget. And I think the question that was asked was, how do we go about prioritising that? The priority ones are specifically around the health and safety and the general regulations and legislation requirements of our campuses. So they're examples such as fire panels and venting facilities, HVAC and things like that.
I think the important point there is when we're talking about the capital budget, maintenance can be classified as capital or recurrent, and so the budget won't be visible as only a component of the capital budget. I think the other thing we talked about earlier when we were talking about sustainability was some of the planned works that we have for 26-27 in that area. Those are the kinds of things that are within the broader budget of TAFE that speak to appropriate facilities, the upkeep of facilities, and we talked previously also about looking to make sure that we bundle works together where we can to make sure that if we're coming to do an upgrade project at a campus that we're not kind of in and out, it will also sometimes be cheaper to sort of bundle those works together. So we look for efficiency, but certainly a range of different programs in place to replace roofs, to look at health and safety things like fire panels, for the sustainability piece, for the general minor works, proactive maintenance, capital works like the electrotech facilities we talked about earlier. So there's a fair bit going on across that budget.
And are we confident that we're meeting the maintenance requirements of the colleges or the campuses?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think we might have talked about this a bit last estimates. The Minister said he would always take more budget for various things. I think we have a good system of prioritisation across those maintenance budgets. We have a good system of proactive works. We also have the plant inspection and replacement. I'm going to get the name
Plant
wrong.
and machinery.
Thank you. Plant and machinery program that looks at the things inside the rooms rather than the facilities themselves. So all of those things combine to give us a good picture across our facilities.
Is there a backlog, or do we record what needs to be done?
We will have things logged in a system. I don't know that I have a backlog number of figures here, but I could certainly have a look and see what we record and what vehicle we have to address those different portions of different budgets. And I think I took a question on notice this morning about something like that from Ms. Carter.
Ms. Carter, I have the paid to learn numbers if it's helpful now rather than... So it's a really even split. There's about 49% regional and 51% metro. Some of the figures in front of me, 15 teachers going into Dubbo. In fact, I met a new one a couple of weeks ago that's going into heavy vehicle in Dubbo. 14 in Orange. Tamworth has 10, Kurri 10, Albury has 9 across a number of disciplines. So it's really quite even across metro and regional.
That's fantastic.
Ms. Carter, can I also just, I promised to come back to the agency statewide suicide prevention plan.
Yes.
Would it be appropriate to just give you an update on that?
Yeah, yes, if that's, yes.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
So I am told that under the Act, the entire state has to have a statewide suicide prevention plan.
There are separate requirements under the Act, yes.
And they also, and for New South Wales, we have to have a statewide Aboriginal suicide prevention plan.
But that's separate to your obligations,
Correct.
Mr. Distar, yes.
Correct.
You can assume I'm very familiar with that legislation.
Okay. And we have a senior representative who's working across government with the Mental Health Commission to deliver those plans.
Sorry, when you say you have a senior representative who's working across government...
The Mental Health Commission is leading the development of those plans, is what I'm told. And
if you look at the Act, the Mental Health Commission, I think it's Section 10, is available on request to assist with the development of that. They have their own work with respect to the Suicide Prevention Council and the Aboriginal Suicide Prevention Council, but there is a separate obligation on you as the head of the department to be developing a departmental suicide prevention plan. So I'm wondering what's happening with relation to that.
I wanted to come to that.
Thank you.
But I'm informed that our agency plan and every agency plan will follow once those statewide plans are out.
So there's no work has been commenced on that at all?
No, I didn't say that. There's work that we're
undertaking. If your plan is to follow once the statewide plan is out and that is not out, then how do I assume that you've done any work on... I'm just trying to work out what's happening, Mr. Distar.
Yeah. So internally there's some work underway at our end. But
what does that look like?
We will release our plan, like every agency will, once those statewide plans are
So
out.
what date have you been given as the date that you're working towards?
I've been told 27, mid-27.
Mid-27?
Yes.
Mid-27?
For my statewide, for the agency plan, yes.
Who have you got that communication from?
From our ED that's working on it.
But the ED sets the date, or this has been a date that is
no.
generally understood by agencies as when they should have their agency suicide prevention plan ready?
No, so sorry if I've given the inference that the ED is setting the date. It's not.
So who is setting the
date? My notes say that the statewide suicide prevention plan and the statewide Aboriginal suicide prevention plan are due in 27, and that the agency plan will follow that no later than mid-27.
And who has given you the understanding of those dates?
My key person at our end who's assisting with the statewide plans.
I'm conscious that my time has run out, but I wonder on notice, could you find out exactly the source of the timing that your plan is not due till mid-27?
Sure.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. That brings us to afternoon tea time. I believe we don't have the other witnesses until later, right? Until 4:30. So we'll be back at 3:45. You welcome back. We will recommence with questions from the opposition.
And just for information, I undertook to get back on notice, and Mr. Kuritz has already seen it, but the figures I was quoting come from the fee-free TAFE snapshot. They're dual national figures, and the 23 to 25 completions indicate about 3 times as many more completions in the care sector as in the construction sector. I just wonder if that is also reflecting New South Wales enrolments, and care is a priority, but so too is construction, and I'm just wondering, are there strategies to perhaps balance the enrolment more closely rather than so heavily in the care sector rather than in the construction sector?
Yeah, Mr. Cruz and Ms. Lawrence might have specifics around the construction sector.
Yeah, happy to assist. I'm happy to take on notice that significant qualifications that we fund in Smart and Skilled. I think we talked a little bit about the work that we're trying to do in schools, which is about trying to expose people as much as possible to the opportunities in the construction industry. But yes, the Certificate 3 in Individual Support is for us in New South Wales the #1 qualification that we fund through the Smart and Skilled government subsidised training system. It relates to significant demand in the economy as a result of the National Disability Insurance Scheme and other government programs for people with that qualification.
So when somebody completes that qualification, they would typically then become a worker in the NDIS?
Generally speaking, yes, noting that not all qualifications that relate to the National Disability Insurance Scheme require a Certificate 3 in Individual Support. They may require other types of qualifications, or some jobs or types of employment in the scheme may not require a formal qualification at all.
Right. Okay, thank you. Nationally, VET in schools training package skill sets fell from 50 in 2024 to 35 in 2025, also from the NCVR data. Was there also a reduction in New South Wales over the same period?
Apologies, Ms. Carter, would you mind just repeating the beginning of the question? Apologies.
VET in schools training package skill sets fell from 50 in 2024 to 35 in 2025. Did that happen in New South Wales as well?
We've had an increase in VET uptake in public...
So not the numbers, but the skill sets that were being covered by that training?
Oh, the skill sets.
The breadth of it, perhaps we might say, rather than the number of it.
We've had a 35-36% increase in VET students in...
Yeah, but what are the skill sets that they're being exposed to? Has that fallen?
I'd have to take it on notice in relation to skill sets. What I can say that within the public school system, in our single registered training organisation, where we do direct delivery with Department of Education staff to our government secondary students, we are offering more and more qualifications directly. So we're not necessarily seeing the need to go out as much to talk to organisations like TAFE to deliver training for VET in school students. But specifically with relation to skill sets, I might just take that on notice to confirm, because certainly my understanding from a full qualifications perspective that we're offering more. I don't know if TAFE has any comment in relation to skill sets though.
I'm not aware of us having reduced the breadth of work that we do with schools in New South Wales, but again we can have a look at that too. The other people who might have a comment is Nessa on what's included in the industry frameworks for school delivery.
Okay. What are the formal mechanisms that TAFE uses to consult industry, employers, chambers of commerce before deciding to discontinue a course in a particular location?
So we have a range of mechanisms that are broader than simply that course delivery piece. So the TAFE Connects engagement across 56 locations last year, and I think 61 this year, includes people like chambers of commerce and local business groups, as well as community groups, in understanding what is on their minds in terms of what might be needed from the TAFE. That includes delivery, but also other things like support for students or engagement with other bodies for things like campus vibrancy that we talked about before. The Jobs and Skills Councils obviously give us a really good picture of the broader trends across a particular industry. So you might find in some places that one piece of the qualification stack is increasingly less useful to industry. So they might be interested in diploma students, Certificate 4 students and advanced diploma students, but not diploma students, as an example. And then we often have engagement
Can I stop you
in
there, Ms. Reid?
Yep.
If you had a situation where you decided to phase out the diploma because it was not useful, and we've talked before about these extended completion timelines, for how long does TAFE commit to teach out that discontinued program?
So we need to teach out existing enrolled students.
So you teach out every student?
Yeah, we would need
and
to
if
do,
that
we need to do
student
that as a
takes a
condition.
year
as-
off and goes
right,
travelling and then comes back, there's still a course available for them to complete?
That's a specific hypothetical. I would need to go.
Oh
and
no, it's just the hypothetical
check
that was
on.
offered before as the reason, one of the reasons for
Sure.
the 6-year
We would certainly
completion.
have part-time students. We might have students who had deferred some portions of their study. I'm not sure of the degree to which, if they were the only student left and they went travelling for a year, whether how that would be treated in our system. So we might take that away particularly.
No, thank you. And I suppose also, so at universities there's facility for recognition of prior learning.
Yep.
Do you have that same system in TAFE?
Yes, we do. Yep.
Okay, and equivalent subjects that are now offered under a different course, for example?
So
Credit transfer.
Credit transfer. Sorry, I
yes,
was
sorry.
trying
Yeah.
to. Yeah.
I guess I was thinking if you needed to do, I don't know, advanced cow milking for an animal husbandry diploma, and you were the one student that wasn't available for, and if advanced cow milking was available in something else, whether you could pick that up and still get the diploma.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The different units that make up the building blocks of the qualification. Yes.
Yeah, great, thank you. And just one more from me and I'll hand over back to my colleague. The Maury Action Plan, Recommendation 35, charges TAFE New South Wales with developing and delivering pre-employment courses for people interested in working with young people. Which specific courses have been delivered in response to this recommendation?
Let me go and take that on notice. I don't have the delivery profile of individual campuses with me, but very happy to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If it's of interest,
Yeah.
slightly same topic, but at the school there, Moree College, we've established a mobile barbershop and training courses in hairdressing, beauty, and we've also established pathways in hospitality and welding at the school, which will be good for the things we've been discussing by way of SBATs and vet completions and making a difference there.
And Mr. Disdar, would you have your hair cut by a high school student in training?
Well, there's...
You're on the record, Mr. Disdale. We'll hold you to it.
I've had it at numerous sites, and it's quite a quick cut. There's not much there to really get wrong, unfortunately. It hurts me to say that on record, but
And
that's the case.
The end result is no reflection on the skill of any students who may have been involved with Mr. Disdar's hair.
Thank you, Mr. Disdar.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Disdar, if I could pick up an earlier comment you made, and it was looking at the apprenticeship completion rates and identifying some of the difficulties, the barriers around this. You mentioned about some of the experiences, the workplace experiences relating to the apprentices.
Yes.
I'm just wanting to explore that sort of that apprentice-employer space. How many sort of active apprentice employers does TAFE sort of have an engagement with, or a network or a relationship with?
My commentary went to where the apprentice may feel they haven't had a positive experience or great support. it was very remiss of me because I should also call out the multitude of employers out there in New South Wales who do a fantastic job and have a great track record. But I was merely talking about, because Ms Carter rightfully was asking around the experiences around those that drop out. Do we know what they look like? And unsurprisingly, and this is what we do need to tackle better, those that do drop out at times point to a challenging workplace condition or limited supervision capability at the employer end, and also alongside what I said around low wages. So, and then Miss Lawrence spoke about our inspection system and our supervisor workshop system so we can grow stronger capacity in that sense. But is your question specifically to what our TAFE colleagues do, because they do a tremendous job on the formal learning side for apprentices and trainees? Is that what you're after?
I was just wondering what the number might be of sort of active apprentice employers in terms of just looking at the placement.
How many employers are out
Correct.
there for apprentices and trainees?
Yep.
Yeah, Miss Lawrence might have that figure for you.
Yeah, there's over 32,000 active employers in New South Wales participating in the apprenticeship system at the moment.
Right, thank you. And do we have any feedback about employer cancellations and reasons given from the employer side?
That's a really good question, because we spoke about the apprentice or trainee side, and what do the employers say about the system and how that can be improved. So some of this goes to the work that we did around our roundtables and consultation that the Minister referenced for the Apprenticeships and Traineeships Act. What improvements might we make? Mr Cruz and Miss Lawrence attended a number of those, so they'll be able to tell you what employers are saying to us that we also need to improve so that they can be better prepared and take on more apprentices and trainees. Mr Cruz?
I'll pass to Ms Lawrence to talk about the employer feedback, and then Ms Merton, to assist you, I might just provide you with some of the national NCVR data about the reasons that nationally apprentices say they didn't complete an apprenticeship or traineeship for, which goes to an earlier question.
Sorry, just before we start, the round table that we're going to, when was that held?
There was a series of those across the state.
Between August and November last year.
Yeah.
Last year.
I'm not referencing one, I'm just
That's
referencing
okay.
overall. Yeah.
And I'm actually looking more at the New South Wales experience as opposed to national data.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Ms Lawrence?
there's a range of reasons why the employer might be the party that seeks to cancel a training contract. Before that happens, we would undertake mediation with both the parties to try and resolve that situation and have the learner stay in their training. If for whatever reason that can't continue, we have the continuing apprentices placement service, which matches apprentices who might be out of work with other employers who are looking to bring on an apprentice or trainee.
Thank you. And do we the cost of employing an apprentice to an employer?
So there is Commonwealth Government assistance that's available to employers that has changed recently and changed in 2025, and that's a Commonwealth Government funded initiative. At the same time, the Commonwealth Government also introduced direct payments to apprentices individually who are working in the net zero transition and in housing and construction as well. In New South Wales, we also provide a payroll tax rebate on apprenticeship wages as well.
Thank you. And do we have any feedback about small and regional employers?
We generally find anecdotally that there isn't a strong distinction between metropolitan and regional. Small, there can be a tension point between, small, medium and large employers. You can get to a certain threshold just based on the size of your organisation where, for instance, you end up having a manager or a coordinator of apprentices because you've got sufficient business size. But that doesn't always necessarily translate into a high completion rate. We also see some very, very small organisations with excellent completion rates as well. I don't know, Ms Lawrence, if you wanted to add to anything, but I don't think there's anything specific in the data that particularly points to this is the right size of business to get a good completion rate from an apprenticeship perspective.
That's right. And anecdotally, just the nature of being a small business, if you are also managing an apprentice, you have more things to do. You have to supervise that apprentice as well as running your business, whereas in a large employer, there tends to be teams in place to undertake those different functions. So anecdotally, those are the types of, that's the type of feedback we get from employers about what they need to deal with.
Thank you. And do we have any more feedback about whether employers are reporting that the training is relevant and timely, or how the apprentices are presenting during their placement?
We tend to get feedback on that more from the learners themselves. So NCVER undertakes surveys that looks at the satisfaction of learners with their training, and by and large New South Wales scores very highly. I can probably find the actual figures for you.
Ms Merton, you'll also find when the qualifications come out or are updated, there's industry engagement to make sure that they're fit for purpose and cutting edge, so that employers can have what I would call match ready graduates into their programs. That's really important, because you've got to have those national frameworks meeting the needs of the employers as well as the students.
Thank you. And just touching on the issue of AI, and I appreciate it's a big conversation on many different touch points.
Yes.
But I guess, you know, the sector is concerned about the devaluation of courses through the use of AI teaching methods. Just wondering how TAFE's responding to, you know, the use of AI for teaching purposes and assessment and accuracy.
Yeah, I'll get Miss Reid as the Managing Director to talk to that.
Thank you.
It's ubiquitous, isn't it? It's a big topic of discussion everywhere. In the Education Committee, we also spoke about this, and isn't it interesting to hear the demand and first for, it was at Meadowbank with the courses in AI too, but Miss Reid can talk to how they're grappling with that for students and learning.
Yeah, thank you. So I think really important, first of all, to make sure that people understand that under our principles, but also under the regulators' recently released principles, so ASQA released principles for the responsible use of AI, they make sure that that AI doesn't replace human judgment. So in our environment, we see the possibilities for AI to assist in, you know, reducing administrative work, and even sometimes in assisting with things like assessment design, but it cannot and will not replace teaching expertise. It cannot and will replace the way that students are supported kind of human to human, but also that the judgment about whether someone has achieved competency in whatever it is that's being assessed won't be replaced either. That stays with the individual. We've actually had a task force approach inside TAFE to think about all those different aspects of AI. We've got that student one, we've got how could it assist teachers if used well and carefully. We've got that idea of where might it be helping us for admin burden. And then of course as a training organisation we've got to think about how will we make sure we keep up with what AI will do in every industry that we teach. And we're doing some work with Future Skills organisation on what does that look like across all of the training packages. Ms Tickle, do you want to talk a little bit about the work of the task force for AI?
Yeah, certainly. So the task force stood up in September last year and has worked on a lot of things to do with AI across the board, the way that we use AI as employees and our obligation to make sure that our students are using AI safely. So really what we're focusing on with students is making sure that students understand AI applications relevant to the industry because it's very different, exploring the benefits, limitations and risks of AI, so a really balanced approach, and making sure that the critical evaluation, that critical thinking is present in decision making. We've also done a lot of work through the IATD, which we've talked about, and trained thousands of people in safe use of AI. But as well as that, internally, we've done quite a lot of work with our own workforce. So we've done some professional learning and professional development in AI.
And Ms Tickle, I'm just conscious of the time, but in terms of assessments, are we having a change to, you know, sort of the take-home assessment as opposed to an online assessment that could be AI enhanced?
I might refer to Miss Meredith Satiris, who looks
that'd be
after
great.
assessments for TAFE.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the question. So I want to stress that in TAFE, both for higher education and for vocational education and training, we're an applied learning environment. And what that means in terms of assessments is that there is a variety of assessment activities that are conducted both across a module or a unit and across qualifications. So, for example, I recently looked at an assessment for entrepreneurship and innovation, and that was in a higher education program for a Bachelor of Creative Practice. In that instance, the student demonstrated skills through activities including a journal. Now, we have in higher education a mechanism, a framework that demonstrates what type of use that the student can use for AI in assessments. In this case, the student was able to use a limited amount of assessment evidence for the use of AI, and that included having to actually produce the notes from the AI generated tool that's required with that assessment piece of evidence. So we do encourage our students to develop those skills, as Ms Tickle referred to. In the case of vocational education and training, again, there is a range of experiences that a student will have through assessment, and they need to apply that knowledge that they have gained in a practical environment. So I think from a TAFE perspective, we are well placed to ensure that our students are demonstrating the skills and knowledge that they have developed through the learning processes with the variety of assessments that we use, or assessment methodologies.
I would say it's one of the things that's in conversation more broadly across particularly the vet sector part of the tertiary education landscape, which is that vet in its practical and applied nature, obviously there are limitations to that, but in its practical and applied nature gives you really good opportunities to assess competence across a range of different assessment types. So the kind of take-home assessment piece is a much smaller component for us, and in some cases not really present in our delivery compared to, say, a more standard university set of offerings.
Okay, thank you. That's our time. Oh, we keep going. We just keep going. Thank you. If I could just have a look at Careers New South Wales. Just wondering what the status might be on in terms of Careers New South Wales and sort of engagement with school students, towards the end of their studies and looking at, training, careers. What are we doing in this space?
Yeah, huge shout out to the careers advisors across New South Wales. I worked with Callie Flex, an outstanding careers advisor, when I was principal, and she's still hard at it at Belmore Boys, making a phenomenal contribution. So for the first time in their careers, what I'm really proud of is what the Minister spoke about with the Education Pathways program. It was a pilot that we started in 2020 with only 24 schools. We wanted to make sure it worked, that we had the right settings, and so now it's at 207 high schools, and the Minister said roughly half of those high schools in the state, so hopefully we can keep expanding it. Because what it's doing is for the careers advisor in the school, giving the opportunity to connect with TAFE, so credit to Chloe and the team, and the learnings and offerings on job readiness workshops, innovative careers education, vet ambassadors, apprenticeships and traineeships, Head Start, taster courses, back in the game. These are all infrastructure around the careers advisor in school that was not there when I was principal in the system. And then what that translates to, Miss Merton, that the committee and I, all of us should be heartened by, is now in those high schools that have got this, there's been a 30% growth in school-based apprenticeships and traineeships. It goes to show that if you've got a model where careers advisors are backed in, supported with all those opportunities I unpacked, lo and behold, you unearth much more opportunities for the students. So that's alongside a 36% growth in vet uptake in government high schools. So we're seeing really promising signs. And what the Minister was referencing earlier this morning is that then you can have a stronger pathway into TAFE, into industry, into work, into completions that Ms Carter has been referencing rightly as well. So yeah, we're really supporting our careers advisors strongly, and I'm really proud of that work.
Thank you. And Mr Tisdale, just in terms of 207 high schools,
yes,
we cite this being available in terms of developing the career pathways. What happens outside those 207 high schools?
Yes, I mean, important to realise where we came from. So first of all, it was none.
Yep.
Then it was only 24 in a pilot in 2020, and now it's almost half the system. Now, it's a really good question you ask. So what about the other half? The other half still have...
How many high schools are we talking for New South Wales?
Yeah, I'll get you the exact number, but close to 500. 450 to 500, but I want to get you the accurate number for high schools. Yep. Why I just hesitate on the number, because there's also central schools that are catered to amongst that. But all those that might not have the EPP program have a careers advisor, have the support of what we call state office. There is a Careers Advisors Teachers Association. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. And that's actually across sector to help careers advisors across sector, and then has the support of Mr Cruz's area by way of skills and pathways. And he can talk to, I think this would be good for the committee, the work that we're doing to support our careers advisors in all schools.
Yeah. Thank you, Secretary. So just to add to what the Secretary said, so we have dedicated vet in school support officers that support schools on a regional basis, and they're particularly important for those schools that don't have access or aren't currently participating in the Education Pathways program. But really importantly, across all the three school sectors we've got, which we previously spoke about and briefly mentioned this morning, the Regional Industry Engagement Partnerships Program. And it does things like, for instance, on the Hunter and Central Coast, it organises trade days. These are for all three school sectors to come together for hospitality programs. In Dubbo, we recently ran an early childhood and education and care taster day as well. In the Riverina, they focus specifically on agriculture and on irrigation. Central West, they've done some work in relation to crane simulations. There's always things happening across the state to essentially engage students in what the real life work opportunities look like, and we're trying to do those across the three school sectors.
No, thank you. I've absolutely I've seen examples of this, and the value of this is to senior students. Just checking in terms of sort of the rollout of this or future funding commitments, what's the next stage of this?
Yeah, a bit like Miss Reid, you know, in my role, our role, we'd always welcome more funding.
Sure.
But it's great that the Minister has been able to secure more funding and increase it.
Right.
Under his...
So what is the current funding commitment on this great career pathways?
It is at the moment, it is a $38 million ongoing funding for those schools that are on the program. It's part of the departmental budget.
Sure. 38 million over how many years?
Let me just make sure I've got that correct. It is 37.1 million.
Yep.
The ongoing funding is now 38 million, and the recent announcement, just recently, of 24 more schools is another, I think, 11.6 million, if I've got it right.
That's correct.
Yes.
And the time period on this?
Well, it's ongoing funding, so it's part of the department budget.
Okay, thank you very much.
Because we were pretty assiduous as an organisation. 2020 made sure it worked, showed the evidence base. The government and the Minister have been able to back that in, and we've been able to secure that as an ongoing initiative. And
just to clarify, we speak of the careers advisor role in the school.
Yes.
Is that what one of many jobs a single teacher would hold, or is that a specific full-time, employee?
No, really good question.
Who holds that position?
No, really good question, Ms. Merton. So it's a teacher entitlement for a high school.
Yep.
It's a permanent position, and it's a permanent allocation in a high school. And you have to have a teacher qualification, and you have to have careers advisor expertise. Yep.
So in those schools that don't have the career pathways, they have a full-time teacher
Yes.
hired as the careers advisor.
No, sorry if
No.
I'm getting that wrong.
No.
Every high school in New
Yep.
South Wales, every government high school has a careers advisor allocation, which is permanent. The Education Pathways program is a program that's on top of that,
Sure.
with the support structures that I indicated for students and the careers advisor, and that's in about half of our high schools.
I guess, Mr. Disdar, parents are just thinking when
Yeah.
students are getting to those senior years
Sure.
that they're going to have, they're going to have a level of information about
Yes.
post-secondary, what's
Okay.
next, what's available, and I guess the more
Excellent.
important thing is who do they talk to?
Excellent question. If any parents are watching this and they're in our government school system like
Yep.
I am, I currently have a daughter in Year 12 at a fantastic government school. It's not a EPP school, has a fantastic careers advisor. So every one of our senior students can access the careers advisor at their high school for expert advice on interest, career trajectory, opportunity. And I say to parents, if they're, because it can be a wrestle for parents when they're working with their young people in Year 11 and 12, they are welcome also to reach out to the careers advisor at their local high school.
Okay, thank you. Excellent. If I could just move to student cohorts for TAFE.
Yes.
We've had discussion with this committee around international students and universities. Just wondering what do we know about international students and TAFE?
That is a great question, Ms. Merton, and I will just find my note on that. So international students are a relatively small proportion of what we deliver at TAFE, though an important part of what we do. We have had a small increase in our delivery in the last year or so. You can probably tell from the fact that I'm slowing down how I'm talking that my note is refusing to load. So I might go to the paper folder and see if one of my colleagues might have it. Actually, maybe the other system will let me.
I can jump
there
in
we go.
if you
It's
like.
all right. I have it. Oh, unless you want to.
There you go.
Ms. Reid,
so
in
we
the
have-
university sector, we've seen the universities become financially dependent on the
Yeah,
growing
that's-
international student cohort. I'm not sure
No.
how TAFE works in this space. but
Yeah, so we do have international students. We have about 4,300 international students.
Sorry,
in
Hannah, I didn't hear
4,300.
Yep.
And in 2024, that was about the same number. Most popular courses, there's a lot of early childhood education, some nursing, hospitality students, those kind of things. It's a relatively small proportion of our revenue, just over 51 million for 25-26. And
So 51 million.
Yes.
That would be what net financial contribution of international students? No,
that's the revenue that is
revenue.
forecast for 25-26.
From international. Okay.
Yeah. So compared to the overall size of our budget, I wouldn't say that we have the same kind of level of engagement and involvement with international student and markets as the universities that you referenced at the beginning of your question.
Okay. And Ms. Reid, do we have international students sort of, in terms of the count, in terms of sort of enrolment figures versus publicly funded students or domestic students or?
So, as I said, we have about
4,300.
4,300, and
Yep.
the latest annual report number for TAFE, I think, is 384,000.
Right, so
Yeah.
quite a small.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, all right. Susan, do you want more? I'm just conscious we've got a bit more time. No, I haven't. Oh, you.
Perhaps, and perhaps Mr. Disdar, you can
Sure.
direct me.
Yes.
How often do classes get cancelled at TAFE, and how much notice do staff get of cancellations when that's occurring?
Yeah, no, Miss Reid can talk to that. There's been an increase in permanency of the workforce, which has been fantastic. I get reports from our schools at that end with connections with TAFE around much more enhanced continuity of delivery from principals.
Sorry, I don't understand the connection between permanency of staff and classes not getting cancelled.
Yeah, I just think, just like in the workforce at my end, the increase in permanency has given greater surety compared to being temp or casual.
Oh no, I entirely agree for
right.
the teacher.
Yes.
But for students, how often do classes get cancelled?
Yeah, so I was just merely indicating the feedback I've had, and Miss Reid can talk to it, from principals, is that there's been far less an occurrence where in vet-in schools and TVET, they've had to face cancellations, even short or longer term. So I've definitely detected an improvement. But
is there data to support that, Mr. Disda?
Sorry, say that again?
Is there data to support what you've detected, Mr. Disda?
No, I'm just telling you the feedback I get when I visit high schools, so it's not like a formal evaluation or anything.
Right, no, because I'm interested in data about class cancellation.
Yeah, and I do engage with the Secondary Principals Council, which represents them, so it's feedback I've had from there rather than a formal assessment.
Sure.
But Miss Reid can talk to the data in
Yeah, so
TAFE.
we did speak about this, I think, a little bit at the last estimate session. So you'd remember that we run a process of offerings where we put a whole range of subjects that a student might wish to study on our website, and we get either enrolments or expressions of interest depending on what time of the year we're in and the nature of the course. And so what that does is allow us to really plan and firm up the delivery that we will do. That also means that it's difficult to say classes are cancelled because we might have offered a class that attracted no enrolments, for example. So we unpacked that a little bit last time. Can
I just stop you there, Ms. Reid?
Yes.
If you offer a class and there are no enrolments, is the teacher expected to use annual leave, or what happens to the teacher?
No, so I might get Mr. Hawkins or Miss Tickle to talk a little bit about how teachers are programmed at TAFE, because that probably has some relevance here. Do you want to?
So if it's a permanent full-time teacher, they work a 35-hour week. Across the year, they do 720 hours of teaching. That's an annualised program. So what may happen is that they might not have the full 20 hours per week in one term, but in the next term they have more than that. So across the 2 semesters, they have the 720 hours.
And as a teacher, what control do they have in how big a load they may have in a particular semester?
It's actually in the enterprise agreement that's a mutual discussion between them and the employer. So in this case, their head teacher. And
can I just stop you there?
Yep.
I understand it's described as a mutual agreement in the enterprise bargaining agreement, but mutual agreements only work when there is equal power between the parties who are bargaining. And I wonder what the mechanism is for a teacher who is having a significant load in one semester, if they feel that they are required to come to that agreement. Let us put it that way.
Yeah, so generally 20 hours per week teaching is what the optimum number of hours are. So if a teacher is going to teach over 20 hours in a week because they do block release or something like that, that is discussed, and it is discussed up front, and the teacher would agree to do that. But optimally, they teach 20 hours a week and they have 15 hours of what we call related duties, which is where all of their other requirements of administration and that sort of thing happen.
Is there a certain number of students that each teacher is expected to have in that 20-hour teaching period?
No, it depends on the class sizes and the enrolment profile.
Because I assume that the 15 hours would include marking, and marking a cohort of 5 and marking a cohort of 50 are very different things. So how is that accommodated for teachers?
Yeah, so marking is certainly within the 20 hours, but it also
within
is
the
in
20 or the 15?
15. It's a combination. So in the 15
Sorry,
hours,
teaching time includes marking time?
it depends on the program. So sometimes teachers might have a face-to-face program and they're teaching that every week, and then their marking goes into the 15 hours. Sometimes they might be in the classroom observing, and the students are completing assessment, so the marking is happening as they go. It really depends on the cohort, their delivery pattern, what the assessment requirements are of the unit they're delivering. It's really varied.
So how do you manage to smooth out differences between teaching loads given such varied patterns of marking?
So that's why the annualised program is really useful to do that, and that's why it's a mutual agreement. So at the beginning of each semester, when they complete their TAFE program diary, which has their teaching program in it, there's a discussion between the teacher and their head teacher about their programming.
So if there's an agreement and somebody thinks, well, my year looks like this, but classes fold because of lack of demand, what happens to that person's teaching program?
Yes, so it happens quite often where the teaching program may change and they do adjustments to their TAFE program diary. There's a number of things that's included in their related duties. So, for example, some course development, moderation of assessments, validation of assessments. They work in a faculty model. So, you know, a bunch of nursing teachers, for example, as we used that qualification before, might get together and look at what's happening in their training package. All of those things are done by our teachers.
Get together and look at what's happening in their training package with feedback from whom? Because we talked earlier about the feedback mechanism, and if they're in a faculty model, given it would be an accredited course, they're not changing it at a campus level, are they? So what course development is happening at a campus level, given the discussion we had before about accredited programs?
It really depends on what the cohort is. So yes, we have accredited programs, and yes, there are assessments, but cohorts are really different. So all our communities are different. So the teachers really quite often talk in clusters of discipline area around what's going on for their delivery, and they share information about how their students are progressing, all that sort of thing. So it's really very common to have, I guess, communities of practice in discipline areas to talk about what's going on in the delivery of the programs to the students.
Great, okay. And I don't think we've really got any sense of how often a class might... So basically saying classes will only cease to run because of lack of demand. Is that a correct summary of what I've heard?
So, lack of demand is one example, as Ms. Reid alluded to. Others where it might be a very small cohort.
How small?
That will vary depending on the type of the course, what's involved in it, the learning, whether it's specialty, whether it's...
So what happens to students who've enrolled, and how much notice do they get that the course is pulled because of small cohort?
So we endeavour to give the students as much notice as possible.
What does as much look like?
Well, I suppose what we try to do is leave the offering open for as long as possible to generate that interest. We ensure that when we engage with the student, if it looks like that the numbers may not be coming through, about what other alternative courses might be available or align.
How much notice are they likely to get?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice.
Could you?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, that would be good. And I think we had this discussion before, and I think we have different ideas as to what a comparable course is. Because I don't agree with the Minister that wool classing is as good as hairdressing, but perhaps we'll agree to disagree on that point.
Obviously with apprenticeship.
You might do both and come out.
I'd rather not.
I mean, shearing and hairdressing, I suppose.
No, Miss Reid, I'm not going to your hairdresser either.
I'm going tomorrow. She's going to kill me.
All right. I think that's probably my time, but thank you very much. That's very helpful.
We're good? Yeah. Okay. That does then conclude our time with you today. Thank you very much for your attendance and answering all of our questions. To the extent there are questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, Committee Secretary will be in touch. Thank you.
Thanks to the committee.
Afternoon. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Before we begin with our questions, I'll get each of you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation. And I'll start on my left with you, Mr. Cross.
David Cross, I'm the Chief of Staff at UNSW, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Verity Firth. I'm the Vice President of Societal Impact, Equity and Engagement at UNSW, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Bruce Dowden, the Vice-Chancellor of Macquarie University. Good afternoon. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Anna Marie Jargos, Senior Deputy Vice-Chancellor in Provost and this week Acting Vice-Chancellor. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Kirsten Andrews. I'm the Vice President External Engagement at the University of Sydney, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fabulous. And we're going to commence with questions from the opposition.
Okay. Thank you. Professor Dalton, I might start with you, if I may. What definition of anti-Semitism has Macquarie University adopted?
For some years, Macquarie University has had the IRA definition in our policy framework. I would add that we are currently consulting about that with our university community as a result of the discussions that have been widespread over the last couple of years now. And so that is under active consultation within and beyond the university right now, but we currently have the IRA definition in our policy framework.
And when you say discussions about that definition within and beyond, is it the desire of Macquarie University that there be a common definition across the sector?
I don't think we have a strong view on that. I appreciate that question. I think we, and the University Council has discussed this matter a number of times over the last few meetings. I don't think we have a strong view on whether there should be a single definition across all universities in Australia. I think we respect that there are a couple, maybe two or three prevailing definitions that are being talked about widely, both within the higher education communities and beyond, and we are respectful of the various viewpoints being put forward about those definitions, and I think that's part of our discernment process within the university and with key stakeholder bodies and individuals beyond the university.
And has TEXA given any guidance about a sector-wide definition or its desirability?
At this stage, they have not. We have had received indication that there is likely to be a statement of regulatory expectation from TEXA that has not been provided to us yet. We are, of course, very keen to have that as soon as we possibly can, and preferably before the 11th hour when we have to have all of this in place under Commonwealth regulations by January 1 next year. So we are urging TEXA to be as prompt as they can in putting their position to us.
When you say a statement of regulatory expectation, I think is what you said,
yes.
What form do you expect that to take, or do you have any understanding of what that might look like?
Those statements of regulatory expectation are part of the lexicon of how TEXA works with universities. They do come out from time to time. They are binding upon us. We are required to pay attention to them and implement. I think that, as I say, we don't have an indication yet from TEXA about the specifics of whether they might land on a particular definition or two for us to choose from, or whether they might give degrees of freedom for individual universities to choose among any number or to create their own. We don't have that information yet.
And do you have any understanding of with whom TEXA may be consulting about this issue?
I don't have any understanding about that. Certainly there is regular interface between all universities and TEXA. There's also the peak national body, Universities Australia, the various groupings of universities, the Group of 8, the ATN. they all interface with TEXA on a regular basis. I imagine there are other government agencies that would be interfacing in consultation with TEXA over these complex matters.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure, Mr. Cross or Professor Firth, to whom I should direct my questions.
You can direct them to me.
Okay, lovely, thank you very much. What definition of anti-Semitism has the University of New South Wales adopted?
So the University of New South Wales currently refers to 3 definitions of anti-Semitism in our policy document. We have...
Sorry, when you say refers to 3 in your policy document, there are 3 definitions for 3 different purposes, or...?
No, 3 definitions so that all complaints or processes at UNSW will take account of these 3 definitions: the IRA definition, the UA definition and the Jerusalem Declaration.
So how does that work in practice, if you've got 3 different criteria against which to judge something?
Well, in fact, it works well in practice because a big way that we use those definitions is also to educate the university community and ensure that we're really providing the full gamut of possibilities around what constitutes anti-Semitism. The university will, however, be moving to one definition due to the what you were just talking to Professor Doughton about.
Yes.
Our current plan, our Vice-Chancellor gave evidence to the Royal Commission saying that our current preference is for the UA definition, which is essentially the operationalisation of the IRA definition. It was recommended in the Finkel report and we agreed with that report's recommendation. So that's where we imagine we'll be heading. There'll still be a process to go through once, of course, we've received the statutory regulatory expectation out of TEXA.
Right, okay. And when you say you use those 3 definitions to educate the university community, what does that education look like? What form does it take?
That's a good question. So we have, of course, training. So we have been rolling out training that's both delivered by the museum, the Australian Museum of the Jewish Museum, as well as we had training that was formulated by Monash University.
And sorry, when did that training commence?
That training, the Monash University training, was last year from memory. I might have to take that on notice, but from memory last year, and the museum, the Jewish Museum training happened this year. We also have more general training across the university, particularly for students in their onboarding, about our code of conduct and how we expect everyone at UNSW to act with appropriate respect, inclusive and inclusion.
And that general training, does it specifically mention anti-Semitism or does it more broadly discuss racism?
It broadly discusses racism, but anti-Semitism is one of the forms of racism that we identify.
Okay.
Or forms of discrimination that we identify.
And when did that education for students commence?
I might have to take that on notice unless David knows.
We'd have to take that on notice in terms of an exact date.
Yeah.
I guess really my question goes to, you'd be aware of some very distressing evidence given to the Royal Commission, and so I accept that while education is always beneficial, it's never determinative of the way in which people will act.
Yeah.
But I wonder whether you'd had occasion to, I wonder whether that education was in place before those incidents and whether you'd had opportunities to reflect on the adequacy of those education programs in the light of those incidents.
Yes, absolutely. So we at UNSW, after October the 7th, introduced a high-level senior executive response group that met twice weekly and then weekly, and the purpose of that response group was to do all of that, was to look at existing policies, practices, training, culture building activity that was happening across the university and making sure it was sufficient for the circumstances, the historical circumstances we were now facing. It also meant that we could react very quickly when we saw behaviour that we considered problematic to be emerging. So there was a number of things that we undertook proactively post-October the 7th, including increased security, including areas where you could poster your posters so that there were actually defined areas so that you could, as a student, you could walk through the university campus and not be bombarded by messages that perhaps you didn't want or need to see. So yes, we felt that we feel, in fact, we have an ongoing process where we look very closely at everything that we do and make sure we're continuing to build an inclusive environment.
And what discussions or consultation have you had with student groups or other community groups so that you feel confident that those measures are sufficient and that all members of the campus feel safe?
Yeah, so we have regular consultations with obviously August, the student movements, and in fact David Cross, as the Chief of Staff to the Vice Chancellor, is in regular conversation with external bodies as well. Our university is in the heart of the eastern suburbs. We have a large Jewish student population and a large Jewish staff population too, so it's very important to us that they feel safe and included at our university.
Yet, people on behalf of the university testified at the Royal Commission that the current complaint system cannot categorise complaints of anti-Semitism. So is that being addressed?
Yes, that is being addressed.
By when will it be addressed?
We'll take the exact date on notice, but it should be before the end of this year.
Okay.
It's in the process of being addressed right at this moment.
Why was that lacuna allowed to remain for so long?
The way we categorise complaints, so it's not that a complaint of anti-Semitism couldn't be addressed as a complaint of anti-Semitism. It's the way in which the system on the back end categorises specific complaints. So obviously you can log anti-Semitism on that back-ended system, but there's not a specific pre-existing kind of module, as it were, to select to log that. So obviously what gets captured sometimes might be a complaint that references, for example, the Holocaust, but it's not an anti-Semitic complaint. It might be a complaint about, somebody in a course that's being taught on the Second World War and they disagree with their mark. Similarly, there might be something that is anti-Semitic that's maybe a more modern manifestation of anti-Semitism that, again, isn't captured within that data set. So they absolutely are logged as actual complaints, but the way in which that tracked to the data set wasn't as robust as it could have been.
Right.
And so, again, that's being addressed right at this moment.
Does that create a problem with visibility for that type of issue that students and or staff may have been facing?
I wouldn't say that, because I think, as Professor Firth just outlined, post October 7th, the establishment of entities such as the response group and the very extensive measures that the university has taken to address anti-Semitism has been highly visible and done in consultation with the Jewish community. So there are multiple avenues to complain, both formally but also informally, to the most senior levels of the university, and so I don't think that would be the case.
Okay. Professor Doughton, the Macquarie system, do you have a adequate method of tracking issues with respect to anti-Semitism?
Yes, we do, and I would say that we have certainly worked hard to improve that, and particularly around our complaints management process, where we have, in fact, I believe in the next few days, we will be launching our new complaints portal, which will make it easy for any member of the university community to make a complaint about anything, and there are categorisations within that. I haven't seen the latest iteration of that.
That's a very generous offering. Any member of the university community to make a complaint about anything. I would be concerned about that if I was the university.
Part of what the concern we had in the past is we had multiple portals depending upon which the particular domain of complaint was. And we have heard loud and clear across the country from both other universities and various agencies that have been looking at universities that individuals in university communities find it hard to work out where they go to raise their concerns. So we have put a lot of work and consultation into what will make it easy for people to find their way, and then a triaging system behind that. And that is, in our case, a hierarchical triaging system that any complaint about racism gets immediately elevated to the Dean of Students, who's a Pro-Vice-Chancellor level appointment. And if that comes from a student, and it goes straight to the Chief People Officer, who is one level below my executive member if it involves a staff complaint. So we are trying to streamline access in response to the legitimate concerns, I think, in universities and the public that it has been too opaque to find your way to raising concerns.
Okay, thank you. I might just start with the University of Sydney and then hand over to my colleague. I'm just not sure how we're managing time. Professor Jagosi or Ms Andrews, to whom should I address questions?
You can address your questions to me, thanks.
Thank you. You'd be aware of issues that have been raised recently in relation to historical sources and the Fisher Library. What's the university view about the library redacting historical sources?
So I think I understand the case to which you refer.
It's the Professor Goldman issue and the John Eyre journals.
So I don't believe that the library ever redacted its sources. I think it redacted information that it transacted to the researcher who was inquiring for it.
Sorry, when you say redacted information to the researcher, if the researcher is given access but certain pages are not available, isn't that a redaction of data or redaction of information?
Well, obviously the original source material, the archival material, is the primary source, and that would be the highly valued source, which is not redacted.
But, okay, so what is the university's view of only making a redaction of an important primary source available to researchers?
Well, I think across a period of time, a decision was taken to provide unredacted resources, was my understanding.
So why was the original, I mean, we're talking about, as you pointed out, a really significant primary source for Australian history. Why would there ever have been any redaction of that, especially to a senior researcher, somebody as senior as Professor Goldman?
Well, there are significant and long-standing Indigenous protocols around release of information. For example, you might be familiar with the idea that you don't show images of dead Indigenous persons without a warning. You don't include names in certain instances. And
but John Eyre's journal was not an Indigenous work?
Similarly, my understanding is that this was material that was Indigenous knowledge, and so the university has a publicly accessible
Yet
protocol.
You've now decided to make that available?
Yeah, there was a kind of a process around assessing. I'm not on the inside of that, I'd have to take on notice if you wanted the details, but my understanding was that there was a process of assessment which meant that across a period of time the material was released.
Should the Fisher Library be allowed to remain the repository of valuable primary sources if they're not able to be read and accessed in full by scholars?
Well, I think the Fisher Library should be able to be a valued repository of important sources, yes.
But I don't think you've fully answered my question. If they are engaged in suppressing and limiting information to scholars, do we really want primary sources kept somewhere where access is suppressed or limited to serious scholars?
Well, I think there was a temporary suppression in that instance, and then some investigation and the information was released.
Well, a temporary suppression is still a suppression. I mean, what is the philosophy behind suppressing knowledge? Because this is what it looks like.
So again, I could take on notice and come back with more detail, but it is quite advanced, celebrated across Australia in library circles, a protocol that the library developed in relation to Indigenous stakeholder groups around the correct and respectful access to Indigenous knowledge.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, actually, I have a number of other questions, but I'm conscious that my colleague wants a question. If there's time, I'd love to come back. There is a range of other questions I have.
Thank you. If I could direct my question to Professor Jagos and Ms Andrews in terms of the University of Sydney. Earlier this week I raised with the Minister for Education and the Deputy Premier the University of Sydney's Seeing, Thinking, Interrogating, Reflecting Guide, which is currently being promoted by the New South Wales Teachers Federation. The guide also appeared recently on the front page of the Sydney newspapers. I assume you are familiar with this guide produced by the University of Sydney?
Yes.
Professor, just checking, what role did the New South Wales government play in the production of the guide? Did they support the production of the guide?
The project is funded by I'll answer that on behalf if I may. It's funded through the New South Wales Department of Community Justice, the New South Wales Sexual Violence Process Project Fund.
Thank you. So, Ms Andrews, because when I raised this guide with the Deputy Premier and the Departmental Secretary on earlier this week, they appeared to disavow any knowledge of the New South Wales Government's involvement in this guide. The Deputy Premier said it's not a department resources. The Secretary said it hasn't been promoted by us. But in further to what you're saying, I see that on page 2 of the guide we've got proudly funded by the New South Wales Government. You would confirm that arrangement?
My information is that it's funded by the New South Wales Department of Community Justice.
Thank you. If I could just move to the guide. It gives, if you are familiar with it, and I'm happy to make this available or table or do what will be guided here by Madam Chair. In this guide, it being promoted, it gives considerable attention to pronouns, identity exploration, LGBTQ+ categories. Professor, can you identify where the guide gives equal weight to the view that biological sex is immutable, or is the publication here designed primarily to ensure students pass the pronoun, the alphabet soup test, which is the content of this guide to New South Wales schools?
I can answer some general information about the grant and the project if that is useful. I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer all the specifics implied in the question, but I can talk about the fact that the funding was provided and our researchers work on modern and emerging issues in partners at the community level, and that includes sexual violence, consent and belonging as an issue. This was an independent grant process undertaken by the department and the Sexual Violence Project Fund, and our experts work with those partners to tackle those issues. I also understand that, contrary to some implications in some media reporting, the program was run and it's not part of the curriculum, and questions about the detailed curriculum remain a matter for the department.
Thank you. Ms Andrews, the question being in terms of the content of this, and that should a publicly funded university be presenting one side in this guide of a contested social and scientific debate while excluding the other side? Has this guide been independently reviewed?
What I can confirm, I don't know the details of the process, but what I can confirm is that our academics were asked to do that work in collaboration, and that's what they did, and we support them working with community partners to meet the needs outlined in the project.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was supposed to be my time. I decided to. That's all right. I may come back to you in a minute.
No, that's okay.
Welcome to all of you. Can I ask? Obviously, there's a lot of noise in the media and in politics around, what universities should and shouldn't be doing. But I expect that in the world of university management, you've got very different ideas and priorities about what you think the sort of major threats and challenges are to universities and where you want to take your university. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to, I guess, tell the committee what your sort of top 3 concerns are, and where you feel that this committee, where you feel that politicians and governments should be going in order to support you and your students. I'll start with you, Professor Darton.
Thank you very much to the chair for that question, and I'm sure I speak for all of my colleagues in appreciating the opportunity. I think we find ourselves, and I certainly find myself as the Vice Chancellor of Macquarie University, like many of our peers do in Western democracies all around the world. Universities are under real challenge. For me, A couple of the key concerns are the erosion of social licence for universities to be in the position they have been of respect and being valued contributors to our societies wherever we are. I think that's particularly true for publicly funded universities, which most Australian universities, not all, but most Australian universities are publicly funded, and we at Macquarie University, from my council down, all take very seriously the responsibility we have to respond to the needs of the community which created us and nurtures us here in New South Wales and across Australia. So I can speak much more about the broad issues of social licence if you'd like me to. I think while it's not a matter for state governments so much, to the degree it is with the national government, I think this social licence erosion has resulted in increasing oversight of universities, and the regulatory bureaucracy that universities are feeling in Australia is bearing down on us. I think we are respectful in many instances of the need for improved reporting around compliance. If we take national security and foreign interference in universities as an example, we all have had to add more staff to deal with the compliance requirements around sign-off from national agencies in Canberra in relation to important issues for national security. And so I think the third one I would raise, if you allowed me three, I think, is to reflect upon the impact that is happening in the divisive discussions in society about the role of immigration in Australia and the impact of that on universities. Obviously that's a significant concern for me. But it's also a concern that spreads into the role that universities have in creating national prosperity, socially and economically, for the medium and long term. And I personally think the constraints being placed around immigration, with specious arguments about international students being the cause of the housing crisis, for argument's sake, as just one example, are significantly problematic for Australia's prosperity, both socially and economically, for the medium and long term. I'll stop there.
No, thank you. That's incredibly valuable. I'm glad you mentioned immigration at the end there. I think that's, I agree with you. I think it's taken a very strange turn in it's a popular discussion. I'll go to you, Professor Firth.
I thought Professor Dowden did very well. You said a few that I was going to say, but what I would also, I think the big challenge that Australian higher education faces is definitely one of access. So we've been set ambitious, which we're very grateful for, but we've been set ambitious targets by the federal government to around 80% of Australia's working age population to have some form of tertiary accreditation by 2050. That's of course going to be in conjunction with the vocational education and training sector. But I think that's really important, is what Professor Dalton was saying about the nation's future productivity and future prosperity. That is linked to the skilling up of our workforces, but also particularly in the age of AI, to the actual creation of independent thinking citizens who have the capacity to think critically, to think creatively, and to continue to innovate. So I think that really ensuring that universities are accessible to all, and that education being the great equaliser isn't something that we forget about. The second thing I do think, again alluded to by Professor Doughton, is in Australia we've really got to look at how do we make universities financially sustainable. For well over 2 decades now, close to 3 decades, both sides of politics have decided universities can be funded through international education. It means that the actual rate of government funding and public funding going to universities is a lot less than it used to be in real terms, and it also means that that the financial stability of universities are now it's a lot more precarious, as you see from the immigration debate, and therefore it's open a lot more to the precarities of right-wing populism and immigration debates, and how do we actually maintain universities in that environment. And then last but not least, and it's again linked to what Professor Doughton's already said, recognising that universities in Australia, we punch well above our weight, right? But we're still only 3% of the research ecosystem of the world. How do we actually solve those really big, tricky issues, wicked issues of our time? Transition to sustainable energy, the sorts of things that are actually going to hopefully address those issues without being able to build the sorts of global academic research partnerships and also be supported to create the innovation ecosystems that we need in this country. So big issues, but I think, thank you for asking the question.
I think, no, and that's an incredible answer as well. And I put this to you, and I'm interested in sort of your response to it, but we talk about this kind of erosion of social license, and universities have become quite a political focus. How much of, I guess, do you feel that you're getting sort of both sides of politics coming in at for different reasons? But how much of it do you think is all down to a kind of an erosion of the funding from the public?
Yeah, it's a really good question.
Do you think, are they connected?
Yes, I do think they're connected, at least in the current Australian politics. I do think it's an interesting question because I think universities do feel a bit like that we're attacked from both the right and the left, and and in some ways universities have always occupied a space a bit like that. We seek knowledge. We don't seek to have necessarily a position on things, but we do seek to have an evidence-based, knowledge-driven approach. And when you're really thinking about that, you are going to inevitably not please everyone, right? Yeah. So I do think that the current politics of putting up the borders, of the anti-immigration agenda, the anti-international students agenda, means it's a lot, that has also eaten into universities' social licence as well.
Thank you. Professor Jones?
Well, just listening to my colleagues, I think the interesting thing is how common and, aligned we would be. I mean, that's exactly what I would talk about, how the importance of widening participation of tertiary education, and the evidence shows that is an enormous asset for individuals in terms of prosperity, job security and satisfaction, but also for, national prosperity. We've talked a little bit about sort of migration myth-busting and the way the international sort of student cohort has played into that sort of narrative. The thing that I might want to sort of draw attention to, in addition to noting the kind of financial unsustainability of the funding model, which then I think drives certain kinds of activities like international student recruitment as a possible balance. I think the thing that I would like to sort of suggest is, too often I think the political sphere and the higher education sphere are at loggerheads, when I think if we take a slightly longer durational look, say by generation rather than by electoral cycle or, career cycle, we probably hold a lot of values in common and share a desire to see Australia benefit, prosper, become a more knowledgeable country. And so sometimes it feels that we waste too much energy on opposing each other as opposed to perhaps taking that longer view and really seeing what could we facilitate productively in partnership.
Yeah. It's quite luxurious being able to ask you these kind of big picture questions, but from the perspective of a person who, I went to university when I had to pay for it, but it wasn't completely free, but it certainly wasn't at the cost it is now. And certainly I felt at the time that universities were not just a training ground for productive units in an economy, but actually that people would be better off if they were better educated just for their own well-being and for the ability of individuals to contribute to society in all sorts of ways. Do you think that there is still room in our universities for learning's sake? Or do you think that
Yes, I do. I think that is a primary value and goal of a university. We don't tend to talk so much about training, we talk about education. And I think when I think about prosperity, I'm not literally imagining sort of money in a bank, but, you know, well-being, robustness, resilience, all of those things that make people more suited to, you know, a healthy life defined broadly. I think education has been determined to be one of the great levellers in terms of making the access to a better life, you know, accessible to more. And I think that is what a university represents. I mean, I think Professor Firth sort of made a reference to that when she talked about, you know, the project of thinking and being a learning institution. I mean, universities are passionate about that. It's not instrumental only, it's really about, you know, the cultural shift and enrichment that universities represent.
Thank you. Right, I'll stop my indulgence now. I will ask you one question. Just back to you, Professor Jargos. I understand. Actually, it's not for you. No, I might just leave that. I'm just going to leave that. Sorry, I will hand over the rest of my time.
Thank you. Professor Jargos, what definition of anti-Semitism has the University of Sydney adopted?
We have adopted and implemented the Universities Australia definition.
Okay. And do you have any understanding if or whatever that may change with TEXA, or you're similarly awaiting whatever might be produced?
I believe nobody on the university side yet knows what the TEXA move will be. We're obviously all oriented towards it.
Right, yes. Yeah, no, thank you. The university, or rather, was under the hand of the Vice-Chancellor, published an update on your response to the Hodgkinson external review, and part of that was that the university has zero tolerance for any form of racism or anti-Semitism. How is that actually manifested in terms of student induction modules, university policies?
Quite similar again, actually, to responses to my colleagues who've made those prior. At Sydney, we have done just kind of two types of things. One is sort of a technical piece of work. You've mentioned the Hodgkinson review, and out of that came 15 recommendations, which have been, in the intervening time, pursued into practical implementation. In some instances, modifications and revisions to existing policy. In some instances, generating what I would think of as more educational, probably slightly more long burning programs around how do we start educating our students in a very explicit way about expectations broadly that encompass, I think Professor Firth used the word respect, and that's certainly something that thematically ties our programs together. So we have, for example, been running programs for nominated student leaders who are required to do that training around respect, conflict.
Yes, I was curious about that. Why is it only leaders of student organisations? Why is it not all students?
So it isn't only leaders of student organisations, but that's an important category because...
But aren't they the only ones for whom the training is compulsory?
No, if I could just continue for a little moment. So the student leaders have a kind of a disproportionately large impact because, of course, they engage, you know, large student groups. So they're a very effective sort of front row. If we get the student leadership to sort of understand more clearly the expectations, we impact a broader number of students.
But is there something that all students are required to do, or is it only student leaders?
So we also have a kind of a general Respect at Sydney module, and since I think I'm right to say second semester 2024, but I might have to take that on notice to absolutely confirm, that has been a requirement for our undergraduate students to take, and we actually, since second semester 2024, withhold the release of marks if the students can't demonstrate that they have taken the training.
So it's treated the same way as the plagiarism module, essentially?
It's like a mandatory module. There's various ones of them that we have, and so this is one that we also use.
Yeah, okay. What were the specific objections to adopting the civility rule? Because I think there's the 5 of the Hodgkinson review recommendations were not accepted. What specifically did the university object to about asking people, because as I understand the suggestion for the civility rule, it was that everybody make very clear if there were contested terms exactly what they meant by those terms. Why was that a problem as far as the university was concerned?
Yeah, look, I've been on record actually on this matter previously, and I think it's a practicality around the difficulty for, human beings to speak and also communicate at each point their intention and meaning in a complex kind of way.
If I'm right, I believe your academic background is in linguistics and language, is that right?
Literary analysis more than linguistics.
Sorry, I don't mean to misrepresent you. No, but it's just that essentially what we do with language is explain to each other in categories that we mutually understand. So if we have misunderstandings because the categories with which we are communicating mean something different to different people, isn't it actually a fundamentally good thing and promotes harmony if we're very clear about what we mean when we communicate in certain ways?
Well, as a literary analyst, I'm very alive to the fact that interpretations of identical material can be vastly, vastly different. And in fact, my own kind of career as an academic rests on the fact that I have made several significant interpretations of literary objects that might be hundreds of years old, but I am coming at them with an original interpretation. We must also probably share the very day-to-day experience of having intended one thing and understood perhaps latterly that our interlocutor mistook us to be saying something else. Like that is just so to imagine myself, for instance, as a decision maker trying to parse the difference between what someone said they meant and what they said and what someone else thought they meant is just impractical as a decision-making framework.
Well, how else do we bridge the gap? Because the university has, for quite some time now, sought to educate their students that we should disagree well. Frankly, that clearly didn't work to create a civil campus discussion following the events of October the 7th. So what else is the university doing above and beyond disagreeing well to make sure that we don't have these fundamental disagreements about what one is saying to the other?
So we've done a lot in this space, as I hear my colleagues also sort of attesting, and again on very similar lines. So we established the Civic Campus program, which is a orchestrated and aligned program that sequences and aligns efforts of education, efforts of policy revision, etc., right across the university, rather than letting them be sort of...
And who runs that?
Splintered. So we have a steerco. The Vice-Chancellor is on that steerco. I think it is chaired by the DVC community.
Sorry, steerco, is that steering committee?
It's a steering committee.
Thank you. Yeah. Good to understand the categories of language.
University jargon.
And now it's time for government question.
Thank you all for appearing today, and I'll be honest, I feel like I have had a good go at asking you questions over the past few months, so I do appreciate another 15 minutes or so. I do have some very specific questions. Obviously, one of the things that we've been interested in a different inquiry is the use of consultants by universities. We have had information detailing, in quite an amount of detail, from Macquarie University and from UNSW, and indeed from other universities such as Western Sydney, detailing the exact contracts over the past few years. We haven't had the same level of detail from the University of Sydney, and the first thing I wanted to ask on notice is if we could get, I think we'll take UNSW as your closest comparator, if we could get your top 25 consultancy spends over the past, I think we asked for the past 5 years, that would be appreciated. And then my follow-up question, so that's one just to take away. My follow-up question though is to each university. Given the incidences with KPMG that have been very publicly ventilated with regard to both their auditing practices but also other issues to do with them, I wondered what work each university had done to assure themselves that the work undertaken by KPMG, now I am sure that KPMG has done work in the past few years for UNSW and Macquarie, I'm not sure about USyd. I'm guessing they have because they're the second biggest by cost consultant in the sector. But if you could let me know what your university has done to assure yourselves that there haven't been any of the breaches of the type we've seen in the public sector and the private sector with KPMG.
So perhaps I could say we don't have any engagements with KPMG at the present, but we shared your concerns and we definitely made moves to get assurance from KPMG that no information that had been shared in previous engagements had been shared externally. So, as you say, we were concerned about that as well, and very glad to have the assurance that none of our data had been put out into a wider circulation.
And what form did that assurance take?
I'd have to take that on notice.
That'd be good. Thank you. Professor Darton.
Thank you very much for the question. We have had a limited engagement with KPMG, but a substantial one around an IT change process, which we've provided information on. And so in order to assure ourselves that the issues that have had a lot of airing in the media and other enquiries did not provide to us, we had meetings with the KPMG team directly involved. I also asked to personally see more senior folks from the leadership of KPMG. They flew in from out of town to spend time with me and members of my senior team to go over exactly where our program was up to and provided assurances around the concerns that had been aired widely. We haven't left it be at that. I'm having a follow-up meeting, I think it's in about 2 weeks' time, with senior leaders from KPMG to go through exactly where they're up to and provide us reassurance. Again, they've already provided us assurance about their work with us, but we are being pretty relentless in wanting reassurance at every step along the way.
Thank you. Professor Firth?
And like the other universities, we're also looking into it and seeking assurances from KPMG about previous work undertaken and any current. I was just actually checking our own notes, but the specifics of it we'll have to take on notice.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much. Professor Firth, it's for Professor Jugos, sorry. Professor Jugos, I understand that USyd has provided a financial contribution to Tech Central to be involved in the Governance Council of Tech Central. I wondered if you could provide details of the amount, what kind of the exchanges, what you get for that.
I'll get the specifics of the amount on notice if I may, but yes, we've been involved in discussions about Tech Central along with colleagues at other universities, and the goal of that is to work with the New South Wales Government to ensure that the opportunity of the sort of startup ecosystem that exists in that region, of that sort of area between us and UTS, including the RPA effectively, is maximised for the greatest economic and social value of the state. There's been discussion over a long period of time about what the best governance of that and what the best outcome of that might be, and who decides that. But I think there's a shared view that, given that I understand Chippendale is the national capital of startups in Australia, and that is largely due to its proximity to universities and physical proximity to a whole range of opportunities in that part of the world with the upgrade to Central Station. What could we do to build a precinct that can really create jobs, opportunities and an innovation ecosystem that could benefit the entire of the state? That's sort of been the project.
Thank you. I wondered if I could pose a question to all of you. You would no doubt be aware of the discussion paper, I think it was called, about ANU and its governance that came out last week and has been in the media. A suggestion in that was 50% elected representation on ANU Council. And I wanted to know if, obviously we have different acts in New South Wales and ACT has one, we just have ANU, but what do you think about the idea of having 50%? Are you open to having 50% representation, elected representation on your councils or Senate?
Perhaps I could start with that one, and again I appreciate the question and the work that's been done by the expert committee on university governance is an area to which we've all attended over the last few months, I know. I think I'd respond by reminding us all that the governance of universities is relatively unique organisationally in Australian societies and in many Western democracies. And the issues of shared governance that exist between an executive arm and an academic arm are almost not extant in any other mainstream organisations in Western democracies. The shared governance, as I understand it, certainly for our Act, and because of the homogenisation of acts that went on some years ago, I think is reflected widely across New South Wales public universities, of having an ex officio position on the Governing Council for the chair of the Academic Senate or Academic Board, and having the academic oversight be a majority of staff elected representatives in our case, a group of about 40, I think our Academic Senate is 44 or 5. For me, the oversight of the academic work that brings real expertise of what the academics have is the Senate business reported into Council without necessarily having to have, besides a small number of elected staff representatives. I would be concerned if we're having an academic governance system which is well established and then relitigating everything through the council of a university with 50% or whatever the number ends up being of academic staff on university councils, because the business of universities has become so complex that we need the expertise sets that come from particularly external members to assist with the oversight. That would be my position.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. So that would, just to summarise, that sounded like a no, with the reasoning that you gave around that. Professor Firth?
I think I agree with Professor Dowden's reasoning. And he's right about academic board. I was just checking our numbers of academic board, which would be close to 50% elected and 50%.
But I'm not talking about academic board. I'm asking specifically about in Sydney's case, it's the Senate. Sorry, I got
No, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying that there is a very big elected staff component.
There are, but it's not the governing.
Of the university.
You've been watching the inquiry. The concern has been what happens at that most senior level. We all know that that's what the concern has been. And so I hear what Professor Downton has said, but the question is not the academic board, but the council.
So our council, I feel we get the balance right. So on our council we have 15 members. We have 3 ex officio, which are Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor and Chair of Academic Board, 2 appointed by the government, 5 elected staff and student representatives. So that's the 2 academic staff, 1 professional staff, undergrad and postgraduate student, and then 5 that are appointed by the board, by the council itself. I think that does give us the right balance. I think that there's, to your point, that idea of sort of accountability and real, lived experience, for want of a better word, of academic and professional staff being at the table. I think that they're there and they're good, they're involved in the decision making and they're a big part of the decision making, but it also gives the university the capacity to have very specific skill sets that we do need.
Thank you, Professor. And again, I appreciate your explanation. That again sounds like a no, but I appreciate the explanation around it. Professor Jagos?
Well, I'm a bit astonished that the numbers at UNSW are, I think, identical to Sydney, so I'm not sure how that our Senate is literally as you have described it too. I think there is a skills piece, like a skills and experience piece here, and about the kind of the professional trajectories of some of those people on Senate, who might have, for example, had commercial development experience, etc., balanced against those who are this professional and academic staff perspective, is actually a really valuable mix, and I find it kind of works pretty well.
Okay, again, appreciate that. And again, it sounds like a no with the explanation you've got around it. And I think it's interesting that we talk about there needs to be a balance, but it needs to be a balance that's weighted in the favour of externals according to those answers as opposed to internals. If I could just perhaps segue, and Professor Dunton, I see that you want to answer and I'll go straight to you. The earlier discussion that the Chair initiated was about social licence, and this goes pretty much directly to the question that I've just posed to you. Do you as leaders of, top universities in New South Wales, accept that universities have some responsibility themselves for the loss of social licence that they are experiencing, or at least how it's being expressed, either through participants to my inquiry or through the media. Is there not some level of responsibility on universities themselves to accept that they have to that some of it belongs to them?
Yeah, thank you for that question, which I think is very well placed, and I think we do have some responsibility for the erosion of social licence. But I do think it extends, and when I've thought very long and hard about the root causes of that erosion, I think some is in universities. I can elaborate more on that if you'd like me to. But I think some is also a reflection of a confluence of a couple of things happening around the world. One is the arrival of social media, which has very little, if any, editorial control over it. And the other one also relates to media, where prominent national and international news organisations that claim mainstream news space have actually become entertainment venues, which are motivated to cause anger and division in the population in the service of ideological beliefs at either pole. And I think they have been particularly ferocious on both sides about the conduct of universities. And that, for me, is an attack based upon the fundamental reality that universities have historically been the sources, as Professor Firth indicated earlier, of creating the evidence base on which sound policy decision making, creating the understanding of what is true, what is real, what is false. And that has a lot of that in our society, in the humanities, arts and social sciences, the hard sciences, medicine, whatever, has come from universities. And that's my view, that part of the reason that universities are under attack so much is, sure, part of it is our own set of issues internally, but part of it is also this move away from a belief in the use of truth to inform society and to create sound policy, to work with governments, as Professor Jagos indicated earlier, collaboratively and convergently. And I think the solution can only be found if we each work on our own parts of where the problems have arisen.
Thank you. Professor Firth?
I mean, the question is that you posed was around, our own culpability in loss of social licence.
I don't think that's a culpability, but I'll take it.
I don't think any university is perfect. You're not going to get any of us up here saying, no, we have 100% always made exactly the right decisions at exactly the right time. And I think also, like any large, complex organisation, there are a whole lot of different issues facing us all the time that you've just got to make the best call that you can, right? So I don't think any of us would say that we're not, there is responsibility that must be borne by all. But I did want to agree with what Professor Doughton's also said as well, which is we're at a very specific time at the moment, I argue, in the world's history, where there is a pretty sustained political attack, particularly by the forces of right-wing populism, not just by right-wing populists, but particularly by them, which really is going into the heart of what universities are all about. And it is about, there is no such thing as truth anymore. It is actually about, universities are just these terrible institutions of wokeness, and there is no capacity, for them to actually be, to have social licence. And I do think that the nature of the debate, probably from both the left and right extremes, has meant that what we've lost is political capital. I don't think there is anyone, I'm sorry to say it, but I don't think we feel anymore as if there's a great amount of political capital that universities have, because we are so politically contested now in a debate that goes well beyond our capacity to influence. It is a very interesting and troubling time for the world. So yes, can we be better? Absolutely. How can we be better? Be more committed to our communities, be more committed to access, make ourselves the best institutions we can possibly be. But there is also a historical moment in history that is happening at the moment, and that is also eroding into our political capital.
Professor Jagos?
not disagreeing with anything I'm hearing, and also very conscious that my colleague Ms Andrews, in her Vice President External Engagement, carries a brief for social licence and reputation. I think I will get her to say something about this. I think we also have to acknowledge the complexities of universities. I agree. I think, sure, we are in part responsible for that insofar as, you know, across the last decades we've authored certain kinds of decisions and so forth, and we've done it in an incredibly, not literally we, because, you know, obviously that's not us for those decades, but we've done it in a very complex, changing environment where we've seen a sharply accelerating mass education system emerge without adequate sort of financial sustainability, and so the sort of fragmented decisions that get taken at times, I think, probably, you know, have contributed to that. Don't know.
So, yes, I was just going to add that one of the things we've done at the University of Sydney is look at this through the lens of trust. What does trust mean? If you look at pure transactional commercial issues, whether or not people like universities, we have many more students who want to study with us than we have places available. There's no problem with customers if you were to see it through those terms, but we didn't want to look at that and say that trust isn't an issue. Trust in all public institutions, as my colleagues have outlined, remains an issue. Trust in universities, if you look at the broad sort of sectoral analysis, sits about where superannuation companies sit, so higher than government, lower than some not-for-profits, etc.
Higher than politicians.
Higher than politicians, or the media for that matter, and we note that, but nevertheless, over the last 15 years or so, it's dropped about 20 points. And so the idea that 1 in 5 Australians used to trust us and doesn't trust us anymore is something that I think we're struggling with. We've looked at what we might need to do to earn that trust, and one of the challenges, of course, is it's different things for different people, and the complexity of the communities we serve means that they want different things from us, and we try to be all of that. Our focus has been to make sure that every student who comes through our doors has a transformative educational experience, and all of the people can trust our processes to produce the high quality research and the public impact research, and to communicate that to try to earn people's trust back, but also to constantly engage with them to say, what is it that you want from us? How is it that we can serve the community? And to make sure that's the case. So to answer your substantive question, is that a responsibility, and do we take some accountability for that ourselves? Absolutely. The solution on how we do that and how each institution does that is a little bit different, and it's clearly a work in progress.
Thank you all for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That does bring us to time. Thank you so much for coming along. It's actually been a very interesting chat, and yeah, really enjoyed it. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch, but that does conclude our time with you today, and it also concludes Portfolio Committee 3's budget estimates. Cool. Yes, which is very good.
Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much.